It isn't evident to me until I look at this.
Mr. Koba? Hi, Mr. Koba?
You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty then. I just need Mr. Koba for a minute, then we'll get started. He can't hear me. Mr. Koba?
Yes, ma'am.
I just need you for a half a second, please. Okay. Oh, yeah. I had clean my glasses. Not to read. Okay, Superintendent Greer.
Yes, ma'am.
We are gathered this afternoon. We're gathered this afternoon to have a conversation about small schools.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
We do have a quorum here. Mr. DeBeck will be joining us shortly. So having said that, would you start out the discussion around small schools that you wish to have, and what is your goal for the board today following this discussion, please?
We would like board direction. That is our primary purpose of this meeting today, is to talk with the board both about our concept around small schools, the possibility of small school closures, small high schools, and whether or not we're going to continue as a district to support the concept of small high schools, or whether this board wants to direct us to move more towards moving back towards a comprehensive large high school platform. And what we are, as you know, as a district, we are facing huge financial shortfalls. You're going to hear more about that today, as a need to balance the 010, 011, and 011, 012 school year's budget. And basically where we as a staff I think have some issues is the proverbial chicken and egg issue. Is if we come in here and put things on the table to you and say we as a board or as a staff want to point out if you were to close school X, Y, and Z, it would save X amount of money. And then we hear from the community, well, why did we not hear about this before? On the other hand, if we go out and talk to the community about the possibility of closing a school, then we get back from the board or board members, why are you out having those conversations when we've not directed you to do so? So we understand both sides of that issue, and frankly what we're trying to do is to have some conversation about our schools, and particularly the small elementary and the small high schools. So I have asked Bill Koba to work with our office, our demographer, and to take a look at 16 to 17 small schools, many of whom were on the proposed closure list from our small schools committee. One of the real issues with some of these small schools is if we were to look at closing them, it would require some expenditure of state school facility dollars to put bungalows or portable classrooms on the site of some of the receiving schools where they would be able to accommodate the additional students coming in. We also would like to have some conversation about what happens to a school facility you were to close. We know that if the facility is closed and it remains unused, that concerns the community. We also know that we struggle for space down here. We could possibly locate some central office positions, departments to those sites, and we also know that we have a busing issue, particularly busing kids south of the 8 to north of the 8, and we know that if we had some small schools and could transform those schools into 400, 500 student high schools, small high schools with a vocational pathway theme, that these students would not have to ride the bus for 45 minutes to an hour north of the 8. They could stay in schools right in their community. So, having said all that, Mr. Koba's here, and Bill's going to give us an overview of some of the work he and his staff have done. But once he's finished, we basically want some direction from the board about where the staff goes next.
Before he starts, I want to make a comment, and then other board members, they want to make comments before his presentation, and maybe during his presentation he'll answer some of these questions.
Okay.
Last year, we initially proposed a Small Schools Committee. The Small Schools Committee was supposed to look at what other uses we could use our schools for, i.e. whether or not we could actually rent out part of the school, how to increase enrollment at the school, that type of thing. In addition to that, what was considered a small school. Some of the schools that ended up being listed as part of those 17s were not the smallest of the smalls. There were schools that had a low enrollment that were not listed on the small schools. And so then the question became, how was it determined which schools were be considered small schools and be considered for closure? I say these things because when this heated up last year and the media called, and what I said to them is the board had given no criteria to decide how schools would be closed, and so certainly any information that they were given had not been information that had been presented to and or direction given from the board, and that included selection of dedicated magnets for some of those small schools. And so I think one of the things that the board needs to consider today as we are trying to meet the request of the superintendent and staff is, number one, given our economic climate over the next couple of years that we know is not going to be changing, are we willing to consider closing schools? If we're willing to consider closing schools, then there's two things. Are we closing the school and closing it? Are we closing it and reopening it as something else? In addition to that, the next question probably would be somewhere around the fact about magnets. We know there's another round of magnet money being looked at right now. Are some of these schools in positions to become, and I would say dedicated magnets versus just traditional magnets, because I do have concerns about, how magnet funds may or may not be spent. I know that criteria is set by the federal government, and I think it would be very, very important that the board is very clear on how the district, applies for and can use magnet funds. And the reason I want to share that with my peers is because I know that the criteria is very strict. I know that on one hand they will use the criteria to get the magnet funds, but then when it gets here, maybe staff has changed, ideas have changed, and they didn't turn around and use the money differently. And so I want to make sure that whatever we're applying for whatever school it fits, that is actually what actually happens. I think the conversation about the large, the high schools may be a little bit of a different conversation. I know they kind of blend in together because I think at a district our size, we don't have to say that all high schools have to be small high schools or all high schools have to be large high schools. I think we can have a combination of both. And then the question becomes, what do we do with any school that is not functioning well and when it becomes cost prohibitive to continue? And so I think those things need to be included in part of the conversation that the staff provides to us to help us determine what direction we want to go in. And I would ask other board members if they have any questions or comments that they want to put out before the staff presents, so they're thinking about it, getting answers for us as well. Mr. Barrera.
Yeah, and just echoing a lot of what President Jackson talked about, there are so many issues that can get jumbled together in a conversation like this, and I just want to make sure that we kind of keep those issues clear. One is I do think that there's a different conversation about the idea of closing small elementary schools versus this question of large comprehensive high schools that have been broken into smaller campuses. So I just want to keep those conversations apart. And then I think that there's also a big conversation about process. So the district has a policy that we're going to need to amend if we're going to begin conversations with school communities about the potential of their school being closed for the 10-11 year. So we're going to need to maybe put that policy in front of us and have a conversation about what amendments we need to make. But I think the spirit of that policy is very important, because I don't think that policy begins with an assumption that we're going to close a particular school. I think it begins with a conversation with that community that says, currently we've got an issue in the fact that the administrative costs to keep the school running are tough for the district to take with the enrollment numbers at this school. So now, how do we figure that out together? Is the conversation about how do we increase enrollment? Is the conversation about do we close the school? And then what happens, with the kids at that school, and what's the impact on other schools? So I think that community conversation is really important, and it's important that it doesn't begin with the assumption that we're going to close this school in 10-11. And then I think the third issue that we need to just keep very clear is about cost and budget. And so, in the case, for instance, in the case of, the closure of North Park and the relocation of Alba, there was a little bit of savings there, but the issue wasn't so much savings to the district. The issue was a better site for Alba, and recognizing that the North Park site could be a good site for Alba, and also recognizing that the North Park site, was under-enrolled. So, we might have reasons to talk about, an alternative use for a school, but I just want to not confuse those issues with issues about budget. Because if we're talking about budget, then at the end of the day, what we got to just do is look at the numbers. How much would it save to close the school? How much would it cost? To do some other things that would be required as a result of closing that school, and then at the end, and then we look at what those numbers are, what the total savings to the district are. And if those savings are significant, then it becomes something that is important for us to take into account as we look at 10, 11, 11, 12. But if the savings are not significant, then I don't want us to be having a conversation that begins motivated by budget concerns, when in the end the savings would really not do a whole lot to deal with our budget issues. So it's keeping separate budget, uses of the school, the process to have the conversation with the school community, and then separating the high schools and the elementary schools issue.
Dr. Evans or Catherine?
Okay. I agree with Mr. Barrera about we need to kind of keep these issues separate in terms of the issue of small high schools and the issue of elementary school closures. On the issue of small elementary schools, I think one additional piece of information, because I know this is broken down at the smaller schools in terms of resident population and non-resident population, but it would also be interesting in terms of educating people in the district about which schools have a very small resident population that could not exist if there were not students that were bused in. Because a lot of times we look at schools that have a good number of students, but it's due to students being bused in. And so there's the issue of whether it's really needed to be located in that neighborhood based on the number of kids from that neighborhood that are attending it. And then as far as the small high school issue, and we've discussed this a little bit, but it means a lot of different things. We have some small high schools with varying degrees of success or not currently in the district. We had a presentation by a person who talked about taking a comprehensive high school and breaking it up into smaller high schools with a relatively small budget effect, but just dividing the resources of the teachers and administrators and students so that they interacted more. So a group of 400 in a school of 2,000 there'd be more interaction between a particular group of teachers and students. So that's one model of a small high school, which is very different than this idea of having an independently located high school, which we have a couple of those. But that certainly needs to be looked at in terms of what would be accomplished, cost, viability, a lot of issues there. But the other thing I want to bring up is, and I actually have it for an agenda item for the next board meeting, and it's kind of stepping back and looking at the bigger picture. I don't have it in front of me right now, but I just want to mention it because every decision we're making affects everything else. What we're doing with the small school, elementary schools, the small high schools, and the issue I'm bringing up has to do with a full study of the demographics, the location of schools, transportation issues, for us to decide not just on this school and this one that we want to close, this one we want to open, but where are we going to go as an entire district. First of all, what type of schools do we want to have, comprehensive high schools or a combination of comprehensive and small high schools? Next, where do the kids actually live in terms of who's attending the schools, who's attending school outside of their neighborhood? The issue of potentially reducing transportation, but at the same time wanting to maintain diversity. So there's a huge issue here about how we get people back more to neighborhood schools, but yet we still have opportunities that provide diversity so we don't have kids isolated ethnically and otherwise. And I think even when we're talking about neighborhood schools, there might be other issues that go beyond this is the enrollment number in the school. We might have other criteria, which would be, for example, how far should a child travel to get to their, quote, neighborhood school? Remember, I was in Spain, they were talking about how far away should you be from public transportation. The issue here is that there might be some cases where we would have smaller schools because of the geographical situation and location of the school not making it safe for kids to go to other areas. So my whole, and I'm just bringing this up because I think this will affect what we're talking about right now, what I'm asking us to look at it in the agenda of the next board meeting is really developing, not based on this school, specific school, or this community, but first of all, the board coming up with the criteria for what type of school we want to have and what would be our determination for doing that, what we want in terms of diversity and transportation and so forth. And then having the board meet with the staff about that, and then having the board meet with the community, and then at that point, it's looking at specific schools and communities and saying, we have a criteria for where we want to have schools and how we want to do this. Now let's apply it to the real situation that we are in. So there may be a community where it can only viably support 5 elementary schools, and it has 6 elementary schools in that community. That entire community should be involved in the discussion about how to consolidate. So I just want to emphasize we can talk about this today, but we still need to do this in terms of the bigger picture.
Yes. first of all, I want to compliment staff on Attachment 1, the market share analysis of the 17 small elementary schools, which talks about resident population versus non-resident population, but also, talks about charter school enrollment and neighborhood schools and other schools that are in that area and what our percentage. I think this is the best document I've received so far in this district. Every time we've sat down and talked about small schools, it's interesting to take a look at those numbers, and they don't always make sense for the 17 schools that we have. That we've identified as possible closures. I agree with many of our my peers' colleague comments on here. I think when we all did the graduations yesterday, it becomes abundantly clear that our schools are more than just buildings with people in them. There's an awful lot of emotion that goes into those schools, and good things happen at every single one of them. But unfortunately, it does come down to numbers, and it is, you have to start somewhere, and I think looking at this from the budget analysis, but also I really like this market share analysis. And that gives us something to talk to the communities about when we go out. I think that makes a little bit. It's a value added, that we can add to the conversation. I am concerned about geography. I am always concerned about leaving a community with what I call bald spots, where how far, as Dr. Evans said, do we have to go in order to take our children to school? I think that's important. And it shouldn't be, I think, just, a fait accompli that these schools have to be closed, and that's just the way it is. We do need to have a conversation on it. But some of these are just, terribly small, and I think there also needs to be some discussion as well about the educational benefits to children when there's only one class in one grade at every school. I know as a parent, I want more choices than that when I go to a school. And, what's the benefit of going to a larger school? What are the benefits of a smaller school? But that whole conversation sort of needs to be laid out, I think, within the community. But regardless of what we do, I think we are going to have to expect pushback. Nobody ever wants their school closed in their neighborhood. It's not healthy for a community not to have a school, and there's always a lot of anxiety about what's going to happen to that school afterwards. I agree also with Mr. Barrera's comments, and we seem to do this a lot, that we have scrambled up, high schools, the whole high school discussion with the elementary school, and those are two really very completely different conversations. So I think that's intellectually even just a very different, conversation at all about how you value or how you make these decisions, and two very different types of groups, elementary schools and high schools. I would say also, Dr. Greer, I can't help this, but your Promethean whiteboards that you have been such a big fan of, have you ever considered, training your staff on how to have one, how to use one? They would really, I think, be helpful. There are many benefits of that I think might be helpful to this conversation.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we have the real issues. We've gone through about 4 hours of training on the Promethean board. What we know from listening to those folks is for you to be able to use it the way it's designed, that needs to be 40 hours. And as soon as we can get this budget and some personnel issues and other things taken care of and can find 40 hours, we probably would like to go through that training.
Right.
But it has it takes more than 4 hours of training to be able to effectively use one.
Okay. Well, I think it would actually help an awful lot with these discussions because it is a marvelous tool, not simply for education, but for illuminating little dark corners of a discussion that we might need some help with here. But I think this one document, I really, again, I want to go back to staff and compliment this market share analysis. I think it is interesting. It's a good starting point. But it's going to be a difficult conversation.
Okay. We'll let staff present, and then we have two speakers. Okay.
I appreciate your opening comments. Those are what I was looking for as we go through this. It's all about conversation, quite frankly. I know that you've been very focused on trying to balance a huge deficit, and along the way we made two looks at small schools. But I think we recognize we have a multi-year problem. That it's not just about this year, but what the state can do to cope with the budget problems next year and what that passes along to us in 10, 11, 11, 12. So I talked to Dr. Greer because we have this multi-year challenge, and that we had a little bit of conversation, but not a lot of conversation. What do we do about small schools? And, well, my talk today is about elementary schools in the main because that's where we've been coming from. I understand how you could connect or disconnect the high school piece, and there could be arguments pro and con how you would look at the high schools versus the elementaries or the middle. But did need to talk to you about where do we want to go next. And I was going down that road totally independent of Dr. Evans's F04 for next board meeting. In fact, I only saw the written content of it over the weekend, and it really, in many ways, dovetails with the conversation I'm trying to have with you today. Just to walk back in time very briefly, then come forward, last summer, as things were looking a little bit challenging in the budget, and we were looking at what other districts across the nation were doing, the Chicagos, the Pittsburghs, Seattles, as they're trying to cope with infrastructure. Dr. Greer and you all talked about creating a small schools committee with community representation. You each had a member on that team. And President Jackson was correct. When they were put together in September, the original focus was on new uses, reconfiguration for those schools. And by the time we got to October, the budget problem was looming even bigger and more complex, and that was running in parallel with the Wall Street meltdown. Dr. Greer came and visited the Small Schools Committee and asked them to adjust their focus, not necessarily about reconfigurations and reuses of campuses, but move in the direction of closures because of the budget issue. I want to be careful about that. It was about a budget issue, not about necessarily tweaks we could take right then and there about educational strategy. So the committee met every first and third Mondays between October and January. They came forward and gave you a proposal for consideration for 6 schools to close. At that time, it was Barnard, Cadman, Carver, Crown Point, North Park, and Sequoia. You had a lot of other issues and options you had to focus on, so we essentially shelved that small schools consideration and moved in a different realm. Across the months from February on through April and into May, the budget deficit grew incrementally. It reached well over $100 million, headed towards $200 million. I know that we've had adjustments recently, but we still have this $103 or $4 million problem that you are all working to balance for this year and then looking forward to the next year. And we looked at small schools the second time in May. And after a significant amount of deliberation, we agreed to close one. And that was the North Park closure, which Mr. Barrera referenced, I think, quite accurately. It wasn't so much about the savings. There is a little bit there. It was about trying to correct a terrible facilities issue at the 2 ALBA program sites. And I think that was a good thing, the right thing to do, and we're going forward with that, as you all are aware of. However, what do we do now? Multi-year issue, and we need to have that conversation. So I went to see Dr. Greer a week ago with 2 chief improvement officers and asked, how do you want us to go forward? We do not want to move without including all the stakeholder groups. We don't want to alienate anyone. We recognize, as Mrs. Nakamura said, this is a very difficult, emotional conversation. It's all about my school. Why are you wanting to do this at my school? That's how it's viewed. And I understand that, I think, quite in great degree. So, how do we go forward? We tried to look at it on a couple of levels, and one is a more strategic or broader level, and that's why we came up with the market share piece. We want to sort out what is going on. Why does a school go down in enrollment? Some of these are natural demographic reactions. Neighborhoods get a little bit older, the kids grow up, the school-aged children in the K to 5 category move on, and they're not quickly replaced. We know that demographic cycles go in about decade timelines. A neighborhood gets older, the kids move on, and maybe 10 years from now we move from a declining to a increasing enrollment or vice versa. But we thought it would be interesting. And that first attachment I gave you on the note that went to you before the weekend was simply to go down in alphabetical order. All of the 17 schools that the committee focused on initially. And one of the key issues for us today and in the future is about criteria. I think both Mr. Evans and President Jackson brought up, how did you get to that 17? In the case of the Small Schools Committee, they started with the first threshold was, how many schools do you have under 400? And it turned out, if you pivot to September of 08, we had 38 schools under 400. And looking at some other districts and how they evaluate size of schools and what's considered too small, what we discovered is districts like Oakland view too small as when you fall below 600, others below 500. And we really were a little bit on the low side of that median. And you can poll a dozen districts and get several different numbers, but they're going to be in a range. So we went with 400. We also looked at capacity. How much of the school was actually being used? Was 80%, 50%? What amount of the school was actually filled with kids in classrooms? We looked at the age of the schools. Obviously, if you've got a brand new Prop MM school, and even if it's 50% full, I think we'd be extremely reluctant to close a brand new school versus one built in the 1940s and having significant maintenance issues. So we looked at that. We also asked ourselves about special programs at these schools. Are they transportable elsewhere? Case in point, we looked at and talked about Lafayette briefly. Lafayette happens to be our one school in this district that's configured, has the facilities to support our hearing impaired kids. So instead of having a standard bell system that got the lights on in the hallway and in the ceilings, to provide the attention required for these kids to be in class and to take their cue from that. So there's certain things about what you can and cannot move around. We looked at the magnet programs. We discovered, having had some conversation with the federal magnet authorities, you can relocate a magnet school if you're picking up and moving the program and are going to provide all the program requirements that you committed to in the magnet grant. But you have to go through a review and approval process with the magnet granting authority to do that. So those were among the different criteria that committee used. Would that necessarily be the criteria we'd replicate? Maybe not. And that goes to the conversation you'd have. What would you, as the trustees, want? What would the superintendent desire? What would the community members out there want to use in gauging how you evaluate this school or that school for a closure, for a reconfiguration? But we have to have that conversation. And so when we provided this handout for market share, simply in alphabetical order, it's simply the 17 schools that were on the original sheet of the Small Schools Committee. They took the 17, the criteria I just mentioned, had lots of conversation, and eventually whittled it down to the 6 that I mentioned previously. And when we came back around in May and recommended 6 small schools, we actually took 3 from the original small committee and provided them. 2 out of the 3 that we didn't keep on that list were 2 of our newest magnets. So here's a shift in criteria. I mentioned earlier that Barnard and Crown Point were on the small schools recommendation in January. When we looked at them again in April and May, we said, we've given these schools their start. They got some seed money, they have some staff, we bought some material. Do we really want to close those 2 schools? Even though on many of the other criteria, size and age and location, they might necessarily be candidates for small school consideration. We left them off the list and substituted. But some school like Adams, I'm only picking because they're the very first on the list. Today, in 08-09, they're attracting only half the potential population in the neighborhoods around the school. And as you could see, where are the kids going? We noticed they've got a good number going to charter schools. They've got a considerable number going to other district schools. And their enrollment forecast for even next year is down another 20. So those are the kind of things we looked at. And as you go through this, you would see for 17 schools what's happening to them. I wanted you to be able to see capacity for these schools. In Adams' case, current capacity as a K-5 it would be 534 students in that school, forecasted for 09-10, 351. So you're short. I should say you're under 180 potential students that could be in this school. And the examples like that continue on for several pages. Now, in addition to this attachment, Dr. Greer asked that, okay, Bill, you focused on 17 elementaries. How about the 185 schools in this district? What does it look like? And we're trying to get this restructured. President Jackson and I had a quick conversation before, so this is the current handout I have for you. I will have an updated one. But we tried to go in alphabetical order by grouping of school. In this case, starting with our elementaries, and try to show you what the actual number in the classroom is this year, what we think we're going to have there next year, what their program capacity and what their utilization. And what I call your attention to is that far right column, utilization. Go down that column and you start to see where, anything over 80%, 85, that's very good. That's good utilization of kids in the classroom. But when you get below that, you have to start asking some tough questions. Why aren't there more kids in this classroom or in this school? Now, quite frankly, we do have a number of small schools in this district simply based on their footprint. Okay, North Park is the classic example. It is the smallest footprint, or it's 0.9 acre of land. So it was never built to be 500 plus kids in the classroom. 10, 11 years ago when it was put together, it was at a point in time where we needed some relief because some of the other schools there were not other schools nearby that could be alternatives, or the schools that were nearby were full until we caught up with construction. So I just need to be aware that some of these schools are small in stature, size, footprint, so they're going to have small populations. But those two attachments were meant to stimulate this conversation with you. In addition, when I went to see Dr. Greer, what you don't have in front of you is these were my talking points. Because I went in to say, what do you want to do, sir, about where we go now? We've had two small conversations that were disconnected and they were around the budget, but we're about to come to the adoption of this year, but the problem didn't go away. We talked about, do we reconstitute a team? What kind of team? Who should be on the team? Is this a board, a superintendent, a staff team? Do we consider just the small elementaries? The compelling argument right off the top, before you get into demographic studies, is the elementary schools. But that shouldn't be the be-all or end-all of what you want to consider. Talking to the principals. We actually, Granita and I and Dr. Greer said, do these 17 principals understand the issues? Have they seen the market share analysis? Can they explain why their schools have had a downward enrollment over the last few years? Why kids are moving to charters, other district schools, simply not coming in? We're not sure. And added to that uncertainty is that we know we're changing out some number of our principals in the coming years. So you almost have to start all over again, reset, and ask the question, do you understand why you have the enrollment you have? What could we be doing about it? What should happen now? So we talked about that and principals and where their roles come in. The broader discussion of procedure. At your last board meeting in May, one of the action items I took was you want me to take a look at Procedure 3113. That is a 4-page, 5-year-old last update procedure that talks about school closure and community outreach. We've already begun to take a look at it with the intent of coming back in the second meeting in July to talk to you. Now, what's taken so long? Well, we started Googling or calling other districts. Not just those here in California, but looking across the country at school districts that have done closure. What did they do right? What did they do wrong? What did they follow as a process? So the contacting of Seattle, Pittsburgh, Chicago, Atlanta, Baltimore are among those that we want to talk to. In addition to getting that data, then we want to kind of look at it and what should go in one of these procedures. One of the first things I did when I came to the district a couple years ago was actually go and put a direction for a school closures meeting. And it was an all-day event, and I have to tell you, multi-tab of the things you have to do. I don't think it is an easy thing for any of us. And in fact, among the listings here, they give you an A to Z on what you have to do to factor in. So your direction was, this is an 18-month process. but you don't have 18 months to work with. It's a near-term, multi-year challenge. So for myself and Roy McPhail and some of the staff that are working on this is to take 18 months, how do you make it 12? If you wanted to start the cycle in July and go to the next July or something like that. We've got to take a look at that. Demography. Big deal, big issue here. We've had conversation with a professional demographer firm from up in the North Coast County about coming in, depending on where our conversation goes with all of you. We only have 2 demographers today on our staff. That's just the reality of the sizing and the budget and all of that. If we were really going to ask some of the tough questions, and Dr. Evans's F04 that I've had a sneak peek at asks a lot of intricate questions that deal with demography. I would like to potentially bring in that demographer and essentially dissect some of these high school, elementary school clusters and feeder patterns and get behind why the numbers. Another question to ask besides asking the principal, why are the numbers the way they are, and what should we be doing about them? So consider the fact that we would probably need a little bit of demographic help, someone to do a little bit of modeling for us, to crunch some numbers and ask questions independent of those of us that may be too close to the situation. And then I think something that we've not had with you all is either your individual or your collective perspective. Now, you could say, well, we've given you a little of that. Yes. In a couple of these board meetings, you've said, we don't want to address this issue right now. We've got some other complexities we want to deal with. And I can appreciate why you would want to kind of put that aside for the moment in time, but it's a little bit like a bad penny. It keeps on coming back until we come up with what you're all comfortable. You are the superintendent, the board, the staff, the community, the schools, with where we want to go. At the end of all this, asking what is the deliverable? What do we want to do? And while I think our past abbreviated efforts have been very short fused, very much the near term, deal with a budget problem, can you get us a few dollars in savings? Yeah, that's one way to look at it. But I also believe not only is that short term, in many ways, it's probably the least efficient thing to do. But it is something that can be done, and I can tell you from my casual observations of other districts, they're doing it because they have to do something to cover a significant bill. If you had that conversation off record with many of those administrators, they would admit to you that this is not an optimal decision, but it's the only one at this point in time based on how we built our financial strategy. So that's just the reality. So we have to ask ourselves, what is it we want to do, and when do we want to do it? I appreciate the fact that we could start down this road again, reset the itinerary, and do it in a way that gets as many stakeholders together, gets as many issues on the table, gets that conversation from you collectively and individually, and put together a team effort, not just 4 or 5 people talking about this. So that's how I wanted to get this conversation going.
Very good. I have a couple of questions for you. Okay, let me ask my questions and I'll talk to Mr. DeBeck. On the sheet market share, and we'll look at Adams again, you have the 08-09 program capacity, and that is 534. Mm-hmm. Is that meant to be the capacity of the school?
Yes, that would be...
I'm asking that question because when I come down here to Barnard, it says the capacity is 230 students. So I have a concern, and then it said the forecast is 243 students. And so I didn't know that we built schools that only accommodated such a small number of students. So my question is, what is the real capacity for Barnard? I'm sure it's not just 230 students.
Good question. This is the capacity that was built by the demographer based on the ratios we provide for K to 5. Now, in the Point Loma area, though, we do have an anomaly. We have a number of K4 schools. And that was a decision made of many years ago, and I would defer to the historian on the board as to why K4. But we deal with grade configuration, appropriate ratios for classroom, and age and size of the students in the school.
So you saying wait?
The school's built. It can't be. But I'm sorry to interrupt, but I mean, the physical plant only holds 230 students. That's not believable.
243.
The physical plant.
Barnard.
It's a little tiny postage stamp.
Okay, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the question, so yeah, that's why I'm asking that question, because it seemed like we have several schools that are very small footprint. So the schools on a very small footprint, then it becomes the capacity issue that we're dealing with, because I was going to ask what is the best size for us to have an elementary school. But if you're saying that we have schools that only can hold 230 students and we're putting 243, so that school is actually over capacity.
Mm-hmm. If you look at North Park, the one I talked about earlier on.
The rating is based on the class sizes at the time the capacity was calculated, and when we had small class sizes, like that school has large classrooms. It has always been.
Yeah.
It was built around a
Back when they taught 50
35
kids,
student
yeah.
I know.
capacity in every classroom.
Exactly.
But when we judge capacity, we looked at the capacity in a different time and place when the class sizes were mandated. So there's a flexibility there that when you say capacity, you have to define when the capacity was calculated.
Right.
But even at that, we do have schools that were designed small, and then because of enrollment decline within their community, there was a decision to take away from them one of their whole grade levels. So in the case of Barnard, it's now changed, but in case of Barnard, at one time it was K4. And that was the price that the Point Loma community paid for keeping middle school open. That was under-enrolled too. They said, okay, we're going to have Dana 5, 6, and Correa 7 and 8. That was a decision unique to that cluster. But even if it hadn't been made, you could. And one of the arguments I always made is about the small school argument was that you couldn't use a small school number as the only number. You had to have a capacity number to be part of the discussion. Because if you're at capacity and it's a small school by your rules, then how could you close it when the community has always been saying, we've kept the school full and now you're telling me you've got to close it. A good example is also Bird Rock. Bird Rock for a long time was due to be closed because it was a small school and it was under-subscribed. But then over time, that whole, I'll call it, south slope of Muirlands was rebuilt, and then it became a crowded school. So if we don't look at each kind of package with some kind of a different set of eyes, we're going to end up closing schools that should never have been closed because the community said it's full.
I agree, Mr. DeBate, which is why I'm asking that particular question.
May I ask one question that's pertinent right now?
I'll wait my turn for something else.
Yeah,
Dr. Greer, is there any policy, if we have a school that has a capacity of these large sizes classrooms, can a school elect within that school alone to have 35 kids in a classroom if it'll mean that their school gets to stay open? Can we make that sort of exception?
We don't have that kind of policy to answer your question. You have and there is no policy that would say we. Taking a look at where these schools are located. You've heard, on a number of occasions, I can recall talking about, well, if the kids in this neighborhood do not bus somewhere else, then this particular school would be full, and a school somewhere else might be. And that's what we're trying to look at, and that's what makes all of this really kind of difficult.
I know, but my question is there anything in and maybe this is, our attorney isn't here, but is there anything in state law and our contract, anything that we couldn't agree? We could not do that. All right, that's a shame. All right.
Feedback, please.
Yeah. Well, there's the converse of this could happen. I'm not, it's really interesting because at some point in time, especially when the class size reduction came forward, the school district decided that all their construction was to build small 640 square foot class sizes, classrooms with square footage that was smaller because the rules or the laws were changing to smaller classes. what happens if, over the next few years, we finding ourselves in a pickle and we have to increase class sizes to cover our budget? You're going to find some schools that are built that can't handle the class sizes that we're imposing on them. Yep. So whenever we start making rules around physical plants, we should be really wary of how we painted ourselves into that corner in the first place.
You're referring, John, I think, to the 1970s loft schools that we built.
And with others too. But every single new school after the point of the class size reduction was gone to a 640 size classrooms. We brought in portable 640 square feet. I mean, and the standard before that was 1,200. So we've got schools around here that you could count classrooms, and classrooms aren't equal.
Right.
And so you can't make decisions wrapped around the number of classrooms. It's like making saying the school capacity is around the number of classrooms. It's faulty because the classrooms could be larger, and that was pertinent to Mrs. Nakamura's question. But the thing that bothers me about this whole report is this: you talked about the procedure. It was also following a board policy. The procedures come out of a board policy. Now, there was a long discussion, it's longer than this board's been around, of what to do about small schools. So over time, we built a policy. When the I don't know because I wasn't there, but when the Small Schools Committee met, the first thing they should have looked at was the policy. I don't know that they did. Okay? And
right.
you have not, in any of these displays that we've had around this whole discussion, shown us the policy at all. All right? The policy is always off the table now, if that's the case, if the point is every time there's a new board, all policies are off the shelf and they don't exist, then what we should have is an annual review of policies, or take them off before you start stuffing them around or acting on those policies with the community. Well, what happened was, and I had people on the school CUSIV on the committee that dealt with, what to do with surplus schools. They really weren't part of the Small Schools Committee. Some of them were because they might have been appointed to it. But the point of it is that they should have known what the policy was in the first place, that they were acting to effect. And they didn't do that. So when you tell me you're going to go out to the community and talk about how they feel about stuff, first thing you should bring them is a policy that boards have enacted. Or you should bring to us before you ever go out to those committees. Mm-hmm. The board should say, well, we're going to rescind this policy because we have a crisis. Right. Then the people would understand, because the battle has always been, well, you're going to close a school, and that school, you want to follow a certain policy. Crown Point and Barnard have been a part of that policy discussion for a long, long time. The solution came from the policy. In the policy, it says we'll either increase the enrollment or increase them by providing a magnet program. Okay? The magnet programs were provided to both those schools. There was no policy about how long it would take for those programs to take effect. The idea was, the policy was to allow the programs to grow, because why would you put in a whole bunch of Suzuki violins and a whole bunch of Chinese-speaking teachers if you didn't plan on the school getting larger? But see, just having those same schools in the study, even though there were certain things that were being done according to policy, to help them out, man, a lot of people call me up and say, "What are you doing? You got Barnard in a program where you just create a magnet." Or, "What are you doing? We just sent Suzuki over to Crown Point. What's this all about? Don't you expect it to work, or is it, what do you?" So then the argument is, why do people not enroll in schools? Well, if you go to the schools that have been on this closure list for a long, long time, the answer is simple. They don't want to go to a school they expect to see closed. They don't want to go to a school that they see on the chopping block every 5 years, every year for 5 years. They want us to make up our mind and do something about it and set a policy, which we did. But we just patently rejected the policy and went off on our own to decide a whole new set of rules. I don't agree with that. I think that any time you study anything, the policies that pertain should be part of the study in the first place, because previous boards have faced these same problems. When we talk about the bell times that are going to haunt us from now until the end of whatever, those studies we've been through. School district, I can remember spending over a month studying the effects of bell times. And decisions weren't made in a half a minute up on the dais. They were made because all those informations were being pounded on all the way around. They made exemptions. They even had a rotating plan. These guys don't even remember there was one, but they had a plan. Well, if you were early and you didn't like it, you're going to be guaranteed within 5 years you'll be late. Okay? Well, somebody came along, new board, somebody forgot, and they just said, forget you. Well, that was a policy. These guys don't even know about it.
I do.
Well, I mean the majority. So the point of it is that how can you argue about things that a board has already gone through without bringing up that history as a part of the discussion? They may have been totally off wrong because the 1990 is different than 2007, but somewhere along the line they faced some similar problems that all of we faced, and we should learn from the lessons of that. And I remember when we voted on this bus time thing that I said, geez, just wait until we hear from the late people. Boy, are they coming out. Okay? Well, it's predictable. But the board wasn't armed with that information when we discussed the bus times or with other alternatives, which I still advocate for. But anyway, when we get to this closing school stuff, I think the board, before we start talking about market share isn't even in the policy.
No.
Capacity isn't even in the policy, which was wrong at that time. It was wrong because if you I'll take just with using the ones I know the most about. If you took the Point Loma cluster, which included Barnard as a small school, okay, and you divided up all the elementary kids in that cluster and apportioned them equally to the schools in the cluster, the cluster met all the capacity requirements, and some of the schools would be very much overcrowded. So the justification was, well, this school cluster has enough rooms for the kids in the cluster, and they could welcome a few more kids. That's true, but it wasn't so overwhelming that you close a school. But when they were given the opportunity to visit this whole idea, that cluster was brilliant and came up with the idea, well, you know what we'll do? We'll take and cut the size of our elementary schools by 1 grade in order so we can keep the 2 middle schools open, so we can have our whole community share in the responsibility for the quality of those 2 middle schools. That was pretty much a landmark decision by a cluster that was independent of the entire district. Probably one of the best decisions I've seen made by clusters, and the board supported it. It was back in the 90s. But nevertheless, when we start visiting all these arguments, we ought to look at those questions and those solutions and figure out, what's the history, what's it look like, instead of saying, oh, here's a brand new problem we're just facing, and so let's just close these schools because they're not economical to keep open. Well, I'll tell you what, some of the alternatives I've heard for keeping them open after you close them aren't as economical as keeping them open in the first place. So I have trouble with this, lack of background on the stuff we decide.
We have 2 public speakers. Any of the board members want to speak? Then we'll do our public speakers on this item. We have Ms. Judy Smith and Ms. Holly Stevens. Will you? Okay.
Hi, my name is Holly Stevens, and I'm representing Sequoia Elementary, which is located at 4690 Limerick Avenue. Not knowing exactly what was going to be discussed about small schools, I just saw it was on the agenda. Judy told me, and so I came to the meeting. After hearing all your discussion, I want to reiterate that yes, there is a policy in place already. Thank you, Mr. DeBeck, for reminding us all of that. And I think that we do need to start first with what the policy is. Let's start following the policy. It does require community involvement. Something that you brought up, the Point Loma cluster, and that's something that the Madison cluster has been looking at to sort of replicate, but get behind the whole cluster. Get your child, having the neighborhood children attend their neighborhood school and see themselves in that cluster until they graduate. I think that more than looking at closing small schools or looking specifically or at small high schools and everything that's been discussed today, I think that we need to look at what we're doing to encourage children to attend their neighborhood school. I think that that would eliminate some other budget issues, i.e. busing, and I think that that would promote a better sense of community, a better sense of belonging, a better sense of the person knows the neighborhood they grew up in, they attended the school, they know the people. I think it's just a better option than diving into such a narrow focus, which is small schools. The other thing I wanted to mention, and I had a question for Mr. Koba, is these are all elementary schools, and why weren't junior high and high schools that are also small and also underutilized looked at? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Judy Smith. I reside at 480 Onate Avenue in San Diego. And I just wanted to show my appreciation today for the work that you guys did on the budget. I think that something that came out of that was the awareness that the Claremont schools, that there's something wrong in the Claremont schools, and it needs to be fixed. And I'm curious if you took a time-lapse overlay year over year, if you would see, students represented by a black dot, if you would see a pushing out of Claremont. Because the families that I've talked to who choice their children aren't choicing their children to a neighborhood school or to a cluster school. They're leaving our cluster. And that's something that I'd like to see addressed. It's the Claremont and the Madison clusters. What is being done to keep those families in the cluster? It's very important for our community to feel unified. And one word Holly didn't mention was pride. Pride in our community, pride in our schools, pride in our families. And I think it's really important that you focus on Claremont-Madison cluster. It's really important to a lot of people. Thank you.
Okay. So, board members, I'm not quite sure how you want to approach this conversation today. I think the policy piece does have to be addressed, and Ms. Ward, can you get copies of the current policy that we have surrounding small schools and small schools closures? I did write down a couple of comments and questions that Mr. Koba had proposed to us, and I think that the policy needs to be in front of us so that we can make sure that before we do go out and start doing things, we do have a policy in place, and we're not doing something first and then doing the policy piece second. So, board members, you can tell me how you want to, approach this, Mr. Nakamura.
Yeah, as long as they've gone out and looked at the policies, Mr. Koba, if you've looked at the policies of other large urban school districts who have been through this, I think it'd be helpful to, pick maybe 3 of those that you found helpful. The difficulty with the policies is that they're usually structured by the community to make sure that the board can't make any decisions, or that takes so much time to make a decision that it becomes irrelevant. And that's in a crisis is something of a problem. But I'd like to see those that have successfully negotiated this, very difficult area, to see what their policies, what's their current policies, and where if you have them handy, that'd be nice to.
No, we're going to proceed with the research, but we didn't want to get ahead of ourselves without the conversation with you.
I like looking at, yeah.
And the board ought to look at it.
Well, John.
And it's got a list of about 6 things that ought to be considered. That's all.
John, you know what? I like looking at what other urban districts are doing.
Our own.
John, we do have our own, and I'm no way saying that we shouldn't look at that, but I like to see, this is a pretty modern problem in some ways that people have walked around the block on and have struggled with, and I'd like to see what other solutions or other ideas for community outreach and otherwise that they happen to have. I think it'd be helpful.
I know this is a very sensitive issue, and so might I propose this so that we can move forward, is that Mr. Koba, you said you had a list of questions that you presented presented to us, I would ask that you send us that list of questions in writing, along with the current policy, and then board members. Each of us can review those and make comments so that we can have another discussion around small schools, and this is small elementary schools. The item that we have to remember that this is time sensitive. We don't have a lot of time, because if we're going to look at modifying the policy, getting it approved, and implementing it before the end of the next school year, before the 9-10 school year, as we move to the 10-11 school year for possible changes due to a number of reasons, which one may in fact be a budgetary situation. So that leaves us a very a short timeline, but I'm still listening for other suggestions from board members. But my first comment would be that we take the questions that have been presented to us, we look at the policy, we look at bringing the policy forward for any modifications or changes, so that we can ensure that we have a policy in place before we go out, because people are going to ask, well, what is the board policy? What is the policy on it? And so I think the policy needs to be there so that we can ensure that we are there moving forward in the right direction. Superintendent, you had your hand up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we're all saying pretty much the same thing. I think when we hear from staff this afternoon from James and his team about the severity of our budget shortfall in the 2010, 2011, and possibly the 11th and 12th year, it's going to be sobering. What we've talked about heretofore, just to balance this year's budget, was hard work. It wasn't sobering work. What we're talking about and what we're looking at, and what you will hear from Debbie Deal, who plans to be here tonight from FICMAT, this is sobering work. And we don't want to close small schools. No one on our staff does. We understand what small schools do to a community and how it brings a community together. We understand that. We also have to work with our principals, and I think they have to come to understand how important it is in their own school community to have the kind of relationship with teachers and parents and the community that would engage those school supporters to keep their children in those schools, and for them not to feel like they have to go elsewhere to get a quality education. Now, that's very direct and bold talk, I know that. But frankly, that's what's happening in a lot of our places. Because what happens is when you're looking at that core capacity and that market share Bill's talking about, and you have a school that's sitting there and you only have a couple of hundred kids in it, and yet you've got 500, 600, 700 kids in the neighborhood, we've got an issue that somehow we need to help get our arms around, help those principals. I also want to point out that if we looked at, if we can't turn that around, and you've got a small school sitting there, and you were to reconstitute it for other use, your savings would not be in removing the principals and the teachers and the personnel cost. In the event of trying to keep from busing kids longer distances, your cost savings would be in transportation. And it might be a little less, but it would still be in transportation, and it would be in wear and tear off of kids who are riding the bus a long distance every day of a 4-year high school career.
Okay, not just high school, but throughout. Mr. DeBeck wanted to speak next.
And John can.
Are you on, John?
I'll get it. You know, you use market share as kind of a descriptor to come up with some measure of the success of small schools. And I'd say maybe market share should be considered in the point of view of the San Diego Unified School District. And should we at some time decide that we're going to set up a whole bunch of cookie-cutter schools that are all the same size, and that unless they're exactly the right, we're not going to keep them open, I think we're going to lose market share really fast. Because the reason why some of these schools were built small was because those neighborhoods had a reasonably expected capacity during the next few years to be a certain size. And we've known this for years. We found this is a big district, it's been around for a long time, and we've known that there's been a shift between parts of the city for years. I mean, you can go to schools that are been closed for years. Mission Beach Elementary is a perfect example, and then the one up on top, I'm trying to think of its name, Decatur, up on the top of the hill there. Decatur was built because they thought that whole top of the mountain over La Jolla would grow. It did. But we sent all the kids down to Bird Rock. We've made some mistakes, and one of the reasons why we had so many portables in this district is exactly what the rule was for years. It isn't now, I don't believe, but in order to get school state building funds, you needed to build a school smaller than the area capacity that you'd expect from a demographer, and allow enough portables for that area so that should the school's kids shift, that you'd be able to move the portables. We did that for years, and now they ended up being permanent parts of the schools, and then we looked around condemning ourselves for having made that decision, which was forced on us by state law. Okay, and now we've got a whole bunch of unsuitable portables floating around because the law provided that we had to build them. So when we start looking at, the solutions to problems, there's a lot of quick fixes. One way is to say, okay, these are small schools that are inefficient just because they're small, therefore we're going to close them. But instead, we'll make ourselves more efficient by moving our own school district offices into them. Well, if you were renting facilities outside the school district for those offices, then you could say that was a savings. But by moving people around and then refurbishing the school with a whole bunch of new desks and chairs and infrastructures and phones and internet connections and all that stuff is absolutely a waste of money. Okay? So when people look at us and say, are you being smart? The answer is sometimes not very. And the other answer is we're not looking very far ahead or very far behind to find out the solutions to our problems. And I will say this. If the policy is obsolete, you can't go on the assumption that a policy that was passed 5-0 by a board at some previous time is obsolete until you bring it back for review. I mean, just imagine all the stuff we're passing, and we say, oh, well, that's good. It'll be in there for good. Baloney. The next election, it won't be. Well, I think they should pay attention to what you guys passed. Even if I was on the outside of the vote, I still think what was passed is a part of the history of this district has to recognize. And so, you ignore the past at your own peril. Okay? You just completely say, well, these policies that school boards have are a waste of time. I don't accept that from an administration. I really don't. I think that even though there's an imminent budget crisis, that all the policies that affect that, or all the solutions you believe might affect that, should be brought back for a discussion. It would be just like saying this, which some people might expect, well, why don't we just ignore the teacher's contract because it's obsolete? I don't think this board would stand for it. I know boards in the past might have. But the point of it is that policies and agreements are things that are a part of a record, and we need to pay attention to them. If we disagree, that's okay, but we've got to at least know what they were. And I don't care what LA did about this, because we have already made our own decisions around this. We've made our own decisions in the past around bus times. We've made our own decisions about portables. We've done a lot of stuff. Some of it was wrong, and some of it was by copying other school districts. And some of it was following state law, all of which turned out to be mistakes. So I think the board should think by themselves. I think they should look at the past and make a judgment. But to ignore the past is really stupid.
And I agree with you. And that's why I think we want to take a look at the policies and bring them back to you before we proceed with a broader engagement with the community.
Well, if I think that's why we want to look at all schools because they're inefficient under 1,000 kids. We got probably 50 schools that couldn't hold 1,000 kids.
Right. And I think I said early in the conversation that I recognize that we have schools that are physically not very big. We need to recognize that, and they may not have a capacity utilization problem because they are full. but they may be
Forest
small,
not
and maybe in a different
Forest
part of the
not-
district.
not-
You're right.
They're not rattling around that building.
Right.
Dr. Evans?
Okay. I want to make a comment about what Ms. Jackson said in terms of how we can move forward from here, but I just want to make a couple of comments first. And I agree with Mr. DeBeck about we really do need to look at what has happened in the past and also in terms of where we're going in the future. Not knowing firsthand as well as Mr. DeBeck, but I certainly know the situation that I observed from afar at Dana was a middle school closed. I remember seeing a middle school sitting there, maybe with some windows broken or something for a while, if my memory serves me. Then I remember a newly refurbished Dana with district offices and so forth that I visited once, and now it has been reopened as a middle school. So you can certainly see the trajectory of time and the expense. I would even wonder in terms of when North Park was built, for example, not that many years ago as a small school. Was it just a response that there's some more kids in this neighborhood and we need to have a school, without looking at what is the type and size of school that we need? One thing there are different things here we've talked about in terms of capacity. One thing I counted up on this list, half of the schools on this list will accommodate 400 or more, and half will not. So right there, we wouldn't even have to look at the number of students, and just to be facetious, we wouldn't even have to look at the number of students in the school and just say it doesn't hold 400. It's not a viable school, which obviously is not the right way to do it. The other issue is we've heard a lot, and this came up with a few schools that were on the recent list for small school closures, is that a lot of students from south of the 8 have to be transported north of the 8 because there's insufficient capacity south of the 8. And yet, we were looking at closing 2 or 3 schools south of the 8 because they were not operating at full capacity. And so then the question there is, what is happening at these schools? What is wrong with these schools? What can be done to make these schools good schools so that all the kids that live in that neighborhood, or a larger number of the kids living in that neighborhood, would actually want to go there? So I do think, and I just one other comment on the small school closure issue. I think one of the things we have to look at, no matter how we approach this, is that we need to kind of have a dual issue, which is the possibility of closing a school, but also the possibility of what can be done to improve or enhance that school. For example, I'll just take one example of Sequoia, which has a resident enrollment of 160. About half of the students living in the neighborhood go there. And it is also a year-round school. So, for example, I'm just not saying to do this, but if it were in a traditional calendar, would that draw in more students from the neighborhood? There are a lot of questions like that. So I think what we need to do is what's already been stated, is look at the policy and get some information back and decide how we want to proceed forward in terms of the whole issue of keeping elementary schools open or closed. But I think all of this goes to the other issue that I put on the agenda for the next meeting, which may or may not be accepted by the board or could be completely revised, because we have to look at the issues of what types of schools we want to have, particularly addressing the high school issue that the superintendent has brought up. We can't do just one piece of the puzzle. We have to decide what are our goals in terms of diversity, what are our goals in terms of transportation, school size, type of offerings, and we need to do that in a comprehensive way, which is not reinventing the wheel, as Mr. DeBeck is saying, but paying attention to what's been tried before, but also trying to think of some creative ways to do it in the future. So I think that I was a little concerned when it said on the agenda, discussion about small schools and decisions. For example, we're not prepared to make that decision right now, but we do need to just take the steps to start
direction,
working towards
I think, is what I meant to say.
What's that?
It was discussion and direction.
And direction.
Not decision.
Okay, and certainly in terms of this issue of small high schools, whether it's comprehensive high schools broken down into small high schools or independent small high schools, we're quite a ways from having a board consensus and community consensus on what we want to do, and that's what we need to start setting up some means to start working on that.
More, please.
Yeah, Mr. Coba, when you said I agree, I hope you also agree that we'd like to see policies from other districts.
Yes.
I'd like 3 of them, please. The other thing I'd like to comment on or also add, in one of the community members who spoke was talking about why no middle schools or high schools are on this, and we do want the different discussion for high schools. But and looking at the data that you gave me, I was really surprised to see that Wilson Middle School is at 39% capacity. I had no idea that their enrollment was that shockingly low. 39%, it's 600 or 700 kids, and we've got 90% capacity, I think it is, at Clark, Monroe Clark, which is the nearest middle school. But, Wilson has struggled for an awfully long time, and I know that we have plans for, I hope, changing its architecture, which is some of the worst in the district as far as, it's a classic example of really terrible architecture for a school, inhumane architecture. Dr. Greer, I agree we should send all the principals to charm school. I've always said that if you would put grass on the playground, air conditioning in the school, and send the principal to charm school, we would have our schools would be overflowing. Those 3 things. But I'll settle for just helping them with community outreach in some cases. But I'd also like to know what happens in the life of a school. What happened to our schools that we have already closed? What condition are they in? What happened? We have, I know, John mentioned Decatur. I believe the French school is occupying that. Cleveland has another charter school occupying that. But we have Excelsior Academy I'm not even sure what the original name was, over on Princess View in my neighborhood. Brooklyn Elementary. What happened? How many properties do we still own that have been converted to a different use because we closed those small schools? That might be a quick snapshot if it's not too much trouble to do. And what happens when we do close a small school? And what type of life they take on, in this or lack of life in this other capacity. So I think that would, it'd also be good, just informative. What areas of the district have already geographically, really already had a significant number of schools closed and converted to different purposes. I'd like to see that, geographically displayed if we could. I think it just on your own, it's never bad to do a drive-by of some of these schools. I'd recommend to everybody to just on your own time go to just drive by each one of these schools if you've got a chance. Take a day and drive by and take a look at them just to see what it is exactly that we're talking about. It's sometimes schools are not what they may be represented to be or to look like in the neighborhoods that they're in. I think that's an important getting out and looking at them ourselves. So that's, and also, I don't know about everybody else out here, but I shook 1,000 hands yesterday, and I did 1 promotion, 3 graduations. And I don't know about everybody else, but we're all tired up here, so maybe we could be nice to each other.
They expect that to be all the time, Ms. Nakamura. Ms. Pereira, please.
Yeah, so I agree with what everybody's saying, that we need to take a look at the policies. I am a little bit concerned that we're putting a lot of time and effort into this discussion about the potential of closing schools. And in the end, we've got 17 schools on this list. Some of the schools on this list seem to make no sense at all. Central Elementary is on this list because of this conversation about Wilson, but I think it needs to. That's a completely separate conversation. Central's at 97% capacity, and its market share is very, very high, and it's got 800 students. So. But I think that, I counted 7 schools on this list that are over 75% capacity. And I think then there's another handful of schools on this list that currently are at 60% or more market share. So, I think we go through the discussion of policy, but I think the discussion of policy is going to narrow this list of 17, and then at that point that it's narrowed to whatever the number would be, I think in the end we're going to be looking at again a small number of schools that not taking into account, the cost of converting those schools or the cost of, putting portables on other schools. I think in the end we're going to be looking at really a pretty small budget impact. And again, I think that the motivation for this conversation is coming out of a concern about budget. I'm not seeing that this is a solution to our budget crisis, or a significant solution to our budget crisis. And so then, it's not that where there's some clear examples, and again, North Park was a clear example, where we've got to have that discussion. We need to have that discussion, but I think the point that the speaker made, that really the emphasis of our discussion probably ought to be, how do we increase enrollment in every school, and certainly in some of the schools on this list? Because if we're, let's say we're at a school that already is 60% market share, 75% capacity, the time and effort and energy, that we want to put into that school really should be about, how do we, take this, how do we get some more students in here who are being choiced out right now, maybe for some of the reasons, that the superintendent is talking about. That seems like a productive conversation, that can lead maybe towards, more significant cost savings in the form of busing. But yeah, what it feels like to me is, although I support going forward and having the conversation about policy, that we're putting a lot of time and attention and effort into what might not be the correct question. The correct question might be, how do we increase enrollment? Like the speaker said, in neighborhood schools, rather than how do we close schools down.
Okay, Mr. DeBeck first, and then Superintendent Guerrero.
Well, one of the interesting and really quite obvious things that hasn't been mentioned while I've been listening is in the policy, and that is boundary changes. If you look at a school that's on this list and you look next to it and you find a school that's at capacity or even, close, a few hundred schools would tip kids would tip the balance. All you have to do is move down the street a bit, draw a line, and say that's it. But I'm going to tell you something, because that's the experience that I've got too. That gets your community all unglued, because my kid always went to that school, my grandma lived in this house, I went to this school. That's the argument you get about that. So what you do is you take the political hit. What you do is you say, wait a minute, we're not going to draw the boundaries, we're going to let the school stay small. That's happened. That's happened as a conscious decision by boards for years. Point Loma was classically that way. We got Cabrillo, it's down the hill, it's not the same. Walking up the hill is not the best thing to do. You can draw a new line and get a few more kids from Sunset View or one of those, but you still end up with the community's ticked off at you for doing it. Okay? So, when you mix all those things together, and that's why I say, go back to the policy, look at it. It has, redrawing boundaries, creating magnets, coming up with, alternative programs in the schools, okay? All those things are there. This is not new territory that this board should be discussing. If they could start from that, they'd have a lot more to work with. You guys have got a lot of creative minds up here, but it's no use replowing that field. And I agree. After you go through all this exercise, you're right. So you save $1 million? I bet you won't. And so we'll spend, we'll upset our whole community, we'll upset ourselves, we'll be barking at each other about this and that, and the real solution is somewhere else in the budget. Yeah. I agree totally on that.
Superintendent Guerrero.
And I think that's the reason Bill's standing here in front of you today. And if that's what you as a group or three of you agree on, then quite frankly, we don't have any desire to spend all of our time chasing that rabbit. And that's just the straight of it. We're not here trying to close schools. We're not here trying to upset communities. We are here trying to come up with some budget options for you to consider. There are schools all over the districts all over the country that are like us, that have stepped up and closed schools and have generated savings. Sacramento here in our state, for example, just closed 7 or 8. Now, one of the things I asked Roy to do is to give you a list of all the schools and their capacities if they were just served by community students inside that attendance boundary. I think that is a more of
change? If the school capacity is a school capacity, why would the capacity change with whether it's serving resident kids or non-resident kids?
Well, again, what we were trying to get at was this whole concept of neighborhood school. And for example, just take Mission Bay High School. If the students that are being bused to Mission Bay, if there was space in their neighborhood, which there's not, but if there was, then you would be looking at Mission Bay with around 300 resident students for a high school of 1,500. So the only reason I'm making that comment is kind of like Dr. Evans said not long ago. You've got schools in Claremont that if the kids were not bused and stayed home and you just had neighborhood kids, you'd be talking about closing a different school.
That's different from the capacity. What you said initially was the capacity of the school, but you meant the number of students that are attending, resident versus non-resident.
Both capacity and resident students.
Okay.
Well, I think
we had that report that was done last year, which is one of the concerns that I have is that each report is a little bit different. Okay, and I get very frustrated at a demographer because he skews the direction of the materials the way he wants to, according to whoever. I don't know how he does it, but I can guarantee that if I go home tonight and pull out my folder that we got last year that lists the schools by the number of students, okay, and that's why I keep everything, because it's amazing how the report just runs differently and all of a sudden things change. Okay, so we want to trust is a very key thing here, and one of the reasons why it takes us so long to get things done is there's not a lot of trust, and the trust isn't there because we'll get one set of numbers today, and we'll go back. Some of us will go back and look at what we got, in our small schools folder from before, and then we'll say, well, wait a minute. Last year they said this, and this year they're saying something different. And so then we get confused, and we don't trust the numbers. And so, again, as we move forward, and this might not be for us to actually save money as far as the budget's concerned, but it is to give clarity to our communities so that when issues come up, they're able to say, well, we're not worried because we know the policy is this.
Right.
We know, so we're not saying, we don't want the staff go out saying, oh, we're considering closing schools. That's why we ended up having to push this conversation up. What we do want to do is that if we have a policy that could, affect where we're going, that we look at it and that we have the right numbers. And you earlier you mentioned about bringing in an outside demographer. If we already have two, and my question is, and I've been asking this for a while, what do they do? What do they do all the time? And if right now this what requires them to work 24/7, well, you know what? For the 3 years, I only had to work 8 to 5 or 9 to 2 or whatever they work. I don't know. But the bottom line is that whenever we need work that's really detailed, all of a sudden we got to call somebody in from the outside. And I'm not going to pay somebody $120,000 a year that can't give me numbers correct. Okay, and that's my frustration. I try to keep it into after the meeting to talk with you, superintendent, but this frustrates me. This market share piece frustrates me even more because it gives the impression, and this is why I expect staff to think about what they're doing before they bring it to the board. If you look over here at one of these, it says that the choice out to charter is 600%, but it's only like 4 students.
Right.
So when, but my point is that the papers don't put it's a change of 4 students. What the paper puts out, the media puts out, is that there's a 600% change in students going out to charters.
Well,
so why would staff put something in writing that they know is going to go out to the public, that people are going to see it? Let me just go back here and find out. That's 283.
Well, there's one that's 85% changed in charters. It went from 13 to 6.
Where's 600?
Yeah.
That's no,
just a second.
6 kids.
Okay,
difference?
6 kids. So this is the one. Paradise Hills. Paradise Hills. In 04, they had 1 student that went to charter. In 08 and 09, they had 7. A change of 6. 600%. And I guess my point is, and I try, Superintendent. I'm sorry. It's just...
Didn't you say something about being nice, and you said we want to be nice all the time?
I am nice all the time.
You're not real nice.
It's
nice right now.
It's things like this that make me question what the staff is thinking when they produce these documents. Because when people read this and people take information that we put out and they put it out, and so this school population, this community would say, wow, why are all of our families going to charters? There must be something great going on. They don't realize it's only 6 students.
If I could respond to you, ma'am.
Yes, please. I'm sorry.
I think what we're trying to do is trying to be as accurate and as complete. And I realize we're dealing in small-scale numbers. And if the media took it, they took it out of context because all of the accurate numbers are there. And we do try to be very careful. I can tell you from my conversations with the demographer, he takes pride in his accuracy. And if you take a look at different reports you've received over time from the demographer, I think behind them you have to look at the assumptions are what we were focusing on. And I would agree with you completely. Market share is only one of a myriad of indicators, but it was just a way to take a look at an issue. And I assure you that when the numbers are provided, we are not just counting them, but we're double and triple counting them to make sure we're sensitive. And with regards to an outside demographer, we have not used an outside demographer in several years and would not without your concurrence and without this being a complex issue if we wanted to go down that road. What I clearly heard though, was let's get at the policy. And that's the reason I'm very appreciative of this conversation, because I did not want to restart this effort, create a lot of churn without having some exchange with all of you. So I really appreciate what you've done today.
Well, I think we basically, I don't know if we have a vote or not, but I personally think that it is a waste of time, that this should be an ongoing process that follows our policy.
Exactly.
And that if it's an ongoing process, then you say, we're studying small schools, it's an ongoing process, here is our current activities, here's the schools that are on the list, we've told them about this, we're meeting with the community, we're doing these things. But the way it comes out every single time we do a budget is they're all up for grabs. You know? And I don't believe that's correct. I think it should be, after our study, we've come up with 2 that seem to be the most possible ways of saving money, but not put 6 on the list and now we're going to save $3 million. It ain't going to happen.
Right.
And so, it's just overblown. We got a crisis, so here's another $3 million to save. No, it isn't. It's just that if you add them all up, their whole operating cost is maybe $6 million, but it's not if you use some of these decisions, they're going to end up costing us money. Sure. You can't save money by closing a small school and making a new small school.
Yeah. And I think just to clarify where we're going to head, Ms. Nakamura, and I'll let you speak, and then we have one more speaker. Right now, I think that we'll have another meeting scheduled. In the meantime, we'll get the policy, and we'll get the questions that were presented here today. And so then the meeting that we have will be to review and update the policy. Okay? Ms. Nakamura, and then
I just want to respectfully disagree with you. I really like this market share analysis, and I understand that Paradise Hills, your point with 600% change is skewed, but the integrity of the demographer is that they did actually put all of the numbers out there. If you did take the time, as you did, obviously, to read, you can see it. But you're going to get skewed numbers like that every once in a while. We're supposed to be able to study, these statistics and look at them. But I do think, going back to what the superintendent said, do we have I guess I'm thinking of it in terms of a target-rich environment. Is there a resident population that we could attract to this school to pull them in? If there isn't a resident population there because the population in that particular community is older or whatever it happens to be, but if we have a target-rich environment where we could bring kids in, we could make our schools more attractive. I definitely think that we should pursue that. But I'm also concerned about, understanding that sometimes, and it's a choice that a community may make, a city may make, but having so many small schools means that there are fewer options available at other schools. There are fewer programs, there are fewer resources available. When you've got a larger school, for example, you can have it makes more sense to have a band or you can have a school newspaper, or you can have whatever it happens to be when you have a larger school and you have more of a consolidation. And that discussion never takes place either. Now, that being said, I will point out that San Francisco has a third of their population goes to private schools, and San Diego only has 10% of our population going to private schools. So that may speak also to the fact that we like small schools in San Diego, and that happens to be, a community value that we have. But we need to have those conversations, as difficult as they are.
Mr. Barrera, please.
Yeah, I just want to actually 2 points. One is picking up on what Mr. DeBeck said. I think that again, I'm open to having this discussion about the policy, and I think we should. But I think that if we've got some schools on this list, or not on this list, that there's something obvious that's there, that we have to have a discussion. Maybe what this is really just about, Bill, is just coming to us on a regular basis and saying we need to start the discussion according to policy, with these schools. I think that probably it makes a lot of sense. The second point, and I want to keep these discussions separate, but I think it's important that we talk a little bit about it today regarding the high schools. There clearly, I know that at San Diego High School, and clearly what we heard last time from the folks at Kearney High School, is that there's concerns at those schools that they might need to shut down one or more of their small high schools for the 9-10 year. And I've got a real issue with that. I think that again, I'm open to having those schools engage in discussions about what's working, what needs to be changed, in their existing model, but not having discussions that now that school's out, kids might come back next year and suddenly their school doesn't exist. I think part of why I think a lot of us felt so strongly about not closing schools in 9-10, in the budget discussion last time was, precisely because of this issue of timing. So, I'd like to maybe make see if we could have, some consensus on the board, and I'd certainly, want to put a statement out there that we do not intend to close small high schools on the larger campuses in the 2009-10 year at San Diego, at Kearney, at Crawford, at Lincoln, at wherever. That's not a discussion that that the board is interested in for the 9-10 year.
Well, I kind of differ with that, because I think that the cost savings are maybe small, but the funding that we get for small schools, and so we can transition into small high school, Superintendent, while we have a few more minutes down here before we go to the closed session. The small schools, when it comes to high schools, is a different animal, and again, I think the history of that animal needs to be made known. We did receive quite a bit of Gates funding to implement and to maintain schools for small high schools, and I think that funding paid for particularly the leadership part of that. As that funding goes away, then the question becomes, as a district, are we able to maintain the same amount of funding for that school at the same cost? The question becomes, is there another model that we could use where it's not necessarily, and I'm just speaking from my perspective, Richard, nothing, yeah. Okay, and is that, can we look at having small learning communities in those schools where those programs that are very strong is maintained, and then the leadership model is changed so that the leadership model fits within the guidelines of a budget given the school of that particular size. I was not aware as to how small some of these schools had gone until one of the principals came to talk to me, and I was saying, you know, at that size of, you're being funded for a principalship at a high school, but your school is really smaller than some of our elementary schools, and there's a huge difference in salary there. So I would say certainly from my viewpoint, and is that if we could find another model, i.e. having small learning communities and having VPs oversee those schools as we do at Lincoln, because some of Lincoln's small schools don't have principals. They actually have a VP that's in that particular quad that's overseeing it, which brings the cost down, because I think that the question becomes, there's a lot of questions, but the one that is referring to the cost is one that has this funding from Gates, and Gates has come out and made a statement that they're no longer going to fund that their movement on small schools, particularly here in California and across the nation, and as those funds go away and we have to pick up the cost of that, what is the cost of the district superintendent, because we do need to know what their cost is going to be to the district, and what other models may be available, so that I want you to know what you love about that small school or small learning community is important to us. It's just that the leadership over that school would not be an individual principal, but a VP that's answering to somebody else on the campus or something similar to that. So I think that conversation we need to have. The superintendent's waving his fingers, and Dr. Evans.
I'll go third.
Ms.
Nakamura.
Make it easy on you. Make it easy on me. Okay. The superintendent.
Let the boys go first.
Okay. Well, I just want to say, first of all, and what Ms. Nakamura was saying, these questions about how do we want our schools to be, I think we have to look at this bigger picture when you're talking about the direction from the board. I think the direction of the board is we want to set up a model for how we want our schools to be in the district, as opposed to just dealing with a specific issue of school closures. School closures is just one of many things which have to do with enhancing the school, increasing enrollment, and in some extreme cases, closing schools. And again, I think we need to be careful that we're not just doing this in some sort of alarmist way related to the budget. And I think this, both with the small elementary schools, I think we pretty much, it sounds to me like there might be a consensus there. I mean, I think in terms of the small high schools, again, this board has not had time to adequately look at how we want our high schools to move in the long run. And so we could have a situation like closing down Dana and opening up Dana, and the same thing on a smaller level could happen in the high schools. We're going to close down these small high schools because it's not effective, and then next year we're going to, we just realized small high schools are a great idea, and we're going to start opening up some new ones. So I think we do need to have some sort of message that we are not going to disrupt that process on a short-term basis. If there is some minor administrative adjustment that does not affect the integrity and the identity of the school, I would be open to that. But again, I think it's very late to be saying we're not going to have it during the next school year. That's my thought.
Yeah, my comments are that I think it's ridiculous we're having any of these discussions before we hear the FitMat report. I think the superintendent's admonition that this is going to be very sobering for us might change some of our perspectives on what we are and are not willing to do, and the urgency of it. I had coffee with an assembly member over the weekend, Assembly Member Salas, and and I've also met with Assembly Member Block, and I have to tell you, these are not people that are easily shaken, and they're very worried. We just had the federal government decline to give the state of California a loan to help bail us out. So, the feds aren't coming to the rescue. We can't print more money. And I'm not saying that I'm accepting any of our discussions or that any of our comments aren't valid, but I think that, sometimes we may have a paradigm shift after we hear the news on what the budget means exactly for us. And that discussion, any of this is premature. Policy, no policy, whatever it may be. So I happen to like the small high schools. I think they're important in many ways, and that personalization at the high school where we have such a difficult time engaging students. There was a report actually that I read this weekend that Emily Alpert had a really wonderful tool she had discovered for doing analysis on dropout rates that I guess has been posted by the state government. And what was interesting to me was that our dropouts, for the state of California, dropouts in high school tend to be in the senior year, that largely they drop out in the senior year, or they are in other parts, or that they're spread throughout. In San Diego, it looks to me, Superintendent, that our dropouts are sophomores. 40% of our dropouts are actually in the sophomore year. So, that to me speaks to student engagement, and, how do we keeping these kids? And that's a conversation for these small high schools. How do we keep them? And high school students who are coming back in September, though, I will say, they're planning their college careers and have made decisions on their futures. An elementary school is an elementary school is an elementary school, with some few exceptions for Suzuki violins and such. But a high school is a student's real future, and a lot of them transferred to Kearney or to San Diego High or whatever with the expectation that they'd be able to plan their future, which is a lot. Is quite a few steps closer than it is for an elementary student. So I think I really want to hear that FIPMAC discussion. Well, actually, let me put it this way. If we could avoid hearing that and not have to bury our heads in the sand and not have to listen to it, I'd be happy, but I think we need to.
We will hear it.
It's going to be bad.
And then Ms. Hunter.
One of the things that if you can have small schools that will help you decrease your dropout rate and increase your graduation rate, they'll pay for themselves several times over. And in my conversation this morning with FICMAT, they talked about how our attendance has been pretty flat and our dropout rate has been pretty steep in the past number of years on an annual basis. And getting that dropout rate up and encouraging kids to stay in school and even attracting kids to come in from other charters or private schools could be very beneficial to us. The issue for us and for me is we get tagged a lot of having pet projects and doing this and doing that just to run around trying to create turmoil. What we're trying to do is get direction from this board. And it's hard when I'm hearing from one board member or two board members, we want comprehensive schools. I hear from others, we want small schools. And I agree with what Dr. Evans said, is, maybe you don't have one size fits all, but we have to have a district philosophy about where this board wants to go, centered around school size. Now, one of the issues when I go out and talk to the principals and sit down with the principals of these small schools, it's very clear and apparent if you go sit down and listen to them that the way the small schools were designed to begin with, at least in their minds, was centered around competition, even on the same campus. And we need to have schools that are collaborative, where teachers work together, where they are involved in decisions at the school level, and where people are working towards trying to graduate all kids and improving rigor and that kind of thing. I do think that you have to also pay some attention to what works here in our district and what works elsewhere. And what we're finding, and I get into this with our own staff, what we're finding is what does work best is when you do have a school with its own principal versus having these VPs. Now, you can save a little money here and a little money there, but in the long run, what have you saved? One of the things we may need to look at is how we pay these folks. Do you pay a principal of a small school the same that you would pay a principal running a 2,000-student high school? Well, I don't think so. I think they ought to be paid more on a pay schedule of running a middle school because they're small. But that gets into all other conversations and upsets people, and anytime you change anything, people have a tendency not to like it. But we have to have some direction from you, whether it's today or whenever it is, about what we need to do. Kearney is, in my best estimate, the 4 small schools there have had some success. 2 of them have been recent award winners. You look at their construction program, it's gotten national recognition. It as a group has been the most successful of our small school endeavors. The other 2, save International School of Business at San Diego High, Crawford and the rest have had mixed reviews. So we think, and the staff and I believe, that perhaps we ought to look at in some places where we have 4 small high schools, like the board president said, the numbers are decreasing. Maybe you could have 3 small schools there versus having 4. Maybe at San Diego High you could have 5 versus 6. Those are some of the conversations we've had as a staff, and I'm not sure it's going to, it may generate $1.5 million in savings over the course of a year. But what it also might do is make the schools more effective with better leadership. And also create in climates where schools work together, so that kids can take a foreign language. In some of our schools right now, they're trying to say so self-contained that a kid can't take a course in another small high school in the same building. Mm-hmm. Whereas if you will think about going to college, you may be an industrial engineer, but you go over to the foreign language department to take foreign language. You go to the PE department to take physical education. So there ought to be some courses, whether it's advanced placement or language courses, for example, that these small schools could share.
I think that's kind of what I, certainly I think. I don't think that we have to have all or none. I think that which is certainly kind of what you were saying, but I don't think we shouldn't have all or none. We do have some success for small schools, and the ones that are successful, I think, should stay. But the ones that aren't, then I think we have to be willing to look at them and do something different. And I've seen all the other schools, and I don't want to, because we're going to end up being a little bit late here, but I can say this from the Crawford standpoint of view, is that when it was a full school, it wasn't quite successful, and when it was rushed and turned into a small school, and it still hasn't been quite successful. The capacity is extremely low, and I was over there, looking at the promotion. Parents aren't choosing to go there because they're very, very confused. And so the thing is that it's not we as a board and as a district have to not say, well, we're going to do small schools and that's it. And at certain schools, and this is why I wrote down to go back and find the original document that talked about that whole process, about we would have some comprehensive schools, we would have small schools, and why they put schools in certain categories, because I disagreed with it then when I was a classroom teacher, but I still think that some of those rationales could give us some insight as to what we need to do next. What I don't want, and I can say this very clearly right now, is that we are not going to continue to not have success at Crawford High School. Okay, and people are going to have to put on their glasses or their super lenses or whatever and look at what's going on there and fix it. And one of the things that I do know that has not been fixed at that school is that school sits in the middle of an area that has a large bilingual area. I mean, not just one language, but it has several languages. And that was one of the reasons why initially somebody said, let's make it a United Nations school, because it has so many languages. But they didn't want to invest the money in that particular neighborhood, so they didn't do it. And what we had to do is stop saying, well, I don't want to invest in that neighborhood, but there was no other place in this district that had as many different languages and dialects as that school has, and we still have not addressed that for that particular school. So I know we're running out of time today, but that is a conversation that we have to have, and I don't want us pitting small school thoughts against each other, because whereas Kearney small schools have been successful, leave them. But over here at Crawford, it clearly has not. And so it's not to say that because these schools have not been successful in their own right, they clash against each other. The thing is, what is best for these schools? How do we make all of these schools successful and get our students attending our high schools, because that's where they want to be? And that is my concern that we're not doing. And Superintendent, I know you want to speak, but it's almost 2. We have one more public comment that wants to speak, and then we need to get up and go to closed session. Ms. Hunter, please. Sorry for making you wait so long.
Hi. I'm Carol Hunter, 4620 Bayona Drive. I just wanted to add my voice as a member of the Small Schools Committee. There were 3 issues that came up for me continually in my reading and during the meetings, and one of them was the bigger picture of why are these numbers so low to begin with? Why aren't people attending? Why aren't parents supporting their neighborhood schools? So I felt like we really needed to get to that. The other one was I didn't feel that the bottom line was that the savings was going to be that significant in the long run. And that really came about to me when I thought about it in terms of the original mandate about converting the small school, the elementary school, into something else, into a high school, what have you. But the third thing that I just want to reiterate, because I sent all of you my rationale about this after the recommendations were made, was that we were not following the procedures that were outlined. And so, Mr. DeBeck, what you said earlier, I just want to stand up here and fully support that, because that came up from me continually. And by not doing that, we were just alienating people in this community. They were very angry, and for a lot of different reasons that I'm sure many of you have heard about. And so my ultimate recommendation was that we don't close any of the small schools. And that has nothing to do with my belief. That's completely separate. I believe in closing schools, but I believe that we close them because they're not safe, because the staff isn't educating children properly. There's a whole number of reasons you can close a school. But in this particular case, I just felt that the process started in the middle somewhere, and it just wasn't going to resolve anything or ultimately make a good decision for the district, and certainly not for kids. So I just wanted to add my voice to that.
Thank you. Board members, let me, it's look a little bit after 2. Why don't we meet upstairs in closed session at about 10 after?
Can I just make one brief comment?
Okay, brief comment.
Just in terms of consensus about direction for the superintendent.
Thank you.
Hearing different thoughts. I think it's pretty clear on the elementary school closure issue how we're proceeding on that. On the high school issue, I would suggest that our consensus be that we are going to very carefully as a board look at this issue of high schools, small schools, and over time come up with a plan for that, but that we not make any drastic changes for the year 9-10 so that we can maintain some stability in the district other than any very minor administrative cost sort of saving sorts of changes, which does not mean consolidating schools or anything like that, because we don't want to do something and undo it. So that, when you're saying you want direction, that's what I would propose as the direction if everybody else agrees.
No, I agree with that, and there's also, school districts are notorious for doing things in the dark of summer when everybody's gone home, and I really don't think that we can. Some minor administrative changes, I'd like to add my voice to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry? What that is. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Take 10.
Do I need to kick it on, or do you guys kick it on?
I'm actually not going to.
Yeah, you're going to be working on budget book? Okay.
Either Cheryl or Jeff in the back should kick it on.
Yeah.
If not, Jack. Hopefully he'll be sitting there watching.
Right.
Kick it on in time too. So if you guys just say it, all right, if we can see the PowerPoint.
Sure. Okay. All right. Yeah. Someone jumped to action, and it's left is forward click, right is back click. Oh, those. Oh, nice. Side to side.
Little laser pointer.
Wow.
And if you need the mouse, you can just close that and use it as a mouse.
Wow, that's fancy.
It's compliments to the IT department.
No kidding. Okay, and are we the only ones with the PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay, then I won't leave it up here for. All right.
I'm not sure. I've got 8 to 10 minutes at most. I'm not going to respond to questions. What the agenda is for the
We'll get started in just a few minutes. No.
I didn't want to speak to the PowerPoint. But I thought it was important to leave on you the detailed information that you asked for. It's got the renewal, the percentages, and this is the other information that's on it. Why don't you? We did. I haven't That's what I was talking about. He is set up a meeting. He can meet with him and outside counsel.
That's what they do.
Welcome, everybody. I'm going to turn the mic off. I'm going to turn the mic off. I can talk with you. Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to our special board meeting this afternoon. Could you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. The first item that we're going to take up at this particular time would be our VIVA presentation by Mr. McGregor.
Thank you for the tremendous honor to be able to speak to you today. My name is George McGregor. I'm the General Manager of the Southern California Schools VIVA. It has been my privilege to work with the district management and their associations over the last 17 years. I think the only job harder than managing the healthcare crisis, the decline in quality, and the spiraling costs related to healthcare would be being a school board of $1 billion entity whose funding is being cut. So I won't plead. I've got a very difficult job to do. Yours is tougher. I want to take about 10 minutes and then make sure I answer your questions, be respectful of your time. The VIVA was formed in 1993 with 16 school districts, including the San Diego Unified School District. And there were a lot of reasons for forming it. The healthcare crisis was out of control. Funding was being cut at districts. Healthcare quality was declining. And there was a lot of misinformation between management and unions regarding benefits. The county superintendent, the superintendent of city schools, as well as the labor associations agreed to pull together with the specific issue of forming an entity that would provide accurate information, data analysis based upon factual information to allow the parties to get out of the acrimony that tends to go with bargaining on such a tough issue as benefits. That collaboration has been very, very successful. The VIVA, with your help, a very significant part of your help, has saved the constituent districts over that time frame over $120 million of public education funding that otherwise would have been spent had what is now 32 school districts and 81,000 people, or $400 million of annual benefits purchase, decided that they were going to pool together, lower costs, and try to improve the quality of health care. If you look back in VIVA's history, back when it got formed, the crisis originated when there were 32 medical groups providing the bulk of care to your employees. That would be 90% to your employees. That number has changed. There were also 30 individual insurance carriers writing business that time that you could use competition to basically help improve the programs and increase the quality of the insurance provider products. Those numbers today, there are currently 5 insurance carriers writing business in Southern California that you could consider for your coverage, and less than 8 medical groups actually provide the bulk of health care to your membership. That consolidation has led to tremendous clout shift actually to the provider system, that you're seeing the medical delivery system pass on 20% year-over-year increases without increasing service or without increasing the quality of health care. We have seen in the population a huge decline in quality that's measured. Right now, the district, 1 in 5 of your members that have critical disease states are being treated for diagnoses they don't have. 65% of those that have been properly diagnosed are being treated with old medical protocols. And as I stand before you today, you are spending, and this is just the San Diego Unified School District, you are spending $20 million a year treating diseases and disease states that your members, your employees, do not have. The savings is not in the administration of the program. Your participation in VIBA has less than 1% of your funding actually goes into administration. The savings that we have to attack together, in my opinion and the board's opinion, is to improve the quality of health care. We had the independent experts that were working on a brand new disease management program that I'll talk to you briefly about today came in and said, if magically we could simply get the employees to go to the Mayo Clinic, you could reduce the cost of health care by 35% immediately. Now, the physician that made that statement is the head of the CHART project in the state of California, designed in order to improve the quality of health care, improve outcome reporting in the hospital and the physician delivery system. We do not believe that as a strategy that co-payment changes are an effective way to control costs. In fact, there's very direct evidence, study and information that shows that for every $5 increase in co-payments, individuals making between $25,000 and $50,000 a year, which would be the bulk of your classified population, will not go to a doctor because of that increase in co-payment. You end up with actually higher utilization if you simply look at co-payment shifts. As a philosophy, we believe that you must engage the member in healthy behavior with plan designs that will cause them to participate in their own health care and, in effect, keep them out of the health care delivery system the proper way, which is to get them well or effectively control their disease. We've completed the renewal. The board made the decision last week on what carrier selections would be and what plan designs are. In fact, tonight is our advisory committee meeting to roll that out to the 100-plus units. However, I felt it was very important to be here to respond to your questions where I can. So this is the first advisory committee meeting I've missed in 17 years. I was asked to come into your bargaining groups, which included the district, to deal with a number of questions that came forward primarily through SDEA related to the district's plan to move July 1st to a Kaiser $15 co-payment plan and to set compensation at that level to all of the districts and to respond to that. Again, we believe in fact-based decisions based on the actual data. I submitted your proposal actually to independent actuaries and said, look at this and tell me what happens. What they came back with, and looking at that independently of your proposal, is that proposal would save the district the first year $23 million. That the employees would have to pay an increased cost of $8.5 million, which would be $1,400 for each employee for the non-Kaiser HMO and $3,600 for the point-of-service plan. The real problem is in year 2. The district costs, because of selection and the normal things that happen when you go into cost-shifting strategies, the cost for the district would go up by almost $10 million in year 2, and the employee contributions requirements would go up by $4.7 million, which would be a 55% increase in the contribution required of the employees. We provided that information, and I believe the bargaining units requested that I present today and share that information with you. We've heard a lot of information and rhetoric about the district is subsidizing the other VIBA districts. That is simply not true, and we're prepared to present that. We've also heard rumors that you can get a lower price quote from both Pacific Care and Kaiser on a direct basis. Both carriers are prepared to stand in front of you and tell you that that is not the case either. We represent $400 million of purchasing clout, and we use that clout to drive the renewals down. This year's renewal was unsatisfactory to us when we got started. We're a little late on the renewal because we had a very difficult time in dealing with it. We have successfully lowered the renewal from what they proposed by $14 million across the trust. You would be the recipient of about 40% of that in our efforts. I reiterate VIVA's promise at this point in time, should you choose, we've made the offer before, but have not been taken up on this offer, we will provide an independent actuary to your bargaining units and your members of management to sit down at the table and work with you on smart plan design and changes to make it to deal with the budgetary crisis that you're dealing with. We also have a number of new plan offerings that will be rolling out actually tonight. I've given to each of you a paper copy of what will be presented actually tonight to the bargaining units with the plan designs and other information available, and you have the capability to sit down at the table and effectively bargain the changes you need to deal with your very difficult funding issue. It is simply our request that you adhere to the principles you helped develop, which is one of honesty, disclosure, transparency, and sit down and deal with the information based upon the individual facts related to it. There'll be a new plan offering coming forward in the renewal. There will be a PPO offered under Pacific Care, which has a lower price point than your current point of service plan. That is available, and the board is considering other specific benefit changes to deal with the crisis in health care. The crisis in health care, the number one issue that the board faced in this renewal was price. How do we lower price long term? How do we make this more affordable to the districts that are in a tremendous financial crisis? The second issue was physician networks. We don't want to be in the business of telling a patient they can't see their physician. And then the third priority issue in selecting the renewal was to minimize the impact on any changes to the actual employees in terms of accessing care and making sure they get the quality care that they need. All of that information is summarized in the report. I'll be happy to go into that in some detail. Knowing your time limits, however, I didn't want to take 45 minutes to do that. So at this point, I would respond to any questions you have.
Mr. Barrera, please.
Mr. McGregor, we've got the projections that we've got in looking at our budget decisions for the projections for health and welfare benefits increases over 2009 are working on an assumption of a 16% increase in our Pacific Care program and a 10% increase in our Kaiser program. Do you have any sense of how accurate in your mind those projections are?
Your Kaiser increase will be about 7%. The Pacific Care maximum would be 12% without benefit changes. If you make different benefit plan design changes, it will be less than that total.
Okay. So under the current benefit plans, we'd go up a maximum 12% in Pacific Care and 7% in Kaiser?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Dr. Evans, Peter?
Yep.
Dr. Evans?
I just was following, but I want to understand a little better, thank you, Mr. McGregor, about the copay issue in terms of increasing the copay. Basically, you were saying that by increasing from $5 to $15, that you would save money the first year, the $23 million you talked about, and then that it would go down from that point. You said it would cost $10 million, and I'm not sure if you meant it would be saving only $13 million versus $23, or I wasn't sure if I followed that correctly.
There is a thing that they refer to as selection. When you start changing, requiring substantial out-of-pockets, there's a risk transfer that goes between plans.
So, but that meaning that if the Kaiser copay were increased, that people, in this case, that people would switch to Pacific Care?
No. What that means, the copayment issue is if I'm faced with a decision on whether I'm going to buy shoes for my kids or go see the doctor for a copayment, the higher that copayment gets for the doctor, the less likely I am to go. Right. Chances are I'll get well, I won't have to spend any money, and I can use the money for cost of living of what I needed. The copayment change creates that barrier. At some point, people are going to quit going, and you're faced with emergency room visits. The Kaiser increase is related to the fact that there is a shift of enrollees that are going to go on, where right now you've got more of the family coverage in the PacifiCare plan in terms of the demographics. That will change when they now have to be out of pocket so substantially on the PacifiCare plan. Those additional members will put price on Kaiser to be a more expensive option. For the non-PacifiCare plan, the people that are actively using the healthcare system, and right now 15% of your members are 85% of your expenses, they're not going to quit going to the doctor at any copayment change. You're also not going to get rid of their claims. That's why you get a 55% increase in PacifiCare, is the risk will be much higher left in that plan.
George, just a quick follow-up. Have you had any experience with districts that would raise copay, but as an option, the district itself would pay the copay, and look at the difference between the savings in the savings in the decreased copay and then what the district would have to pick up in terms of picking up the copay itself?
The most innovative program I've seen coupled that with a 125 plan, where there was arbitrage in terms of what the carrier would reduce the rates for the copayment and the premium savings. The district put money into the 125 plan to help offset that copayment increase. So the answer is yes, sir, I have.
Other board members?
I didn't mean to preempt questions.
Are you done?
No. So, what kinds of do you have a sense that you could just work with us a little bit today on the kinds of plan design changes that might incentivize employees to to do checkups more often, take better care of themselves, not use the health plan as much? What kind of ideas would you throw out there?
I think that modern plan design will tell you to eliminate or lower copayments on primary care. You don't want any barriers to receiving the primary care and staying healthy. What you want really to do is transfer that cost shifting, if you will, to people that are actively utilizing the healthcare system to incentivize them to be smart purchasers of healthcare.
Yeah.
Right now, your point of service plan, for example, has very high demand on out-of-network procedures. And that's considered out-of-network because they don't go to their primary care physician to get a referral. If they simply went to the primary care physician, got a referral, it would be adjudicated by the carrier as an in-network claim at almost a 40% savings. So what you do is you put a deductible on that specialty care that if you go in-network, gets waived. If you go out of network, you have to pay it. That's a direct incentive where you're not eliminating care, you're not cost shifting, you simply say, guys, you got to wake up and use the system like we've designed it. So that would be one of the options. One of the options the VIVA board is considering is the implementation of a higher emergency room copayment. The urgent care facilities in San Diego are getting very tough to access, and they're actually closing down. So more and more people are using the emergency room, which is very, very expensive to provide services in the emergency room. Increasing that copayment, waiving it if you're admitted, so you don't want people who have an emergency to stay away, so you waive the copayment if admitted, but if you go for a sore throat that you've had a week and you're just tired of doing it, then you might be exposed to $250 copayment related to that emergency room treatment. Those are about giving the employees choices on how to access their care, and those are probably just 2 of 20 different items that could be done in that capacity. The VIVA believes that the real dollars is that $40 million a year we're spending on treating members for diseases they don't have. And the board is rolling out a purchasing cooperative. It's a brand new, first-in-the-country structure that is going to involve a couple of million purchasers of health care in California, and have contracted with the University Medical School at San Francisco to completely come in and evaluate the health care of all of the members in San Diego County. Specifically, look for areas of inappropriate care and determine what we can do with plan design in order to eliminate that inappropriate care. We've also reached out to Sharp Healthcare, and we want to get involved in developing an innovative partnership. Right now, 61% of VIBA's members access care within Sharp Healthcare, and their senior staff and their CEO have committed to work on a partnership with VIBA that will help deal with the real cost drivers. You have to find a way, I think, to really engage the associations in the cost containment. And I will share with you one area that has huge potential cost savings for the district, and that has to do with undiagnosed, untreated depression. We have seen in your critical users, the 15% of the individuals, that almost 40% of them suffer from clinical depression, and they have not been identified or treated for that clinical depression. That directly drives up the cost of health care. The easiest example would be a diabetic starts a bout of clinical depression, quits taking their meds, quit exercising, they end up in the hospital. That diagnosis is going to be coded as a diabetic encounter. Well, it's really not. It's a clinical depression encounter. Diabetes was what ended up in the hospital. But unless you treat the clinical depression, you're not going to be able to keep that individual out of the hospital. We have found through our studies that we've done that the employee populations will not respond to the employer on mental health issues. They will respond to the unions and the associations. I think in a three-way partnership between VIBA, the associations, and the districts, we could target clinical depression within your population and have a huge claim savings potential if we can find a way to work together to address that issue. Both of those will have a tenfold impact of what a copayment change would have on lowering your costs.
Questions or comments?
Well, just one quick.
Okay.
So basically, increasing copays is not cost effective.
I'm sorry, sir?
So basically, increasing copays is not necessarily cost effective.
You need to increase copayments on the specialty care as opposed to primary care. You don't want any obstacles to staying healthy, but you want copayments in those areas that will drive the consumers to appropriate delivery systems of care.
But is there an average copay? Because many people copay is around $20, and certainly ours is very low. So is there an average copay? Because certainly if it's 20 and you're driving it up to 25 or 30, I can understand what you're saying. But with ours being so low, the question then is there an average amount, a certain amount of copay that becomes cost prohibitive for the patient?
I'll focus in on the purposes of your question on the primary care copayment as opposed to the specialty copayment. Probably the average that we're seeing on a statewide basis is a $10 copayment for primary care. That's one of those issues that I think is a fact-based decision. Basically get the actuaries to tell you what it's going to do to your costs at each of the levels, tell you what, $10, tell you what $15, tell you what $20 is, and you can make the give and take issues about what level is appropriate.
Okay, Mr. DeBeck, I'm sorry. Okay. Dr. Evans?
Yes. So along with the copay issue, in terms of that versus deductible, could you just comment on how, you talked about how increasing the copay could have this negative effect. What happens if a deductible is increased? Is it the same thing, or is that a little different?
We have found that deductibles, because they're at higher dollar amounts, tend to get a lot more attention than what copayment changes were. So we've got, for example, a plan design that we developed last year and offered that has a $1,500 hospital deductible, first dollar deductible. If you do one of the following 12 items, and there are a number of choices the employee can do, that deductible is waived. So, for example, if you're pregnant, going through your appropriate prenatal care will waive $500 of that deductible. Going through a hospital that's a Centers of Excellence for Maternity Care would waive another $500 deductible total. We found that by directing them to higher quality providers, the savings on the claims side far outweighs what the deductible would be. But if somebody is there and chooses simply not to go to proper delivery systems that are cost effective, where there's contracts in place, they're going to be exposed to $1,500 out of pocket for the fact that they're not participating in the decision. It basically gives the employees an opportunity to maintain their benefit level by partnering and lowering the costs.
So I'm assuming that on a primary care basis that a copay or deductible, either one, would be a barrier to going for the routine checkups and that type of thing.
You do not, in my opinion, want to put any deductibles on the primary care, and I would actually suggest you consider a differential copayment, that all your annual physicals, your well care, your well woman exams should at a minimum be at zero, because you want people to go through that and then care after that, be it whatever the deductible is. And the carriers and Viva would allow that kind of differential deductible.
Okay, and then the next question has to do with employees choosing between, say, a Kaiser-type in-house HMO and then Pacific Care, whether HMO or... what have you seen in terms of the choices people make? I mean, currently our system is you can choose whichever you want, and there's no difference to the employee in terms of they're equally provided to all employees. What happens when the differentiation is made? You have to pay the difference in the premium.
The first issue I saw with the proposal that the district brought forward with the funding at Kaiser only and not the other carrier was, would Pacific Care even write the coverage under that circumstances? It causes tremendous adverse selection. I'm absolutely certain they would not hold the price point, because you're incentivizing all the young, healthy people to go to Kaiser, and all the people that need access to a major medical system or tertiary care to stay in the Pacific Care plan. So problem number one was, would you have an alternative carrier under that circumstance at all? Second issue that I saw, and Kaiser's quality of health care is very, very high. They are a very cost-effective provider, and they're at or near capacity in Southern California. Can they take a mass transfer of patients all at one time? Right now they couldn't, but they're hiring 27 new physicians over the next 3 to 4 months to beef up their capacity to see new patients. What I've seen more often to avoid the selection transfer is other strategies where they start to average the rates across the two carriers and would contribute something more than what the lowest price would be, but less than what the primary or the secondary carrier would be, which helps avoid the risk selection and keeps both plans healthier longer term.
When you said you take the average, meaning that everybody would pay the same? I mean, there'd be some employee contribution, whether it was Kaiser or Pacific Care, for example?
That's certainly one of the strategies you could do subject to bargaining.
I mean, that avoids this selection process of the people who are sicker.
Yes, that's one of the methods to avoid the selection.
Right. Okay, so when we've looked at these numbers, saying this is what it costs us for Kaiser and this is what it costs us for the other plan, and so therefore having the employees pay the difference, the problem is that the cost for the other plan, in this case Pacific Care, would go way up.
It would skyrocket.
Exactly, which would cancel out the savings.
Well, what you tend to see happen in that situation is Kaiser's rates are less expensive because they have a younger population, they have a healthier population. Suddenly you bring the Pacific Care population, put that with the Kaiser population, they now have the average. So your Kaiser is going to go up much faster to reflect the increased risk that's moved into that plan. And by the end of all of it, you end up with higher rates than you would have if you managed the risk with the two providers.
On both sides?
On both sides.
On both sides, okay. And then another issue that we looked at was in terms of spouses, when two spouses are employed by the district. And my experience with insurances has been before, even with regular indemnity plans, that when you have one spouse that has an 80% coverage and the other spouse has 80% coverage, that you end up still, you don't get 160% coverage, even 100, you still get the 80% coverage. So I'm trying to understand with employees of the district and if they both have, what is the advantage of both of them being an enrolled member as opposed to one being an enrolled member and the other being a spouse or family member? When, to me, it looks like the coverage would be exactly the same, and if there's a change of status of divorce or anything like that, you're automatically, it's a change of status that allows you to enroll late anyway. So,
I absolutely agree, and that's why last year the VIBA board took action to vary its underwriting policies that now allow, should it be a bargained benefit term, that only one of the spouses be covered and the other be allowed to be a dependent. What you have in the medical delivery system, since most of the care is capitated with Pacific Care and the physicians, you end up paying a physician twice for the same care. So VIBA allows that now as one of the cost-saving techniques.
But from the employee's point of view, there is no gain, correct, by both employees being listed as the primary person?
Well, you've got the benefit issues that VIBA's got where it waives co-insurance and one of the deductibles when there is double revenue.
Oh, it does?
Effect. So, yes, I mean, clearly where there's more revenue coming in than you need for the claims, we try to find ways to effectively return that back to the district and the employees. So it would be a slight benefit reduction by making that change.
Okay. And then just finally, the other one is in terms of, since so much of the primary care costs are related to mental health, specifically to depression, what is being done in the plans to make that easily accessible? I mean, I know a lot of plans, they say a key thing that helps is not having to go through your primary care physician when people don't want to tell them that they're depressed or other things like that.
There's three ways that we're currently trying to do it. The first is we're in negotiations with Optum Behavioral Health, which used to be Pacific Care Behavioral Health, to come up with a whole suite of online self-assessment tools that will allow the employees in the privacy of their home to check in and see where they stand. Some of the outcomes of that can be you need help, call the EAP, the Employee Assistance Plan, to schedule time to be able to get the help you need. The second is we're working with Sharp Healthcare to actually educate the primary care physicians on identifying clinical depression and what are the treatment options for that. That way, if somebody comes in and presents a medical situation, they'll take time to really see, is there a clinical depression cause related to that? And that is also being developed and has actually rolled out in a couple of test cases. The third piece, which we have not yet been able to get done, is to embrace a VIBA district and a VIBA union and have the union sponsor what we kind of consider, your car needs a tune-up and a checkup, why don't you get checked up as well, to take the stigma out of mental health treatment, and we believe that that's best done inside of the association setting. We, however, can't do that by VIBA's operating rules unless the district and the association both agree that that's a project that they want to undertake.
Okay, and within the Kaiser system, in terms of mental health access, do they go through Kaiser or do they go through a separate employee assistance program?
We have the EAP program for all members, which allow the Kaiser members to access the non-Kaiser system for the first 5 visits. If it's beyond that, then they have to go into the Kaiser system for treatment.
Okay, thank you very much.
We have one public testimony. Any more questions?
Just one. I'm sorry. I just wanted to follow up. Do you have current examples of the kind of program you're talking about where the union encourages employees to go and get themselves checked out?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I know you've got a difficult job, and I applaud you in your efforts. Thank you.
We appreciate you coming to speak to us. We really do. Thank you. We do have one public speaker, Joni Collins, please.
Dr. Greer, President Sheila Jackson, and board members. I want to thank you for allowing Mr. McGregor to speak with us and his experts in this subject matter. I just want to share that as somebody that's been working for the school district for 11 years, I think, and looking around me, I'm pretty new compared to the other employees. Some of them have been there 20 and 30 years, and I think that has to do with the fact that San Diego Unified has provided good benefits, and you've retained great employees, and I thank you for that. And also, we have surveyed our membership, and the top and most important thing is to keep. They appreciate the benefits and they want our benefits. And on a personal note, I thank you for the benefits of the choice of Kaiser or Pacific Care. My husband is in a wheelchair, and because of his relationship with his doctor, he has an electric wheelchair that provides him independence. He last year served on the San Carlos School Board football team. He was the coach's rep, and he was all over the football field. He has a quality of life, and it's because of his personal relationship with his doctor. And I can call the office, and it's immediately, they know who I am. I also have chosen him as my personal doctor, along with other family members. It means a lot. I wouldn't jump over to Kaiser if that was my only choice. And I appreciate what Mr. McGregor said about quality of care. And that's what's really important, is the quality of care. Having the primary doctor, who's an intensive care specialist, he finally got to the root of my husband's problems and his bone problems. And we wish we would have known about this sooner. But because of that, he is living a quality of life. And I know other members have shared with me that Kaiser doesn't provide the medicine that they need, for their wife or whatever. If we can somehow, the cost of $200 a month or $250 for somebody that doesn't really, we're not getting rich working here, but that's okay because the benefits that we have are very much appreciated. So I just wanted to share my personal story, and also many other members that I know that I've talked to as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was not an action, that was just an informational item. Board members, we will now move on to item A05, which is our budget adoption, our first reading. And this, too, is just a first reading tonight. Superintendent Greer.
Thank you, President Jackson. At this time, I'd like to invite James Macias to come up to the podium and to basically walk the board through his projections for the coming year. I also understand, James, that Debbie Deal from FICMAT is here, and that we wanted to invite Debbie to make a few comments to the board about their work in the district. I had an opportunity to spend about 40 minutes this morning in a conference call with Debbie and her counterpart from FICMAT, and was very pleased to hear that after being in the district for a while, that their numbers were tracking very nicely with the numbers that you and your staff have used in developing our budget. And I think that's very important, because as we work with the community and our different employee groups, the integrity of the numbers that we're using and establishing that integrity and transparency, I think, is very important. So I see Ms. Deal came up to the front, and if it's in keeping with if it's okay with you, I'd like to give her a chance to just say hello and maybe elaborate a little on what I just said, and then you can take off with your presentation.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. I'm Debbie Deal from the FICMAT team, which stands for the Fiscal Crisis Management and Assistance Team. And we have been invited to your district, both Anthony Bridges and myself, to assist the district staff members with their assumptions and projections, and to do just a general review of the actions taken to date in the budget process that you have had. The superintendent asked us to work with staff and to review all of the assumptions and all of the projections that the district is using currently to project not only next year's budget but the two years out, and which is required by AB 1200, as you know. Also, we are in conjunction with the district preparing an independent analysis in our software called Budget Explorer, which we will turn over a copy of these projections for the district's use once we are complete with our work. Our work is currently in process. We've only been here for a couple of weeks. We've made a lot of progress with the team, and we've been down here several times working with your administrative staff and other staff members as they work through this most difficult time. And I must say and thank them for their hard work. And trying to deliver a budget package to you is difficult enough in these economic times, but then to have FICMAT in there asking all kinds of questions and has really placed an extra burden on your staff that's already overworked and extremely underloved. So I thank them for that, really. Our numbers, as we have moved through, several millions of dollars of entries, are tracking very closely with the district staff numbers at this point. Of course, we are not complete with our work, but we expect to be complete by the 23rd, and we will be back for your board meeting. And should you choose to invite us to share those projections with you concurrently with your staff members, we will be happy to do so. We are here tonight to support your staff and to listen to the presentation. And we also want to let you know that that we are working with them as they work to the final date of June 23rd to give you their adopted budget, and as required under AB 1200, the 2 years out. And everybody understands right now what a difficult time this has been for all school districts around the state. The economy was bad at the beginning of the year, and it's continued to deteriorate over time. And staff have tried to keep up with these projections, constantly changing numbers throughout the year. Emergency legislative sessions, starting out with a 0.68% cost of living COLA, which was a plus, to 18% deficit now is extreme projection change in just 1 year. So staff has, wrestled with that. They've come to you many times with budget solutions, and I think that they've been most creative in that effort. And they've put together tonight for you what they believe will be the first reading of your adopted budget with your multi-year projection. Our numbers are tracking very close to that. And we can tell you right now that without making some actions on the budget adjustments that are necessary in year 2 and 3, that the County Office of Education most likely would not approve your budget. They may give you a conditional approval, or they may disapprove it at this time unless you come to them with a balanced budget. And I know that you've looked under every rock and nook and cranny, and they've come to the table with you with all of the budget solutions that they can. And these are hard times, and these are hard choices. But in order for the district to get an approved budget, then you are under the guidelines of AB 1200, and you will have to produce a balanced budget in all 3 years. We encourage you to make budget cuts and budget solutions and adjustments sooner than later, because $1 this year in a multi-year budget is $3 at the end of the time period. So the sooner that you make budget adjustments, the better off your district will be. And certainly in years 2 and years 3. You have some serious challenges ahead of you, each one of you, and it's going to be very difficult to make some of the decisions that you're going to have to make under AB 1200. But if the county does disapprove or conditionally approve your budget, they could appoint to you a fiscal advisor. And a fiscal advisor could very well be the FCMAT team, or it could be other qualified experts that the county will bring in. And at that point, the fiscal advisor will sit with you on the board and will require that all board items be brought forward prior to the board meeting for approval by the fiscal advisor. And the fiscal advisor will have stay and rescind authority over those decisions at that time. So we want to make sure that everybody's really clear on what the process is, and we understand that it is going to be very difficult, but we wanted you to be very clear about where you need to go in order to get an approved budget. So if you had any questions at this point, I'd be happy to address them.
Board members? Board members, any questions or comments? Okay, but thank you very much and welcome.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I did have one. Our financial staff is not unloved. They are actually appreciated.
I'm sure they are. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thanks, Debbie. Appreciate it a lot. Good evening, board members and Dr. Greer, Ms. Ward. James Macias, the Chief Finance Officer for the school district. And Cheryl, could you bring up the PowerPoint presentation? I think you have it there. And supposedly I've got a mouse that's going to help me finagle my way through the presentation.
You had a budget option update?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have it.
There you go. Oops. Okay, good. Great, it works. So just briefly, a quick overview for you. We're going to, Debbie spoke quickly to talk about the numbers seem to be tracking very close to our projections, which is good news for me and good news, I think, for the entire budget/finance team. We also met last night with the county office, and they kind of walked us through some of the areas that they thought were some risk items that we want to make sure we address. We've also incorporated in here multi-year projections for 2010-11 and 11-12, and talk about our 2009-10 budget update, which as of this time we're balanced right now, so that's good news. And then so you can see a little bit more complete picture, we've included all funds budget, which includes more than just the general fund, restricted and unrestricted. It also includes things like our state school facilities and those kinds of things. In talking last night with the County Office of Education for about an hour and a half, those are the key items that they talked about. They said, you got to have that 9-10 budget balanced. You want to make sure you have the reserve for economic uncertainty, which we have. And then, essentially, the 2010-11, 11-12 projections have to indicate positive ending balances. So we couldn't show any shortfalls or deficit in those areas. They wanted to make sure also that we understood that we had to have a reserve balance for our economic uncertainties. They were a little concerned in the area of one-time solutions. And so, that deals with our ARRA money, so the stabilization dollars and also the stimulus dollars. Their thought was, unless you start considering permanent solutions, that's going to create a huge problem for you in the 2011-2012 fiscal year. And they also wanted to caution us about using our categorical flexibility. So if you folks remember, the state did a while back is they provided us the opportunity to take Tier 3 dollars and move them into essentially general fund unrestricted. So they cautioned us about how will we fix the hole or the gap in that area. So working our way through some more conversation with them, they talked about really concentrated on 10, 11, and 11, 12. And they said, we want you to have ongoing solutions that essentially address your deficit, the structural deficit for the 2011-12 year. And if you look at, it's the handout that's our multi-year projections. So it looks like this, right? So the $112 million number they're really referring to is essentially column 4, row 13. It's this one, Mr. DeBeck. It's this one. And so what they're saying, and when cautioning us, they said, you've got about $21 million, $22 million of essentially one-time dollars that will go away, and $13 million of carryover that essentially we use that in the ending balance for 9-10. And so when they look at that, they say, even though you're showing a shortfall of $77.5 million, they see it as almost a deficit of 112 because how we've been using the one-time solutions. So they said when you look to fix some of your deficit issues, they want us to concentrate on how we're going to do that. The other requirement, as Debbie mentioned, is that we need to essentially provide to the County Office of Education multi-year projections. And so what you see there in front of you is our 2010-11 and our 2011-12 projections, and those are essentially the out-year projections. The two key areas to look at would be, of course, if you start off with our beginning balance and go to your ending balance, that's how you get to the negative 17.4. Okay? We did want to point out for you that once you get to line 7 of column 4, and the reason it's column 4 is because we've got some other columns hidden there, so that's why you see that as a column 4 versus a column 2. We're required to have $23.6 million for economic uncertainties, and this is page 5 of the PowerPoint presentation. We've got restricted grant carryover of $33.7 million. And we've also got accounting stores, prepaid expenses, and revolving cash. In the end, that equates to about $60 million of a required reserve that we need to have. When we essentially do all the reductions and get to the end of line 13, that gives us a negative shortfall of $77 million. Okay? Built into that, like I just talked about a second ago, is the fact that we've got some one-time solutions that help us get through the 2010-11 year. The other thing to think about is when you look at the reserve shortfall, or the line 13, the shortfall, when you see the 2010-11, the negative 77, and then it bumps up to an 11-12, a negative 187 million. This is what Ms. Steele was talking about when you have $1 of cuts in it, how it grows to 3. So one way you can think about that is the fact that as we continue to add costs to our base, so we have a base, and once you essentially put into things like your health and welfare benefits, cost for fuel, cost for different kinds of expenses, that increases your base. And as you continue not to have a permanent solution, well, that will essentially kind of compound, not like compounded interest, but it will add to the shortfall deficit in that third year. And that's how we grow to about the $187 million. The other thing, the important thing to recognize in 2011-12 is that our beginning balance moves to a negative $17 million number, which is reflected in column 5, row 1. So you really see that difference of the beginning balance in 10-11 of the $80 million, how essentially that swung based on the fact that we have a lot of solutions in there that are only one time and don't carry forward into the 11-12 budget year. And that's part of the reason you see the negative $17 million there. So in talking with the county, they're going to have a problem with this with the negative $17 million. They're saying you start off with that balance of that amount in the negative column. As you work your way through essentially all the line items, we project approximately $187 million as the shortfall for 11-12. So remember, we were able to balance 9-10, and we did that a lot of different ways, and I'll get into that in a minute. But as we continue not to essentially provide solutions that are permanent or that can be carried from one year to the next, that compounds the problem. That's how we grow to $187 million. All right, so quick update on the 2009-10 budget. We have that as a balanced budget. And if you remember our deficit items, which are reflected on, I'll get that for you. Just give me a second here. There we go. That is essentially titled, it's about a 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 4-page handout. And it's titled Updated 2009-10 Budget Forecast with Potential Solutions for a Budget Balance. This is the sheet that we've been working on now for, probably 5, 6, maybe even 8 weeks now. So if you look at that negative $80.2 million number, you'll see that reflected on page 2 on the 616 column. And it's $80,197,106. Okay? So what we did, actually what you folks did, I apologize for that, is that back in March 10th, you approved $31.5 million of solutions and said, okay, we're going to go ahead and make those solutions. June 2nd, you also approved another 62.2. So what we've been doing between the March 10th date and now essentially till, I think it was Sunday night actually, maybe Monday morning, in our general ledger system, we've actually made these adjustments in the system. So that's what we've really done. So when you look at our 9-10 year, you'll see it based on the fact that we actually now have the positive balance of $13.5 million. And it's projected to have the deficit at 80.2. Brought in solutions of 31.5 and 62.2 gets you to the 93.7, which gives us the positive surplus. I think an important consideration here is to think about what Ms. Steele had said a little bit ago as far as how we are able to solve the 2009-10 shortfall that we started with. And like I said, the good news for me is they're tracking very close to our numbers. So they've looked at 9-10, and now they're really concentrating on those 2 out years, 10-11, 11-12. So I am, knock on wood, hopefully they'll stay tracked with us. So what we did there is just to show you, now we're okay in 2009-10, and I can further show that to you by looking at the multi-year projections, and that's the handout that you have that looks very much like this.
Yeah.
And we've got 2008-9 through 2011-12. So if you look at column 3, very similar to what we had on the previous page, that shows us essentially moving down to about the $13 million bracket. And that is reflected on column 3, line item 13, the $13 million. And so those items there essentially is what we had done to balance to our 2009-10. Keep in mind, we do have a lot of puts and takes in the budget solution workbook that you folks have been working on for quite a bit of time. Mm-hmm. And so those show us all the puts and takes. So a couple of examples for how we budgeted 9-10. One big item would be $34 million, which is reflected in the summary sheet. And it's under the change item for 2009-10. It's after 616. It's the very next column that it's titled Change. And it's line item number 6. You'll see that there. That should be $34 million. This is the potential solutions for a balanced budget. That's the sheet I'm working on. And you look at the change column, which is right after 616, and it's the May 6th item. Well, what we've done is, as Dr. Greer attested to earlier, information changes for us all the time and on a very frequent basis. So what we do is we've been working with as many people as we possibly can, and we actually called Jeannie Oropeza. She's the budget manager for K-12 education with the Department of Finance. And we knew that $34 million was going to come. But based on the information we had, it was our understanding that $34 million was going to be deferred into a future year. But what they told us, they said, even though your apportionment payments will be deferred, you have to recognize that and book it into the 2009-10 year. So that's one significant area of change that you see to essentially help us get to the balanced budget. The problem for us, though, is that when we get into the 2010-11 year, beginning in July, depending on what happens at the state level, if they continue it deferred, it could create a little bit of a cash problem for us. And that would be we'd have to borrow from one of our other funds like state school facilities to essentially help us offset the cash problem that could happen in July and August. Okay? Another big item to look at is essentially, you can go back to the change column, line 15, and that's our IDEA stimulus funding. If you remember, what we did there as a team is we decided to go ahead and use the full amount, right? So the change is 8.17, but the full amount really is about $15.1 million. So that's another big item as far as what happened to us on the revenue side. The other big part is if you look, stay with the change column and go to line 17, and that's the fact that we're going to use $30.2 million in 2009-10 fiscal year of stabilization dollars. So once we use the $30.2 million, those dollars go away. We can't use them again. And when we talk to the county, that's one of the areas of concern for the county to say, if you're using $30.2 million one time, how do you offset those expenses into the new fiscal year?
For those that are following on television, they don't have this sheet.
Yeah, do you have the soft copy, Ms. Ward?
What I've got the sheet. It's a revised A05, and I found it. But I was originally looking at the presentation, assuming that it was going to follow your.
Gotcha.
It's not.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that and for pointing that out for me. So, Ms. Ward, do you have can you essentially come down on that for me or not? So I think if you escape out of that and minimize it.
What you have to do is go back to the original exhibit and find another page.
So there we are right there. Perfect. Now that is, let me just make sure we're sitting on the right sheet, 19508. 34. Yeah, okay.
Well, this is available on the website for people that are watching under board docs. So they can, call it up on the screen if they really... Because I'd imagine that on this little tiny screen, those numbers are hard to see. Yeah,
I appreciate Mr. Beck for pointing that out to me. So let's look at this sheet really quickly. This is the one that you folks have been working on as a team for many weeks now. And like I said, if you look at the change column and go to line item number 6, the $34 million, That's the piece that I'm talking about that is different from the last time we talked to you folks on June 2nd. So as I stated earlier, when we talked to DOF, the Department of Finance, they said you need to recognize the revenue this year, even though we're going to get you paid in essentially either July or August. And there's a rule that we have in California that says, based on the fact that we're going to receive the monies within the 90 days, we recognize the revenue in the current fiscal year. The current fiscal year there will be 2009-10. Now, the other item that we talked about is line 15. Go back to your change column, and we're essentially going to use the full flexibility in our IDA dollars of about the $15 million. So if you go down just a little bit, let me see, maybe, I don't know if does this work for me? Yeah, can you scroll down, Cheryl? I want to just get down a little bit more on page 1. There we go. Okay. So you need to look at line 17, $30.2 million. Now those are the dollars that we're using for stabilization. So when you look at the puts and takes from a revenue perspective, there's 3 key areas, which are those that I just mentioned. And that's how we are starting to get to a positive ending balance in the fiscal year 9-10. And like I said, this is an example of how quickly and how fast the numbers change, right? So back on June 2nd, we showed $34 million as being negative on line 6 because we thought it was going to be deferred late into the 10-11 year. But after we made a few phone calls, they said, no, you have to recognize it this way. So to book essentially the revenue in this year for 9-10. If you scroll down to the next section, which will be expense, Cheryl, Ms. Ward. So a couple big changes on this sheet. And what we wanted to do is we got in revenue, of course, for about $21 million worth for, you'll see it there for year 2, fiscal stabilization dollars. That's line item 52. You can refer back to your change column, the 21.8. So during the last meeting we had a week or so ago, you folks had essentially said, we want to try to use the $20 million not to help us with 9-10. We really want to use that for 10-11. So what we reflected here is we reflected essentially setting up a reserve balance to kind of corral that away from anyone so we can't tie expenses to that. Okay? So that's why you see that sitting there as a reserve item because we don't want to spend it at all in 2009-10. We're hoping that based on expenses, we can move that into the next fiscal year so you've got some second part of stabilization to help with that 10-11 year. So those are the kind of the very significant items that you'll see that happen between June 2nd and also June 16th. So let me move on to the next piece. So, Ms. Ward, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, James. Just a couple of questions in terms of changes from June 2nd to June 16th. Mm-hmm. So the most significant ones that stood out to me were...
Are you on expense or revenue, Mr. Barrera?
I'm on expense on page 2. And so telecommunications, line 43, went up by $6 million.
Yeah, let me... do you have the sheet on that, William?
Sure.
Do you have a sheet or you don't have it?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So, matter of fact, that's late breaking news for us. So what we did is we went from copper circuits to essentially fiber optic. It's called OptiMan. Was it a total increase, William? Yeah. So come on up real quick so we can help with that. Thanks.
So, yeah, the fiber optic infrastructure represented about a $4 million increase. The other is due to volume usage and on the regular telecom lines. After we consolidated all the workbooks and compiled them, that's the new telecom budget.
Well, yeah, so let
me ask a question if you don't mind. I think Gammy and Daryl met a little bit ago talking about that. So, like I said, we do have updated information almost all the time. So I wasn't there. So do you want to talk about that, Gammy?
The increase actually is the monthly cost of the new fiber optic lines for the 134 schools in preparation for our new technology plan. However, we do have an offset to that, an E-rate discount for those services, and it's about a 73% discount. However, in the district, we record the discount as revenue, so you don't see it offsetting the cost. We budgeted for the total cost, and then we budget for the revenue that offsets the cost.
Well, where do we see the revenue?
The revenue is in the general fund unrestricted.
What number?
It's in the other local revenue.
It's on this sheet, though.
It's in line item 10.
Other local.
Yeah. It will be...
It says local revenues.
10.
Item 10.
Yeah, it's in line number 10.
But line item 10 has only gone up by $257,000.
Yeah.
Because we already have built in the budget, the original budget for 0809, we have, I believe, what, $5 million in E-rate? $5 million in E-rate.
$5.3 million for E-rate.
Yeah.
So they
Where's
already
that?
show the revenue on that.
Where's that? In the 910?
In the 910. We carry a revenue of about $5 million for E-rate reimbursements. We've been carrying that over in 0809, and we also have that in 0910.
Okay. So then just going, yeah, I mean, but just going down just quick. So on expenses, line 48, the grant carryover has gone up $12.7 million.
Yeah, that essentially is some more restricted resources with ending balances. So remember what we've been doing is we've been essentially lining up our FinBud from a production standpoint and syncing up the budget workbooks that we got. So based on essentially doing more scrubbing, we've been able to find a change for that to be about $12.7 difference. The key here, though, Mr. Barrera, to think about is this is a restricted resource. It's not an unrestricted resource. So the availability for that to help what could be a shortfall problem in the next year won't be available to us in general fund unrestricted.
No, but I'm sorry, this is we're $12.7 million worse, right? In line 48.
We're talking grant carryover?
Yeah.
No, we went from line 48, right?
Yeah, and expenses.
We went from, yeah. Do you have the summary? Sorry. Oh, okay.
Right up here, but so I'll expand on that a little bit. So what happened is when, as we're closing the projections for the 8-9, you'll see the beginning balance increase substantially, and then a large number of that amount is restricted grants that are not allowed to be spent on other items. So they carry an ending balance also that go down to the reserve. This
is actually help though.
Help. It's not help in the 910. It carries on to cover the expenses in 1011.
Where is it on here?
I'm missing.
Okay, so we have grants.
It's right here.
Yes, it's in there. So we have a number of restricted grants that are ending 8-9 with a larger balance than we had originally had in the June 2nd number. So we see the beginning balance increase. And they have expenses in 910, and they also have new revenue in 910, and they continue a carryover into 1011. So that's to set it aside for the programs and the grants in 1011.
Right.
So
expenses. This is an expense sheet.
Right.
So if an expense has increased,
it's a reserve, but we have to set aside for reserve.
It's very similar to what we did with the stabilization dollars. You saw where we had the revenue up on top, and then you see where we had line 52 where we took the 21 to put it in the reserve balance. That's essentially what we have to do. We have to set this aside in the reserve so we can't use it for any unrestricted resources. What else?
Yeah. Okay. I just have a couple more. Sorry.
Jamie, do you have that explanation? Come on up. It's okay. We're fine.
I guess the confusion is that this is really not expenditure. This is actually a reserve. It's other use. It's a use of sources.
Now I understand that it's money that we're setting aside,
right,
that we can't use. But my question is, why are we setting aside $12.7 million more than we had thought we would have to on June?
Those are balances that we really cannot use to offset the deficit because they are restricted, such as the restricted lottery, for example. It does carry a balance, and it's restricted to instructional materials. It's not like those Tier 3 resources that became unrestricted at the end of the year.
But what happened between June 2nd and June 16th that makes us set aside another $12.7 million?
Yeah, that we have been going through all of the projections and all of the numbers basically for 08-09, and then the submitted budgets for 9-10. And after we've processed all of that, we've determined that there were actually some balances in those restricted resources.
Okay. I just have two more jumps, right? On page 3, then, when we're looking at the March 10th reductions, line 56, the reduction in central office non-personnel budgets.
Yeah, what happened there is, keep in mind, the sheet that you're looking at has restricted and unrestricted resources, right? And so after we actually went line by line and scrubbed that, we do have a help in State School Facilities Fund, for example. So the 11.8 really was essentially the biggest component was capital dollars. And where we got the most savings was in the FPC group and also in the PPO group. The problem that we have is that we can't use those dollars to help offset the shortfall in our general fund unrestricted. It is a help if you think about that. Now there's some more project money that can be used for physical plant operations, that kind of a thing. But from a fixing the shortfall or the deficit balance for us in general fund unrestricted, that's not available to us.
Okay.
So what I didn't want to do is show it as available to help really offset the problem that we had in the ending balance for 2009-10.
So then my concern, and it's not a concern for finance, it's a concern for all of the non-school site departments. We're projecting that we're going to save no money in central office non-personnel budgets. I mean, it seems like we've got to scrub a little bit more and find some unrestricted dollars that we're spending on non-personnel central office budgets. I mean, to come up with zero is seems like we can do better than that.
Yeah, I think the other thing to keep in mind is out of our $46.1 million. Was it 4.5 in savings for central office, Gammy? Mm-hmm. Yeah. In our current fiscal year, we had almost $5 million of central office savings. So that's part of it as well. But I understand what you're saying. We can take a look at that and see are there any expenses that are non-personnel that we can essentially eliminate or remove for the 2009-10 fiscal year. I get your message though. Thank you.
Okay. And then just the last one that I had on expenses. So line 32. So we just heard from Mr. McGregor that we've anticipated by a little bit the rise in health and welfare benefits. He said that Pacific Care would go by 12% rather than 16%, and Kaiser by 7% rather than 10%.
Yeah, and actually, I appreciate that. It's new information. And William actually, as we got that information, he was calculating that. So, do you have the numbers, William?
Sure. And so, even though that is a substantial decrease from 16%, what happens is our fiscal year is based on 2 calendar years. So, the 16% helps us for the second half of our school year, 9-10. So that's going to save us about $2.9 million. So we're going to see our expenditure line there drop by $2.9 million.
And then it should also help, I'm guessing, in 10-11 and 11-12.
To 11-12
yeah. Okay.
Assuming it doesn't go up again.
Well, I'm just going to I'm going to concentrate on a couple items because I don't know how anyone could follow this on the air. So, but I'll just use an example of the one that I think that Richard brought up was the telecommunications. Mm-hmm. Okay, so go to line 43. Telecommunications as of 6/2/09 was $4,000,003, and by 6/12 we got new information, and it's now $10,400,000. It's a raise of 600 some.
$6 million.
$6 million, yeah, I know. $6 million. Okay, now, the comment was that some of that was reserves or new fiber optics.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you're saying is that we didn't know on the 16th of the month that our new fiber optics were going to cost us another $6 million.
Well,
maybe it was just we had soft numbers, but did we not have any projection at all of what those costs would be, and we left it at zero?
Come on up, Joe. Sure.
So I actually can I try to explain this a little bit? We actually apply for E-rate funding to get these dollars. The district has in the past accepted a what's called a reimbursement process. And so they, through the reimbursement process, would book that as revenue. In any district that I've come in contact with, what you're asking the district to do is front the money for the cost of the telecommunications, and then in arrears, sometimes as much as 24 months, wait for E-rate to send the district a check. In this year, when I took over the program, we actually applied, and there's a checkbox on the E-rate application that says, provide the discount from the vendor on the bill. So the fact is that we're in a transition year for one in how we're receiving our discounts in E-rate. As far as the projections for how we have ourselves in an increased cost for telecommunications, when the board approved a year and a half ago to go to a fiber optic network to get off of the copper phone lines that were out at all the school sites, that was built up over a period of time. When I got here, only the high schools and middle schools were connected to the fiber optic network, and all of our elementaries were just kind of sitting and waiting in the installation queue. I was frustrated and talked to AT&T and said, what are we doing to get these installed and get our elementary schools up and running? Because when it rains, these networks basically shut down, and schools don't even have access to critical information like Zangle or other things that are used back from our data center. So there are two elements here. One is this was a 2-year program to get our network to a fiber optic system, and it was designed with that in mind, that it would be phased in. And the second is that we are actually going to receive discounts on our bills, so the actual cost of telecommunications is not that number for the 2009-2010 school year. It is the discounted portion of that cost. But I think they're having to realize revenue in arrears because of the way the district had applied for E-rates in the past. Is that that makes sense?
So I think what I need to do is we need to essentially look at how the new E-rate revenue is coming in and how we offset that with the expenses. So I can take that as an action item and follow up with you the next couple of days to have the factual answer for you.
Well, let me put it simply as I can. If there's an offset for any of these, there's two ways you could show it. One would be show a line item with an estimated income or a difference between, E-rate projected, but that's not on this sheet, okay? So then, or the other way would be to show a second line after line 43 that shows the reason for the change, which is, you just described it, I'm sure I not fully understood it, but I'll leave that be, that we got to spend this money and then we get it back. So it's really going to be $10 million except when we get it back.
And I think what I would say...
okay, what I'm trying to do is see how this fits together for... I'm trying to put all this together and make sense out of it. I can't understand each line that you do, but I got a problem with that, and I'll tell you that if there's a rate that a person tells me is just a placeholder, then what I want to know is how much did you use for the placeholder? Okay? And it's not there, and basically, I think Richard was right. This is very significant difference, $4 million to $10 million, and the explanation is blank. Okay? So that it doesn't even show a line that shows this other amount is
Well, like I said, Mr. DeBeck, I'll take responsibility for that.
I don't want to.
And I will.
I don't care who's responsible. Yeah. I want to understand it.
I understand.
All right, so now move on. Okay. Let's just forget that. I mean, I'm just saying, let's try and make these things understandable to those of us who don't understand, which I think is the entire public. Okay. The grant carryover. So you go from an $8 million grant carryover to a $20 million grant carryover, and you say, oh, those are all restricted. Well, then why didn't you have a reserve for grant carryovers? I'm sorry, but I could understand if you said, okay, there was an $8 million figure, and now the new figure is still $8 million, and then there's another figure which is a $12 million change, which is only a carryover balance or a restricted balance or a reserve balance. Okay, that's not that hard for me to understand, but to see it and just say restricted resources with ending balance does not describe to me why there's a $12 million difference. 5-6 words to cover $20 million is not very much of an explanation for me. And I don't know how anybody else could. If you just plug figures in and say restricted resources, ain't going to carry with, I think, the people I represent. And it certainly doesn't carry with me because I want to know more about it.
So, Mr. DeBeck, I think William can explain that in a little bit more detail if you'd like us to do that, or.
Well, I think we would. I think part of what we're saying, and we've been saying it. How long have we been talking like this? How long have we been saying that when we say a significant change in numbers, the only way we can possibly accept it is to say we trust you.
Okay.
But I don't think that we've been saying that. And so I think what we're saying is, show me what the change involves, so that we understand it, so that when I go to somebody who says, how could you increase your cost of telecommunications by that much when you thought about closing my program, or when you gave away my vice principal, or whether you threatened me with a change in my summer camp program, or whatever, they're going to match these things up against their programs, their concerns. And I can't answer it from the sheet. I could not answer this. So if the final conclusion is that we're $60 million different than we were in June 6th, and I can't explain it, then I don't know how in the world I could find the difference in the budget.
What I can do for you is I can essentially take those items that you want further explanation from us and break it out in very high level, very deep detail to show you the transactions at the transaction level where it changed and how it changed. I could do that for you.
Well, I don't know if I need all the transactions. I just need an explanation of the difference.
On here is so what was happening on the second, we had the $8 million, which is same as the number that was on the 526 board presentation, which is the same number that was on the second interim. So what has happened is we were working on a lot of different budget presentations and other budget development scenarios that the projections weren't fully consolidated until after the second. And so even though the whole budget team was posting their projections into the ledger throughout the month of June, May and June, it wasn't able to be consolidated and reported until there was a little time available.
All right, well, let me put it another simple way. I'll try to, again, I'd really like to just make it as simple as it can. Let's say, and I think you already said it a couple of times, that budget books came in with new information, and as a result, we just changed it. Well, if that was an audit trail, what you'd say is, you'd have an explanation. You'd say, revised revisions caused by new budget books received from the sites. I could understand that. In other words, they didn't have the information, or they budgeted their own way, and you took it and put it in. Okay? Admittedly, you don't know how they got their numbers, but you took their numbers. Okay? I could say, oh, I understand. That's what they did. But when I see a shift, in the range of $8-9 million, and I have a 3-word explanation or something, I don't think that's clear enough for me. Maybe it is for the rest of the board. But I pride myself on being able to follow this stuff, and I got to say, I'm baffled, totally baffled.
Thank you, Ms. Judy Beck. Ms. Nakamura.
Yeah, I don't know if you've done this calculation, but I'm wondering, our total for salary and benefits typically or has been running at 87%?
I think it's around
80 I was going to say 80 to 82% for general fund.
82%?
Mm-hmm.
So what are we after we've had all of the changes? As we go through these years, this year and then next year and then the year out, what do we expect those? Do you have any calculation? I hate to ask you right here on the dime because this is a new calculation. But what are
you're talking the assumptions? Is
yes.
What you're talking about? Okay.
Yeah, of course. What are our assumptions for the percentage of salaries and benefits total? Typically, that number is. I thought we were dealing with 87%, but if it's 80 to 82 and has been, I'll accept that. But what happens to that in the out years?
So let me make sure you're trying to get from 9-10 to 10-11 to
we've cut
11-12.
A lot of
what's the increase in
yes we've cut a lot of things that are not people, so I would expect that our costs in human resources would have gone up significantly. Is that a fair assumption?
I'm sorry?
Is that a fair assumption to say that in the out years our labor costs, our human resources costs, our people costs have gone up significantly?
Yeah, think about this for a second. So we always have very constant for us a step and column. Okay, so that's going to be essentially the contributing factor to...
Step and column is the automatic increase that people receive, right?
And then we also have increases in health and welfare benefits.
And of course we have, increases in health
so
and welfare
those are the two big chunks of cost increases that we always have on an annual basis.
Okay. All right, well, let's take a little time and go ahead and calculate those if you could get back to me.
I think she actually
Do you have it?
Sure. Yeah.
William, you are?
Okay. Yeah, so let's closer to what you said, 88%.
88%? Yeah, that's what I thought. So, no, it's 88%. And then, okay, so for 09, 10...
Yeah, there's no change. Even with the reductions rolled in, it still maintains 88% at the 2 out years as the way the staffing exists.
So 88% in 09, 10, and then 88% for 10, 11, and for 11, 12. It'll stay at 88%. What's typical for a school district, Ms. Deal?
Typically, the percentage for salary and benefits of the general fund is somewhere between 88 and 91% for a unified district. And to clarify, I think what you're trying to get to is the fact that you're taking out a lot of other expenses, non-salary type expenses, is naturally going to increase that percentage in the out years because most of your budget then is going to be...
That's what I don't understand, how it can stay the same.
It won't stay the same. No,
Thank you.
It won't. No. It will naturally rise because you're cutting out so many other things out of the budget.
Thank you. I was wondering if my math is somehow...
salary and benefits, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you want to recalculate that and tell us what it would be? Because that just, I agree, Ms. Deal, that doesn't sound like that would track.
So all the cuts have been rolled into the 9-10 year is the thing. So we haven't rolled any additional cuts in the out years yet. So that's why we're seeing a stable to it's actually increasing a real at 0.12% in 10, 11, 11, 12 because step and column and benefit increases. So if you were to implement some actions that do affect the out years, then you will see the denominator increase relative to the salary and benefits portion. But currently, all the actions are effective 7/109, and as the base year, no out year changes.
So
I'm not sure. I think that means what you're saying is that you haven't calculated it and you don't feel that you can calculate it.
Just on the multi-year right now. And what I'm saying is there's no cuts in 10-11 right now. We have no cuts different than 9-10. All the cuts you have approved is 9-10. But if you were to do cuts that effective 10-11 and 11-12, then you will see the
cost structure go down.
Yeah, and change. So right now we're on the assumption our model is working on as all the reductions that you have approved to date we can't assume more reductions are been approved as of yet. We only have increased in utility bills of 14% fuel increases, but if you guys do take actions, then the non-personnel budgets will change.
I'm still not. That still doesn't track for me because we've taken so many things out,
right.
In that one area, and therefore, step and column continues to increase.
Excuse me a minute. To be fair about this, I just think this needs to be. We need to do a more careful analysis before we set up and make statements about what is and what's going to happen. I don't want anyone to forget that we have eliminated a lot of central office administrators. We've eliminated a lot of teachers. We've eliminated a lot of classified employees. We have eliminated a lot of people, and when you take those people out, that pulls your overall personnel costs down. And whether or not it's been pulled down far enough to be offset by increase in step and column and other things, I don't feel comfortable just sitting here making blanket statements. I'd rather let the staff do an analysis because
that's what I was trying to give them that opportunity instead of being Johnny on the spot. But they seem to want to step up. So I'm just
we can do that for you, Mrs. Nakamura.
Thank you. Okay.
Dr. Evans?
Yeah, one question on line number 86, of which it turns out there are two of them. The second number 86.
On which sheet are you on, Dr.?
I'm sorry, on this one.
It goes from
page 3 of 4.
86.
So increased minimum bus riders, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, exactly. I just wanted to make sure that this, because we have on the left what it was originally, on the right we have what the change was, but I just wanted to make sure that from 8 to 12 increase, it was $3.2 million, and we went, which was 4 more riders, whatever, and then from 12 to 15 only added $594,000, and I had thought that was before I had heard something like about rather than 3.8, it would take us up to about 4.2.
I'll have to check the calculation on that to see where it's at. So you're talking the 3.4, the negative 3.4. Why did it go down from? You're talking line 80.
Increased minimum bus rider.
Right.
That's the line you're on, right? From 8 to 12.
Mm-hmm.
It was calculated 3.24.
Okay.
And then it's changed to 3.8. And I don't know whether that change took into consideration this whole going up to a minimum of 15 rather than a minimum of 12. That's not very much of a difference.
It actually did take it up, but then it brought it down because the 15-minute bell time switch actually cost $366,000.
Okay, so that was where the 4.2 was. Okay, well, we'll get into that later then.
The bell time should be aligned.
Yeah. So, okay, that was the only question on there. I know we're going to be talking about this more. I just want to make it clear to people here that I think that as you've said, we've done a good job of balancing the budget for this year, and that the next 2 years, I just want people to understand that it's purely an academic exercise that we are doing as opposed to something real, as if we know what the state's going to give us and we know what we're going to spend, but it's just an exercise we have to go through, so I just want people to be aware of that.
Rivera, please.
Yeah, so just context again. So what we're going to vote on next week is to balance our budget for 9-10. And then we've also got to show our ability to project a balanced budget for 10-11 and 11-12.
That's correct.
And the numbers that we have now, I think one of the worksheets that she gave us, James, basically says that if we come up with an additional $112 billion of cuts for 10-11, $112 million, right, for 10-11, that would allow us to show a projected balance in both 10-11 and 11-12.
Yeah, what would happen is if we were able to balance in the 10-11 year, essentially, other than some of the natural increases like step and column or health and welfare, you'd pretty much balance it for that following year. That's
Right.
correct.
Okay. So I think the issue then is, and again, what Dr. Evans is saying is obviously right, that what we're doing in reality is we're balancing our budget for 9-10. So the decisions that we're making for 9-10 are real decisions. A year from now or so, we'll make real decisions about what is going to happen in 10-11. But we've got to show projections, our best effort to make projections in right now in 10-11 and 11-12.
And Mr. Barrera, if I can just interject for a second. So when talking to the county, they essentially said that, once again, we'd have to show an action that states via like a resolution that says, here are the items that we're going to take into consideration to resolve to reduce to balance essentially the 10-11 and the 11-12 year.
Right. So what we're going to be required to do, right, is we're fixing to do it. We're going to pass a resolution saying that if necessary, these are the actions that we'll take, to balance out our budget in 10-11 and 11-12. The thing that I'm seeing, though, is if we, for 10-11, if we agreed to every single item on this list, every cut on this list, after line, I guess.
Are you looking at the updated 2010-11 target solutions?
Yes.
Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, so I'm basically looking at page 4, right.
Cheryl, could you pull that up for us?
All right. So if you look at all of those items combined, if we agreed to every
target
single
solutions?
Every single cut that's listed out, we're not allowed, I understand, to include negotiable items.
That's correct.
In the list. I don't see that all of those items combined add up to $112 million. I mean, if you take the negotiable items out of there, I don't think we've got enough left.
It gets you down, if I'm not mistaken, to, is this the bottom of it, 10 million? What is your bottom line? I don't have it in front of me. Is it 26?
Yes, without getting into the negotiations piece, Terry.
It's 26.
Yeah.
It would show you that you're $10 million short. However, the $2.9 million that William just talked to you about, that will compound and that will turn into another $5.8 million. And so we'll still be short about $4.2 million that we'll work on between now and the time we see you again.
Okay. The other thing that would be, I appreciate that, Superintendent. The other thing that I'd appreciate if you worked on is to give us some other potential solutions that aren't appearing on the sheet. So, we're talking again about, the unthinkable, here for 10-11. Our expectation is going to be that over the course of the 9-10 year, we're going to be able to save money to keep our belts tighten them more, identify more and more areas for cost saving, so that we're not a year from now facing the need to do all of these cuts. But where we're at now is that we're required to submit a resolution saying that if necessary we'll make all these cuts. But I think we've got to see additional cuts that are then appear on this list. And so again, we go back to the fact that we're now showing in 9-10 that we're not cutting anything in central office non-personnel budgets that are going to help us with the balance our budget. That it's all those cuts go into or cuts from restricted funds that don't help us. I think we've got to look at other non-school areas to cut that are not on this list.
We will. We've gone back and you can see there's another 100 central office positions in there, and we'll go back and take another look at non-personnel kind of cuts. The issue that you get into, quite frankly, is as you continue to cut these positions, those positions bump down, as you know. And that's another issue that we're facing, trying to deal with this. But we'll go back and look at that. We just James and his team have been working pretty hard on this, and we just wanted to give you the update that we have today.
Okay.
I just want to make a few comments, and then we can do another round, and we do have some public comments as well. First comment that I would like to make is that I know that we have other districts as well as ours that's looking at why the state won't suspend AB 1200. It makes no sense to require school districts to project out and say things to people that will incite them to be upset when they don't have to, because if the state does not have any money, which very clearly it doesn't have any money, and if the state is the one that provides our funding, then to me the easiest thing to say to the state is that our projected budget for 10-11 and 11-12 is zero because they don't have any money. It is not wise to have for the state to tell us that everything that's on this list, which is the point that Mr. Herrera is making, that means we have to cut everything. OSAL, athletics, FAPA, everything that people have fought so hard this last few weeks to ask us to maintain, we now have to say to the county, you know what, we're considering we're going to have to cut that next year because in order for us to ensure that you don't come in here and say that we're fiscally irresponsible next year because we have over $100 million deficit, that we had to put all these things on the table. So to me, that is irresponsible for the government, for the state, to ask us to do such a thing. And so people are saying that they don't want to suspend it, and I don't think that's true. I think the legislature has heard from our people that, hey, wait a minute, you know what? They can't suspend legislation for a couple of years while we're in this financial crisis because, again, it is insightful because if we go out tomorrow or on the 23rd, whenever we have to do this, and say to everyone, you know what? Thank you very much for working with us. We balanced our budget in the 09-10 school year, okay? But guess what? Because we have to project for the 10-11 and beyond, we're going to add all of these things to our budget list again. Every single one of them. And guess what? Then we still have not closed that deficit. So in addition to that, we're going to have to look at now doing other things, closing schools, laying off staff. I mean, essentially closing the district. So to me, it's almost better if the state is saying that we have to do this now. Why don't the state just say it don't want to fund public education and be done with it? Okay? Rather than keeping us going through this cycle again and again. So we have to, and certainly it is confusing for us because as you get more information, and so that's my frustration with the state, and we're going to go take our battle to the state. My frustration here, though, still is that as a staff, and we said to you, as you continue to bring information to us, you have to make it clear to us. You have to make it clear so that we don't have to sit up here and ask you, well, why do we have a $6 million increase here? Why do we have a $12 million increase here? And I am very concerned, Superintendent. I want to know why our utilities is projected to go up 14%, because that's telling me that no one is saying to people, you got to conserve energy. We should be conserving energy, nothing else. So if you're telling me that that's the average for us to go up for our utilities, we got a problem. So if it starts from the top, then that means starting today, we're going to start conserving energy. And then we have a whole energy department that's being paid. Where's their budget at? Because I want to know what we're paying them to do if they're not helping us conserve energy, and why our energy level is going up and up and up. That makes no sense. So that becomes my frustration this evening, because I'm looking at this and I'm hearing this, and I'm hearing you say next week, not 2 weeks from now, but next week, we're expected to tell the county how we're going to close this deficit. And we have to give them something, action items, in writing. And someone here has to be ready to go out with me, because they're going to say, well, you board president going out there and you tell everybody that we're going to cut everything, all right? You tell everybody that our projected use of utilities is up 14%. Because I think that if people know what we need, they will help us. They have come down here time and time again offering to help us. I think that we need to take that help that they're offering us. And then when we do our projections, somewhere in here, it needs to show that. Mm-hmm. Because otherwise, what is going to happen? And I think that we do need to push the state, and we do need to tell the public to push the state, because otherwise, their budget's not going to be done. So we have to certainly make sure that we are very clear. I would like to know, just adding on to other things, we have certain monies, because what got swept up in here was the grant and specialized monies at the end. I like to know how much money we're receiving in grants this year, how much we projected to receive in grants next year, okay, and what programs they affect, okay. I like to know how many interns we have. I see a whole huge intern budget in here and a whole bunch of staff that we monitor interns. And I didn't know we had that many continuing, but certainly not enough to warrant almost a $500,000 staff for it. So those are the three things that I would like for you to make sure that you clarify for us is any new things that come up, more wording than just blank, grant monies that we have, how much grant monies we have now, anticipated amount for the next 2 years, because some of them will go away over the course of those 2 years, how many interns we have, and then superintendent, I got 14% here, and I want to know why utilities are going up 14%. And if SDG&E can't work with us, I think that as large as we are, they can work with us. Okay, Dr. Evans?
Thank you. Well, separating the two, first of all, I think we need to realize that this is a similar situation that we faced from March to today. On March, we were forced at the very last minute to approve a budget which had a Plan A, had a Plan B with very horrible cuts on it. We had to do that to keep the state off our back, and then we proceeded from there to keep working day by day. One of the problems back in March was we had millions of dollars coming in federal stimulus money that they would not let us count, even though that money was more sure than any money coming from the state. But yet we had to do that academic exercise of listing all of the cuts, and then we went in filling it. And we can see from then until now we have been able to balance our budget. And I just want to reiterate that that's what we will do again. I think that, as I keep saying, it's an academic exercise to say what we're going to have in the second year and the third year. We need to go through with that academic exercise on paper. People need to understand what it is. What it will mean is basically taking everything possible and the kitchen sink and putting it on the list for possible cuts in the second and third year. And then the day after we approve that, we did just what we did in March. We start the next day figuring out how we are going to solve this problem once that we've solved it on paper. We do have the budget balanced for 2009-2010, but I think that the message is pretty clear from this board that we can do even a little better for 2009-2010. Item 56, which Mr. Barrera mentioned, finding more money in non-personnel budgets that is not restricted, and also other areas that have been mentioned. I think we can come up with a few $1 million more, which also carries over to year 2 and year 3. And I think maybe I would like to suggest also that we consider acting on line number 90, which was if it's possible, by what the staff has presented, to look at approving that or preparing to approve it, which is you don't have a 90?
It's all out of order.
I'm sorry, I'm using a different sheet of paper
it's all
here.
Out of order.
Anyway, the item has to do with what we put on hold last time, which was the distribution and warehouse services.
Oh, yeah.
And I did receive information back that it was 1.1, that the employees and the directors meeting together came up with $770,000, and then the administrators came up with another $304,000 or $400,000 to meet that 1.1. So I don't know if it's possible for us to add that to our list today.
Yeah, on that one, Dr. Evans, it was $1.1 million. About $400,000 of it was non-personnel. The other portion of it was personnel. We've been working with our union groups to make sure we have the right agreement that works for both of us. So the last that I had talked to, essentially Drew Rollins, he had told me that I think we were reaching tentative agreement of how we could actually put that together.
Because again, the point being there is that if that 1.1 adds to the 2.9 in the savings and insurance, now all of a sudden you're at 4, and that escalates or doubles in the next year, which will take this 10 down to 2. And so, yeah, we're going to do that.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was included for this year.
Ms. Nakamura, please.
Yeah, I think what the staff is trying to tell us is that we have a structural instability, a structural deficit of $112 million, and that's for a number of reasons. And one is that we have used one-time monies with no permanent solutions, to use all of their language. We're not allowed to include negotiable items, and we can rail against the state assembly and the legislature and say that it's all their fault, but, you know, we're supposed to figure this out. How are we going to pay the bills? And when you go out for a loan, when the Small Business Administration, they want to see a business plan. Now, personally, I can't remember when we did an SBA loan how many years out we had to go, but you had to go out a number of years. And it's annoying and it's difficult, but there's a reason for that. It's a business plan. This is not artificial. It's not an academic exercise. It's a business plan. And the state of California wants to know how much payroll and other expenses we've got walking out the door, because we have an obligation to the taxpayers to balance our budget and to tell them how we're going to spend our money. Included in that, has to be how we're going to spend money within our schools. And how that, where are we going to pay for things like science speakers in the next semester? That we've got to have, money to pay for school supplies. We've been told that the workbooks have come back to us and that there was a magical $74 million missing from the workbooks for our individual schools. But I don't see where that's going to come. If we're talking about academic exercises, I think some of that's a little mythological. As I'm looking at all of these numbers, I'm very concerned where there's no talk about, we're railing against the money that is up in what the Assembly is trying to tell us, and we're railing against, people aren't turning off the lights for a 14% increase in utilities. Look at gasoline prices. They're starting to go up again. I think that these are very serious indications of what is going on within the district. But there's not any discussion about this whole gray area here with regard to, salary rollbacks, or with regard to, furloughs, or with regard to any help whatsoever in figuring out this crisis. We have a structural deficit within our budget. And it's not going to be, solved by nibbling around the edges or turning this district inside out. This board is responsible, and there are actions that we can take, which is what I believe the county superintendent of public instruction is trying to tell this board, and we don't want to listen. We can jump up and down and say it's everybody else's fault, and we shouldn't have to do this. But unfortunately, the truth is that we are elected to protect taxpayer dollars, and I think that they're trying to tell us that using one-time money doesn't cut it. We have to make decisions, and it's. I don't see us up there. $1 million here, $1 million there. In a deficit of $112 million, it's playing the percentages does not make any sense whatsoever. We say we're protecting our children's education, but I'm having a real hard time seeing that. And we're certainly not. I don't think that we're doing what we're paid up here to do, which is to make some hard decisions. And it's not as though that we showed up on March 10th and made all those cuts. The staff has been talking to us for months about what we can do and about options and here and there, and we have pushed back, which was great. But we've also refused to listen to them on many different levels, and up in closed session and down here both. And they're trying as politely as they possibly can to tell us what it is that we can to do, because they don't want to lose their jobs. They don't want to put the bell on the cat. But I think the county superintendent of public instruction is going to tell us. Because this isn't nibbling around the edges, and thank you for bringing up the warehousing again. That is $1 million. Okay. But $1 million out of 112 isn't going to get us where we need to go.
Here comes the guy.
Well, if there's no money there. Okay, anyway, Mr. DeBeck.
There's ways that people can help.
I guess I'll have to ask whether the FCMAT lady, whether or not, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, whether or not this is acceptable. But what if we have a number of elections between now and the future budgets that we're talking about? 2010 and 11 is one of them. We've already taken care of 9 and 10, and 11 and 12 is another. So that if we put in a number that said proposed parcel tax equaling $20 million in a given year, and then that would be at $20 million the next year, which is a total of $40 million. If putting out parcel tax as the proposed income was matched up against a potential cut of the same amount, then what we're saying as a board is that, and especially to the public that's following what we're doing, is that one of our solutions is to propose a parcel tax, and if we don't get that passed, here are the things that are going to go away. Is that all, because this is all hypothetical? It's like an action that we might propose. We'd say we intend to do this. Would that, if the rest of the budget balance, would that be an adequate kind of action to get past? I'll call it the oversight from the county and the rest.
Well, certainly one of the things that the county will look at is the projections and assumptions that you make to come up with your budget. They will scrutinize those and ask you some questions. What they could do in that particular case is they could conditionally approve your budget and ask you for some more information to support it. For example, have you gone out to your voters to test that theory to see if there's support for that? Mm-hmm. Is there anything to support the fact that this really might
What
happen?
work have we been doing on that?
Correct.
We have some preliminary research on that already.
Mm-hmm. And it very well could be. You'd have to have some conversations with the county to see. And having a plan B, right, which is what I think you're alluding to, well, if that doesn't happen, what else are we going to do? And certainly one of the problems here has been mentioned already tonight is the structural deficit in the budget. Not because the district itself has done anything wrong. It hasn't. The district's been responsive to the state. And unfortunately, the district's been put into this position, no choice of its own, and not because you've made budget mistakes. You have not. And we're seeing this up and down the state. Trust me. FCMAT is, in a lot of districts right now that are in the same distress that you are. And it has no reflection on the staff, and it's hurtful to people and to kids. And we feel the same way. This is an awful situation to put anybody through, the staff, the board, superintendent, especially the kids, to have to face these kinds of gut-out cuts in the district's budget. It's unprecedented.
Well, I know that what I was getting at is acceptability, because the issue for me is we could list a whole lot of a resolution that we will cut a whole lot of things, including all these on this list, and that would be acceptable. But nobody said to me yet, unless you're going to say it, that if we projected increased income, that we could then not have to make so many cuts. And that would put the information in front of our community that we're serious. We're going to try and have you step up to the plate and help us. I'm giving up on the state. I don't think they're going to help us anyway. And so my take on this is, if my community wants to come forward and help the schools, some are saying they can do it with foundations. They're crazy. But if they want to do it with property tax or parcel taxes to help support the budget, then I'm willing to go that route. But I think that we need to either come up with whether or not that's acceptable or not ahead of time. And you're saying maybe. Only if we've done the kind of things. But the same question could be asked about, do we really intend to do the things we say when we cut?
Correct, but you're taking board action on that, and that's why they're asking for formal action. And just like any other assumption or projection that the board would make, for example, enrollment, the county will scrutinize that. I mean, basically, your enrollment's been just pretty flat. I mean, you've had some decline, but right now and going forward, we're seeing that your enrollment is, marginal at best. So if you were to instruct your staff to go ahead and add 5,000 more kids because we just think they're going to come, the county will ask you why. Why do you think they're going to come? Why do you think that projection, that assumption is real? They'll do the same thing with your parcel tax. One thing you could instruct your staff to do would be to have a conversation with the county and come back to you on the 23rd. Certainly they can do that. I would contend that one of the other options that you might like to make, although late in the game, is not go and adopt your budget on the 23rd of this month. Stretch that out as far as you can. You have until the 30th of June to do that. It gives you another opportunity to check out with the county some of these assumptions that you might come up with at this time. Perhaps you have another board meeting where, staff is... I don't know where else you're going to cut, quite frankly, but they could bring to you other items. Certainly, you have devastated your central office staff. You've cut as deep as you can cut in some areas, but certainly some of these assumptions can be checked out with the county. And I encourage you to think of that.
I guess what I'm getting at, another part of this, excuse me, another part of this is if, let's say, we do a resolution that we're going to do certain cuts, and these are going to carry over to 2011.
Right.
There's going to be a new board sitting here in 2011.
That's right.
So any resolutions we make may not be binding on that board anyway.
Well, they could turn them over, but they're binding.
And so
in terms
the argument
of the
would be if somebody says, well, this is a bargainable item and we won't accept it, it would also be possible that a new board would not accept a budget that we set 3 years ahead. Because I'm pretty much sure that we've already rescinded things that have happened already for previous budgets.
You're basically telling the county that, if these assumptions are real, if what happens at the state level and the cut in our funding is real, if all of these things come to play, this is what the board intends to do, and you're taking formal action on it at that time. And that sticks. Now, a future board can come in here. Maybe things have changed, and they probably will. 3-year projections are difficult to hang on to. If you looked at them last year, they're totally different today. Mm-hmm. So, in some sense, an academic exercise, but also a business plan for the future, given what you know today. But certainly, future boards can reverse your actions as long as that budget still maintains a positive fund balance and your 2% reserve is there. As long as you can demonstrate that to the county, you're good to go. And that's what the county's going to look at.
Dr. Greer?
Thank you. Ms. Steele said a number of the things I was planning to say.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. But the issue is, again, while it may be an academic exercise, if these projections are accurate, and you said one time already tonight that your findings are that the projections and the assumptions our staff have made so far are tracking pretty much with what your staff is finding.
Yes, sir, in all 3 years. Absolutely.
In all 3 years.
In all 3 years.
So unless there's a change in state revenue, or unless we have an increase in enrollment, or our dropout rate goes down, or our student attendance percentages go up,
or you get another bailout with federal stabilization.
The numbers are what they are, but what you're saying is we have to have a plan to deal with that.
That's correct.
And what I'm saying is that if in 2010, 2011, as draconian as some of these cuts look, if something doesn't change, there's going to have to be some things to do, and you can't find all those $120-some million in non-personnel central office positions or central office positions. Just eliminate the whole thing, and it's not there.
It's not even responsible to consider them.
And I think that's important for everyone to hear.
It is.
Also, from a transparency perspective, as we finished with the SERP, and we looked at retirements, we still have 185 kindergarten through 5th grade teachers that we have yet to find a place for. That's a large financial liability. Our staff is working, and we're going to bring a proposal back to the board, but it may take the use of some stimulus dollars, which is a 2-year fix to address that while we may have some attrition over time, because that's the way the board has decided they want to handle that. But that's something we're working on, and I want to say a thank you to SDEA for working with our negotiating team and coming up with a opportunity for some of our K-5 teachers who are interested to look at becoming certified in special ed. That would help perhaps free up some positions, again, depending on the level of interest. But I think that's one innovative way to try to get at solving this problem. And so I wanted to say a public thank you for that. And but just wanted to point out that we're still working hard to try to find a place to position those folks, because when we do that, we also have to have a way to pay them.
That's right, and those are ongoing expenses. And the district, as I understand the issue, is that those teachers, the credential doesn't line up with the need. And so we have to get these teachers some training, or we have to issue pink slips by the August 15th date in order to move forward with what the district needs to do to balance its budget. Those are tough decisions. Certainly these teachers are working hard to get re-credentialed or credentials in other areas where they will fit into positions that the district has open. The SERP was an excellent idea. The district is replacing over 600 teachers that will retire with 600 new teachers, and that's calculated in these numbers as a projected savings. But the 185 is problematic. You don't have a place for them, and right now you're planning to spend one-time money on getting through year one and possibly year two. And that's problematic because those are ongoing expenses, and the county's going to look at that. These are ongoing expenses with one-time dollars. And you can have a short-term solution, but you should have a long-term solution to back it up. And that's what the county's going to be looking at all of you to do.
Thank you very much. We're now going to have public comment.
Thank you.
Well, before, I'd like to suggest that the board either direct the superintendent and staff to come forward with the parcel tax included in the proposed projections as a potential solution for the 2010 and 11, both those years, 2000 years for and they can figure out the amount. I think it ought to be in the vicinity of $10 to $20 million a year.
President Jackson, if I could comment on Mr. DeBeck's comments. We're currently looking for some outside help to help us analyze that and to go out and test with the voters. And we'll be coming to the board after July 1st a proposal to develop that so we can go out and develop what the parcel tax proposal will be, how much, what it'll be used for, and test with the voters at what levels they might be supportive of so that we can be in the process to be on the ballot probably in November of 2010. The state...
the RFP closes when?
Would mean the information would be including the potential of a considerable amount of cuts unless it passed.
Right. The RFP for that job closes when?
The timing would be we'd be doing this study in the fall, and we want to be...
we understand it, but the RFP that's out on the street, it closes when?
Proposals are due on Friday.
On this coming Friday.
We'll be doing interviews, and we'll be coming back to you probably after July 1st, your first meeting in July, with a plan to do that research.
Okay, and the reason I asked that question is because our work is due by June 30th. And so if your RFP closes on this coming Friday, then is there a way for you to accelerate the part of it so that we in fact can say that we have identified someone that's going to be looking at it?
One of the things that you heard from...
I know, but the RFP is out on the street. And
from FICMAT is that they'll be...
That would be a second evidence that we're serious.
Exactly.
The fact that we already have started on parcel tax investigations earlier than this, even as a possible solution of the budget, and then the fact that we've actually issued an RFP for that further analysis is certainly supporting the fact that we're trying to go that way.
That we are going that way. Yeah, well, if I could make a couple of comments about the Budget Committee action today, because I think it applies to things that you've been talking about. The Budget Conference Committee today did adopt some recommendations that have moved forward to the full legislature and the governor. One of them is to reduce the economic reserve from that 2% to 1/3 of that. That could happen in the next week. Another action that they took was to be able to use the sale of surplus property for general fund purposes. That could open up a whole area for us in the next year. Another one is suspending the reserve for routine maintenance, so we'll have to look at that. That could be adopted. And in terms of multi-year budgeting, President Jackson, you were talking about that. What the conference committee today is recommending is that they would suspend the ability of the county offices to issue a negative finding based on the use of stimulus funds. So they didn't change the multi-year budgeting, but the proposal was a negative finding based on the use of stimulus funds. So all of those things were adopted about 2 hours ago, and we weren't able to factor any of that in. We'll see what happens to the conference committee vote today, where it goes with the full vote, which could occur in the next week, and where those changes could be made to these projections. I'm sure we'll work with finance staff to get those incorporated in by next week. But there has been some progress in Sacramento on flexibility and on the multi-year budgeting and use of reserves.
And thank you and the staff for doing that, Mr. Reinerson. We're going to do public comments now. Everybody that speaks will have 2 minutes. We're going to start with Joni Collins, followed by Elaine Sabetti, followed by Marion Snell, followed by Debbie Payne, followed by Jay Payne. And I'll stop there for a minute.
Thank you, Board. I'm here on behalf of the distribution warehouse. I represent the warehouse workers and the drivers and the stock clerks. I'm the VP of distribution for California School Employees Association. The name of you guys have what I'm speaking to in particular is line item. Put my glasses back on. It's on page 40488. Merging distribution and warehouse services. This was presented on June 2nd. The numbers haven't changed. And I thank you very much, Richard Barrera, for saying you need to talk to OSS. We've had 2 initial discussions, and they've been very good. I believe that there's some cost savings that the workers have come up with. They've been giving me the information, and for the first time and maybe 5 years, somebody's listening and writing it down. One is bringing the line items back, just paper, bringing paper back to the warehouse. That's just one example. But nobody has sat down and talked to us. Mr. Barrera came out to our warehouse and looked around. And obviously, everybody's under time crunches right now, and there's a lot of stress. But nobody has given us the opportunity to let us be an efficient warehouse. We've been crippled. Don't amputate us. We can do the work. We've worked with the PPO on this and given opportunities with Prop S. We want to do the work, not contract it out. $700,000 went to Corvan last year. There's numerous opportunities. We've had, again, 2 initial discussions, and I really want to thank the folks that were there at the table, Drew Rowlands, Phil Stovers, Gary Patel, and of course Mr. Koba and our labor rep, Leticia. But, I just have to say one more thing. My colleagues are watching this on TV, and they're hearing, what about the warehouse? What about that $1 million out of the warehouse? Please remember, these are lives, and these are people, and we've given it a little bit of opportunity, and I thank you very much. I thank you for taking the time. Thank you.
Well, good evening. Elaine Sabetti, my address is on file. So I'm looking at this, and I heard you say that it's sort of a business plan. So I'm just wondering, if this is a plan, what kind of a plan is it? We plan to open the doors of every school library in this district for the first time in San Diego Unified history, only to turn around and close them a year later. That's the plan? Tell the taxpayers that we weren't serious about making sure that the children of this district are actually allowed to use the library facilities and the books that they already paid for, that already exist. that already were paid for by those same taxpayers. And then we're going to turn around and tell the same taxpayers that we want them to agree to a parcel tax or else. Do you want to be the kind of board that plays that same kind of strong-arm politics as the state government? Do you really believe that the taxpayers of this city will agree to give more money to this district when we can't even find the money yet to open all of the libraries that they already paid for?
Thank you. Marion Snell, I saw her earlier. Debbie Payne, Jay Payne, okay. Jan Martin, Linda Marino, Lisa Staples,
Hi, my name is Jan Martin, and I'm a computer aide at Valencia Park. And I really wanted to talk about Valencia Park, and I wanted to thank the board and the district for listening to us, our school, in the last 2 weeks and solving a problem that we had at Valencia Park. We appreciate that very much. I'd like to thank Ms. Jackson personally. We've been to the cluster meetings, and you have talked to us and taken the time. We've walked with you to your car, and you have talked to us there too. So we really appreciate that, and we appreciate the response that we received. What I'd like to talk about is my job as a classified personnel here. On July 1st, I'm supposed to leave Valencia Park. And I don't know where I'm going because I haven't received my letter yet. I want to stay because I'm one of the reasons our test scores are going to go up in the future, and they are going up as we speak. The school, I'm still employed by the school district. They're going to put me somewhere, put me in Valencia Park. I teach 583 students a week. I see more students than all the teachers in my school. And what I'm teaching them is important, and they need it. Keep me there. Thank you very much.
Linda Marino.
Good evening. I'm here as a concerned parent. My children go to Sunset View Elementary, and we noticed that there's something that where you can save money, and maybe we can work together to try to come together and help our children benefit as well. I'm talking about line 60 in the budget, implementing the bell schedule changes. We are already one of the latest start schools in the district at 9:05, and it's being proposed to bump it 15 minutes later, which studies show that children learn best in the early morning hours. And if you have a 4, 5, 6, or 7-year-old child, you'll understand at 4 o'clock in the afternoon they're not going to be doing a whole lot of learning. And that's going to be the proposed dismissal time. It also shows that we're not going to be able to get them involved in extracurricular activities after school, and those programs are already being eliminated. And by 4 o'clock, they're not going to be able to participate in those programs. We're very concerned, and from what I understand, you can save over $300,000 if you do not implement the 15-minute schedule change from the, I think it's line 86, with the minimum bus rider increase. So if we're hoping that you can work in the children's best interest, as I know that you all want to do, and not implement that 15-minute later start. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Staples, Mike Lance, Letitia Manguia. She's going to still get me. I'm getting it. I'm sorry. Lisa Staples, Mike Lance, Letitia, and Jane. That's all I have here. Am I missing somebody?
The first name was not, I don't think there was.
The first one, let's see here. Lisa Staples. Lisa Staples? Yeah, okay.
Good evening, board members. My name is Mike Lands again. For the record, my address is on record. I wanted to talk to you a little bit again about warehousing. I guess because it's my life. It's been my life for years. I'm not going to go on to how many years because I've told you that many times. But I will tell you that I get really disturbed sometimes when we talk about how we can cut so much money out of the area when we've cut so much in the past. I see that $1.1 million being offered each time. I feel that sometimes the money that's being offered from our department and given to as a sacrifice, more or less, from us, when we have, and Mr. Barrera, you saw this, we have a picker that picks up the material that's up on the top rack. We only have one. We have two in the building. We've asked for the funds to fix that. If it breaks down, that's it. We're done. We're shut down. It's not going to happen. We're not going to be able to get the material off above. Reports also come to you in facts and figures. There was a meeting that we had that also kind of upset me when they were talking about deliveries to schools, 31 deliveries to Bernie's for the year or whatever. I'm sorry, we deliver every week to that school. I know that's more than 31 deliveries. We do major, on these facts and figures aggravate me when I see them. When I see people say, like, total receipt in warehouse, 10,170, 34% of the materials come through the warehouse. You saw what we have in the warehouse. You think that's 34%? I don't think so. Also, then the same thing. We have this happen time and time again when our department gets where we have loss of time for injuries and illnesses. Truck driver injuries. Here's a few facts and figures. Truck driver injury, knee injury, work-related. September 23rd, 770 work days out, no replacement. Lead truck driver, shoulder injury, 19 days, no replacements for drivers. We had a man die, and that hasn't even been put on to be replaced. But yet, over in purchasing, we can get a manager contract service person for $79,872 in level 1 to $102,000. We see it being sucked away from us. We can't do our work without some money. We need money to operate, and if you're going to pass it off to other departments, let's stop this. I thought there was a freeze also on these hires. It's ridiculous. We look at that and we sit there and go, what about us? We have to have something to work to help the schools. We're willing to work with you to make a more efficient and more money-saving department. Please let us do it. Ask us for that information.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Bausa. I live at 5017 Parodi Drive. I'm the president of the Para Educator 759. First of all, I would like to say thank you all for your hard work trying to balance the budget. We know the crisis. We know what's going on. We only not work, but we do speak with all the assembly people, whether it's federal or state assembly. I was not going to speak this evening. I was just going to sit down and find out what's going on. But I would like to address you, Ms. Nakamura. As in the past couple of times that I sit here and listen regarding this budget, and I know you know that you sit there, and all the time, all you want to do is cut personnel. This is the impression that you give me. I will speak personally for myself. That every time you sit there and criticize the rest of the board regarding why are they not listening to the staff? Yes, they do. They ask questions, important questions that needed to be answered. But you're not satisfied with asking questions. I know they're working hard. Everybody in this place working hard. We know that there's crisis, but I take offense personally when you sit there like you're giving out that the only thing we can balance this budget is through personnel. And you know what? Every year we face cuts. We don't say much. But you cannot keep balancing the budget in behalf of the classified employee or any personnel in this district. You can have programs, but nobody going to service that program if you don't have personnel. So I really take offense when you always says that how many percent we're going to spend the personnel in health and welfare benefits. Okay? We had to be respectful. You say you have to be respectful. So please be respectful. People that are listening, sitting here and listening in their home, because I take offense of that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Leticia Munguia, CSCA Labor Rep for Chapter 724. I come to you with a couple of observations, and mostly for an effort to get some assistance from district staff. I provided this to the board members back in the month of March, and I've never received a response from any one of you. But I'm going to highlight a couple things, because as you look at cutting, certain areas of this recommendations that I brought forward to the board, I had 10 on behalf of our unit that were, we entitled this Stop Wasteful Spending and Ensure Fiscal Responsibility. I asked that you would review each and every one of your contracts to ensure that there was no encroachment in classified work. Don't know what the status of that is, and no one has given me an update on that. For me, what I find most important, and it goes to a lot of the thread that you're hearing from the people who've spoken, which is I recommended on behalf of the chapter, OSS, that we go look back to July 1 of 2008, and that anybody who's received a salary increase in either management or supervisory, that be returned. And I said July 1 of 2008 because of the fact people knew then that we didn't have money today. And nobody spoke up. And nobody said anything. But yet again, the unions were blamed for this. We don't control the books. We work with the numbers that are given, and we've been talking about that at Health and Welfare. So these are kind of in tandem. And I think there's some responsibility that needs to be laid on the people that are in those roles. We kind of have to deal with the effects of things that are done by management and or the board. And this is our only venue when we're here in public to ask you the questions. So I have to ask you, why have those supervisory and managerial position salary increases not been frozen? Nobody's told me anything about. We've asked that, and there's been no response. Number 5 on my list was the elimination of hourly employees. There's a huge amount of money in the labor lapse fund, and no one wants to be accountable for the use of that fund. There's hourlies in transportation that must go before one of my workers get laid off. There's hourlies in custodial that must go before any one of my custodians gets laid off again. No one is addressing that labor lapse fund. I want you to ask, why are those hourlies not being let go? There's over close to 100 of them in both of those areas. Maybe a little bit less in custodial, but I know there's quite a bit of them in transportation. And I want you to know that that's something that I'm going to be vigilant over. Additionally, I want to ask about negotiations. This is a two-part relationship, right? When we come to negotiations at the bargaining table. And what I have to tell you is I will take responsibility when I'm giving something and I don't respond. But when I see that on the district side, there's been no direction, no clear focus at the bargaining table as to what their interest is and really where we're going, I can't be held responsible for something, or my members cannot be held responsible for something when your side of the table hasn't been ready to move. And I find it really upsetting. We don't get the numbers. We're begging for numbers. We've had 3 health and welfare meetings when, in fact, we've looked at options. But the district hasn't even wanted to close up 0809. Why are we wasting our resources when we could be moving to action? Thank you.
Thank you. And we have looked into the hourlies, Leticia, and I'll find out what happened to the information. We did ask them to look into the hourlies.
Okay.
I'll follow up on that.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay. Board members, any more comments or discussion about item A05? If not, we'll move to item A06.
I just wanted to say, in terms of our follow-up, we are scheduled for our second the approval of the budget on the 23rd.
Moved it to the 30th or the 28th. I will be out of town from the 24th to the 28th.
I guess I'm also wondering about if there would be a possibility or reason to be meeting before the 23rd in a budget, a workshop format, just to clarify, so we're not just walking in cold on the 23rd.
We'll get Cheryl to work with you guys on dates, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's move on to item A06.
I need to also report on AO2 at some time, Madam President.
We do A06 now. Come back to
Sure.
A02. A06 is board direction on foundation-funded teachers. There was not an item in our packet. If you did, I didn't see it. Superintendent, you want to?
Thank you, President Jackson. The staff is looking, finance department and HR department is looking for leadership or direction from the board on the matter of foundations in the district raising funds to employ district staff. As you have heard from our attorney, he sent the board and me an email this past week to discuss this issue. What's been going on in the district, and it changes some year to year, school by school. Foundations are raising money, hiring staff. Those staff then become employees of the district, and once they gain tenure, the district is responsible for those positions. And so in looking at options, of course, you have a number. One of them is to simply say that foundations cannot raise funds to employ anyone in the district. As Mr. Breesy said, another option would be to say that any employee hired by foundation funds would be considered a temporary employee, and he can discuss those options with you in more detail. Or another option is to continue doing what we've been doing. We just need, particularly in harsh financial times, we need directions from the board and need to know what the board's position is on this, because we need to inform foundations that are calling and saying, we have the dollars, can we employ this person? So, Mark, do you want to add to anything I've said?
I would just add the clarification that the issue is it can be different depending on whether you're talking about a certificated employee or a classified employee, because the provisions of the education code that address those two are different. There are ways clearer ways to fund certificated employees as temporary employees when the funding that their employment is based on is temporary in nature. Classified provisions of the code are based with short-term or substitute status are based more on the service that's going to be provided and the nature of the service rather than the funding level. So it varies from situation to situation, but I think the basic message is there is a means in the law for the district to employ individuals with private funding, whether it be from a foundation or otherwise. And we can implement as we move forward a variety of, or we can move forward in a variety of different ways depending on the way the board gives us direction.
Let me start off before I call other board members to speak, and then we do have some public testimony on this item. I think if you a proposal or something that had the facts written to us would have been very helpful, because I know that I just heard those three options. I don't know how many people you're talking about. I don't know the amount of money this is concerning. I don't know what other things have been even considered up to this point. And so it makes it, certainly, I guess you're asking us for some kind of action this evening, but this is not even listed as an action item.
Yeah, we can bring this back on the 23rd, but we are going to need some direction.
Okay, and so, but again, when items come to the board, they need to have something there, because I know there are some other options, as Mr. Brzee just said, but those options aren't here. So we can't say, well, maybe we can go at this a different way, as he was mentioning, because we don't see those. And so I think the only three items that I hear that you say that we know for sure is either that we don't do it, that we employ someone temporary, and we continue as it is. And that doesn't leave us a lot of room for the other alternatives that are out there. And I know that there are other alternatives.
Yeah, it's difficult to provide even a list of specific options, because there is a practice in the district of doing that. My understanding, for example, and I sent, as Dr. Greer mentioned, I sent an email out during the week. My understanding is we have some certificated teachers who have traditionally been funded by foundations who are permanent employees of the district because they were not initially hired as temporary teachers. So we can't change that status. Moving forward, for new hires funded by foundations, we could employ them as temporary. So we can certainly provide more feedback, but I agree with I agree with the superintendent that general direction is what we need in terms of a kind of a broad policy from the board on this general issue of the funding of employees through foundations.
Ms. Takamura, please, and Dr. Evans.
Yeah, I've spoken about this, and intellectually, as someone who's licensed to practice law, Mr. Brzee, I tend to think like you. But, and I can intellectually, I can understand. But as lawyers, we also talk about risk and exposure. And I really believe that our exposure on this is compared to the benefit. If we're doing a risk-benefit analysis, I just can't imagine. There's a part of me as a community member, and I've actually sent out emails. So those of you who came down because you didn't like my emails, all right, because I do understand the intellectual argument, but in this crisis, that we're going to turn to people and say, no, we don't want your money, or no, we don't want you to help your schools, or no, we don't want, based on some sort of a construct when we really have not experienced any sort of exposure on this issue, to me seems not only ill-mannered and shows a lack of gratitude on our part or appreciation for their ingenuity. It just seems wrong. I mean, I can't support it, and why the issue was raised in the first place. It's seems like we're borrowing trouble. So I'm just not, as much as I have spoken, you're probably baffled because I have spoken in the past. Intellectually, I understand it, but I just can't, in these economics times, tell people that, we don't want your help, we don't need it. It doesn't seem right to me, and I'm just not comfortable with it. And it's if I've sent conflicting messages, I have to apologize about that. But when I search my heart, and I just can't. I just don't think it's right.
All we're saying as a staff is we cannot find a board policy on this issue.
Okay.
And we're just looking, if the majority of the board would like to continue the practice, we're looking for you to say that to us and direct our attorney to go back and to look at coming back to you with suggestions as to how to do this. If the majority of you decide no, that you don't want to, we need to know that as well. That's all we're asking.
Speaking for myself, I'm comfortable with the way things are.
Okay, Dr. Evans.
Well, first of all, I'd like to very publicly express my appreciation to all that the foundations have done in the San Diego Unified School District. And these are people who dedicate their time, their effort, their money to improve the schools that their kids go to. Sometimes there is a perception that, these fancy schools and rich people get to have their foundations. And I'm not saying that the foundations are certainly the same across the city, but there are many different types of schools that have foundations, and certainly with varying degrees of success. But I will certainly say, just for example, in my own experience at University City High School, that there was very active, University City, the whole cluster of schools, there's a very active foundation that works to support the local schools. And using the high school as an example, 60% of the kids who attend the high school come from outside the neighborhood. But yet the money that is raised by the foundations, which are typically more of the residents of the community, goes 100% to all of the kids in the school. So there is a benefit to various communities when certain foundations step up and do it. And I've seen this when foundation work with volunteers at school and so forth, that it benefits a lot of kids. And I think we just need to be very loud, very vocal about our appreciation. This is to me, democracy in action, when people are standing up and saying, we want our schools to be improved and we're not going to wait for things to happen. We're going to do what we can do to improve our schools. And I think that I'm concerned about the timing of this coming up, because when we're talking about encumbering the district with extra expenses, the issue is in a time of dire economic problems, we need to be reaching out in every way, and we need to be working with and helping the foundations and encouraging people to participate in other foundations, everything possible to bring resources and people and support into our schools. Now, I certainly understand that there can be certain legal issues in terms of when personnel are hired and how they are paid and the liability of the district and future financial problems. Those details can be looked at, can be investigated, and very calmly over a period of time worked out. But the message that's gone out to the community right now is, we don't necessarily want you to give money to pay for people to work on our schools, and that's just not the right message. So I would really very strongly say we need to continue with the current status, except that we need to encourage it even more, and that if there are some refinements that need to be made in this, that this should be done in a very calm and deliberate manner with the input from everybody, the people who are working on the foundations, the district, and everyone else, so there isn't just some sudden change in the district policy.
Just a quick comment. The reason it was brought forward is because at the district's audit and finance committee meeting last week, this practice was questioned. And the staff has again, we are very appreciative of what's been going on, but we need to have some type of direction from the board in accordance with what they said to us there. Understand?
Okay.
Okay. All right. I have been around a long time, and I've seen foundations evolve. And they started out with supporting school supply budgets because they started getting cut, capital investments, lockers, lunch areas, assemblies for the kids, special kinds of enrichment assemblies, fields, and other kinds of improvements. But as soon as they crossed into the line of personnel, there became all kinds of problems. And the logic, I'd love to be able to solve all our problems by having volunteers. But we have contracts with our people, and let's just use an example, just a simple one. We have, at times, had libraries without anyone in them. And we didn't have a title for those people that were other than librarians that would fee in the library. So that we didn't have any laid off librarians, but we said, some of these foundations said, well, one of the best solutions for putting somebody in the library is call them library aides or techs or whatever and plug them in there so they can help handle out the books. And yet, as we went down the line, we decided, and they weren't the first to think of this, but it happened first with the foundations. Then all of a sudden the board said, hey, what about this? We ought to put in some less expensive people to man the library, so let's call them library techs or library aides. And then we ran into the fact, well, now if we lay anybody off, we're replacing the bargaining unit's work, and that's not a good thing. I can't imagine any of this board that I'm sitting next to say it's a good idea to go ahead and replace bargaining unit members with foundation-sponsored volunteers or paid volunteers. So that's where you cross the line. As soon as you get into this line of personnel, you walk into this trap of, okay, if it's certificated and they get hired and the money comes to the district, this is the mechanics, the money comes to the district as support for the person. This year they may cost so much under the contract and we give them the money for it, and I'm hoping that we're smart enough to say, but that also should include benefits, because the foundation should be giving the entire cost of the personnel, not just their base salary. But we hired them anyway. I'm not going to go into auditing all that solutions. So all of a sudden we got now a person we call a librarian, has a certificate to be a librarian, and they're in the library position funded by a foundation. But the funds go to the district, and the librarian is really a district employee. So now that we lay off these people, we lay off librarians to save money. But what about the foundation-funded one? Well, they're a district employee because the money went to the district. So whenever we do something, we do it to all the people equally. Well, so now then a foundation said, wait a minute, you can't do that to us because it's our money. Well, the way that the money came to us is the problem. The way the money came to us is the problem. It created a contractual violation of our labor agreements. So let's say there is a way out. The way out, according to our attorney, is that we create a new position that is a temporary position that is foundation funded. But I'd say offhand, I'm going to leave this to bargaining units, that if that foundation supported position was a teacher or a certificated staff member, they couldn't be given less than our current contract amount. Because as soon as you did that, you'd say, oh, let's do away with all those librarians or all those PE coaches or whatever the foundation thought was important. Instead, we'll fund them all with foundations. But you're going to have a whole lot of people unhappy about that, certainly, and I can understand the reason. Okay, so now we get in a position where we are right now. I think there's a case where there's a science teacher being funded by a foundation. Their certificated teacher in the school thought it was a good idea to fund them out of foundation money. What they didn't foresee was the consequences of doing that. Now it's time for re-upping the job. And I have to say it, the school people weren't fully informed about the consequences of what happens. But what happened was if we asked the foundation to support the teacher at their new, currently funded salary, it would be an increase in the foundation support each year. And I'm not sure that they're ready or willing to do that. But if they are, I don't see the Teachers Association complaining about somebody funding a job that has been done away as long as the benefits and the salaries and all that stuff accrue. I don't think that's what the intent was, and I think that's where the problem comes in when somebody funds a teacher and then assumes that they don't have to pay them the regular salary of teachers or give them the regular benefits. That's a case where they were probably misinformed in the beginning. And I don't blame the foundation for this. I think I blame the staff and the board for saying, wait a minute, you can't do that unless you're willing to assure this continuing process or lay them off yourself. Because what happens when you run out of money? Do they have any employment rights with the district, or do they consider themselves a sub librarian? They're not really a librarian. They're hired by somebody else's money. But if your money runs out, we still got to pay them because they're on our contract. So that's where all this stuff gets very convoluted. You know what I mean? And so I don't mind if we direct the superintendent and staff to come back with a recommendation for any new hires for how it will be handled for both certificated and classified staff that doesn't violate the contracts with those people. And I don't think this board would be very wise to enter into any other kind of deals without really considering the consequences. Now, we got to grandfather in all the other guys, and if you want to keep paying for them, that's your choice. And if the foundation wants to give us what amounts to 3/4 support this year and next year, 2/3 support, and it starts dropping because the benefits keep going up and the salary goes up, we'll have to consider that our problem because we already said that was the way it was going to be when they started. But we painting ourselves into a corner if we say, let's keep doing it, because it isn't working the way it is. Okay? And I get all these questions from people that are saying, it's our money, why can't we spend it? Well, I asked that question, why can't the foundations hire the teachers? And the answer was, it's not a good idea. If the foundations hired the teachers directly, they'd have to take care of their liability. They'd have to take care of their health insurance. They'd have to take care of making their pay equitable or not. But if they call it a district employee, then once they are into that district employee category, then the labor contracts rule. And I'm not going to violate those, even for a foundation. So I think I think it's the idea that the foundations have a right to support the schools is correct. What I don't want them to do is start to interfere with our contracts with our employees, unless we have an alternative way that the board's got a chance to review and have people talk about. Because it's bigger than just one little simple thing. Oh, let's just go ahead and let the foundations do it. It's a lot bigger than that. Because we're really getting involved in, do we lay people off and then have foundations hire them? And then is that a violation of the law? You bet it is. Okay?
And we have some public comments. Unless board members have any more comments right now?
Nope.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Leanne Treixler, Teresa Stilvers, Deborah O'Toole, L'Oreal Mudd. Okay. This will be 2 minutes.
The board has to give direction. There's no question about it.
We understand. 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Stivers. I'm here wearing 2 hats tonight, one from Kumeyaay Elementary and also Promises to Kids Foundation. To directly address Mr. DeBeck's comments, I wanted to let you know that our foundation would be happy to pay in advance for our science teacher. We are the school that you were talking about that is going to lose our science teacher. We'd be happy. We pay up front every September. We'd be happy to do so in June, before the June 30th deadline, if that was going to guarantee that she could stay at our school. We work very hard. Our students love Mrs. Young. We don't want to see her go. And we will do whatever it takes to keep Mrs. Young. And we do pay increases. In addition to Mrs. Young, we pay for our music and our art teachers, and we pay them increases. And we love them, and we want to do whatever it takes to keep them happy and keep them at our school. So to address those issues, we'd be happy to do that. I also want to say that I understand that there's also, in addition to potential union issues and some contract issues that you were talking about, I understand that there's some concern that there might be some inequity issues as well. And I want to say that I completely understand that. I'm a former VEEP student, and I come from the Paradise Hills Elementary, and I bust up to Tierrasanta. And I just don't understand how taking away a science teacher in Tierrasanta helps the kids at my old elementary in Paradise Hills. If we didn't have these great schools in Tierrasanta, I wouldn't have been able to attain the education that I did. As a busing student, I'm very proud that I was able to get a great education by the many choices offered throughout San Diego. And as Mr. Evans said, a good majority of people bus into our community because they know that we have wonderful science, art, and music programs. I agree with you, Mr. DeBeck. The district should be paying for these items, these schools, these teachers, but that's not the reality. And the parents are going to come in and fill in the gaps where needed, and we're going to continue to do so. And for you to take away the ability doesn't hurt just the kids in Tierrasanta. It hurts all of the kids in the county because education is the most important issue. I have one further question. I am also the program director of Promises to Kids, formerly the Child Abuse Prevention Foundation. And currently our foundation pays for the preschool teacher at the Polinsky Children's Center for abused kids. And I'm very curious, as our foundation is to find out if that would impact that as well. I don't think you want to see the preschool teacher for abused and neglected kids at Polinsky being taken away. That helps nobody.
Yeah, but they're not in our jurisdiction.
Yes, absolutely they are.
No, they are.
They are. Yes, it is. Jane Hernandez.
It's a county operation.
No, sir. No, sir. It changed over probably about 3 years ago. Jane Hernandez is your...
Their staff is entirely our staff?
Yes.
We provide.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
well then
yes.
in that case,
and our
the same problem
foundation
exists.
pays for the preschool teacher. It's a part-time preschool teacher for foster youth. And if you take away the foundation's ability to do that, I just want you to know that there are hundreds and thousands of abused and neglected kids who will not get a preschool teacher.
Well, I think the standard should be set some way that we would agree. And I don't want to do away with the teachers. I just want to make sure that the rules are such that, for example, let's say one of those teachers wanted to transfer from that preschool program or from that music program somewhere else. They still have the rights of a regular district employee. See, and I think we have to have a waiver within our agreement with the teachers or something about it. That's what the legal department's job is.
Right.
So we need to enable continuing the process, not do away with the process, but make sure that we avoid the problems that we're facing right now. Okay, but I'm sorry about that. I thought they were county funded. I knew they were when I started, so things do change over the time of my career here.
Right, and we raise money from the private sector to be able to pay for that preschool teacher because we know how important education is, particularly for foster youth. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So they're willing to pay the difference.
Hi, my name is Leanna, and I'm a second grader at Kumeyaay Elementary. Science lab at Kumeyaay teaches the kids a lot, and we have fun at the same time. We don't want our science program to go. Recently in science, I learned about the differences between meteoroids, meteors, and meteorites. Our science teacher, Miss Young, even made comet floats for us in class. Because we have fun while we are learning, all the information sticks in our brains. I bet some people don't even know the things we are learning now. Everyone loves science. I don't want Miss Young to lose her job. Our education is important, and we are getting a lot of it from our science program and other school activities like music and art. We need to keep our programs, and if you take them away, my mom and dad say they will send me to private school. Thank you.
Okay. And we'll leave all our ideas.
My name is Debbie O'Toole, and my records are on file. I have a speech, but it's all different now because some of my questions were answered. And after hearing Mr. DeBeck speak, I think he's on the right track that we need to have a more specific idea of what we're responsible for. Because I know, and what he said is true, if we can't pay our librarians, which we have paid for 20 years, if we don't have the money to make that last payment to the district, our school is responsible for picking that up. So I understand that there's a need for that, but I think that you need to involve the foundations in some sort of committee where we all come together and say, this is how we need to set these kind of jobs up, because we can't afford to pay benefits. Most of the people who work at our, in fact, all the ones that we pay are either have kids at our school currently or previously, and they didn't want to see the library closed. So they said, I will step in, and I don't need benefits. My husband works, and we can do it. So I just ask that if you do make an action tonight, that it's to form a committee that includes foundations as well as staff and whoever else needs to be there, legal. But I ask, and I also want to know from the insurance guy where I can get $10 monthly or $10 copays, because we pay $50. So anyway, thank you.
I'll fix it later. But.
Hello, I'm Laurel Mudd, and I'm also on record with you. My speech has kind of changed too, but it sounds like you do want the foundations to be able to help pay these salaries and enrichment programs. And I really do believe that there is a way we can make it happen. I think that if you guys just put your heads together, figure out a way, it can be done. And I know you understand, I know Catherine especially, you know, our kids really benefit from these programs that the foundations are providing. And they get science. They don't get enough science in the classroom. They don't get enough art. They don't get enough, of the other programs that the librarians. It's just, you can't take that away from them. They don't have enough of it in the curriculum now. Please keep it there. If the foundations are willing to pay it, please help us do that for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Cleary, Danielle Wolf, Julie Greathouse, Tamara Harvey, or Harley maybe.
Okay. Hi there, my name's Donna Cleary, and I am the president of the Jerebeck Family Faculty Organization. I actually heard about this last week when I was trying to address a situation that we had heard that we were going to have to honor a 3-year commitment with anyone who our school paid the salaries for. And I think that came out of looking at the benefits over the term, and kind of like what Mr. DeBeck was saying. I just think that this board ought to move forward adopting some sort of temporary, non-classified, non-benefit, just a temporary position that we can move forward and still have the folks on our campus. I want to tell you a story about our librarian, Georgia Critchlow. Great gal, had kids that went all the way through Jerebeck, former FFO president, now a librarian. she works very few hours a week. Her entire salary is $6,000 for the year. We have paid that salary for many, many, many years. Now, all of a sudden, she was called in by our principal and told her that she was not going to be at Jarabec anymore, and now she's being reassigned to another school. She got the call today. Well, what I wonder is that $6,000 for her salary that we pay, we're not going to pay it now she's assigned to another elementary school. So that's $6,000 in your budget that's going to go missing in another hole. Where's that coming from? Because we pay it. Do you kind of get my gist of maybe why we need to fix this now so we can have these folks still on our campuses that we pay? Because I'm not so sure when she's assigned to her new school at Mason, they're going to pay the bill.
Okay.
So anyway, I know you all have tough decisions to do. I have a whole stack of letters regarding the bell times that I promised parents I would deliver personally to you. You have tough decisions to make and a tough job, and this is not one battle you want to wage. Let's work with these foundations and let's get this solved soon so we can put our money towards good use in September. Thank you.
Daniel Wolf.
Hi, my name is Daniel Wolf. Excuse me. My daughter attends Torrey Pines Elementary School, benefits from the programs that the foundation puts on, enriches her life, and we greatly appreciate it. And obviously, like most parents whose kids receive benefits such as that, we support those benefits. I sent you a longer email, which now I have to say, is slightly off the mark. And of course, I have to get up here for ego reasons and just go ahead and give you the rest of my analysis. But no, I appreciate the legal issue, Mr. DeBeck. I think that's relatively easily resolved compared to the more fundamental structural issues, and of course I hope the legal department can come up with something very nice and elegant. But there's an interesting larger issue here that I think that this issue can be used to get traction on. The larger issue is that status quo of foundations in some schools and not in other schools is fundamentally unfair to poor schools. For poor schools to fall behind because richer schools, the parents have greater ability to backfill cuts, violates the American commitment, to equal opportunity, guaranteed by quality publication, and it increases the disparity between life chances, which violates the mission statement here. So how to use this in some way to get traction. On the other hand, restricting funding for backfilling doesn't help poor kids. We know that. It leaves money on the table. It hurts kids who lose the programs, including bust-in kids. It deepens polarization between have and have-not parents, possibly creating resentment, greater polarization, hardening positions, and more dysfunctionality, in the political process. On the other hand, allowing funding, without more, deepens the disparities, or it prolongs them anyway. So there's a dilemma there. More well-to-do parents, of course, don't want their students, their kids, to have the benefits and other kids not to have the benefits. Parents can be brought on board. The supporters of foundations work very hard, and they're very dedicated to education. And if they can be given incentives in a context and a structure within which to bring their skills, expertise, and so on to the benefit of the entire district, that might help the entire district, and it might help resolve some of the budgetary issues that you're facing, which, as a percentage, are not that huge. So what I suggest is that a process be developed, that you try to resolve this legal issue, that you, in the meantime, table for a year, any final decisions on whether on allowing it or restricting it, on larger issues, and create a grassroots dialogue.
Okay, we will. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So you check my email; it's got the steps in there.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Okay.
Thank you.
I think it's Julie Greathouse. No, I'm sorry. Tamara. Julie. Somebody.
I'm Julie.
All right.
Much shorter. Hi, I'm one of those people that comes in and delivers the product by the gracious goodness of the foundations. I deliver music. I deliver music all over your district. Most of the time, I deliver it in 6-week sections, sometimes 12 weeks, sometimes 10 weeks. Every once in a while, I have the lucky position of being offered a full year of coming every Tuesday morning. So my schedule, I work my schedule all around what it is that you guys need. I can't have another job. I don't get benefits. You already have a system in place to take care of people like me when you don't want to pay me benefits, and it's called hourly. And I'm an hourly employee. I am a classified hourly employee that my job description is professional expert. So I come into your school and I give you my professional expertise. You pay me no benefits. The foundation pays the district. The district pays me. I have no rights. I have no union status. You can't transfer me. You don't pay me anything if I don't show up. I don't get sick leave. There's already a place in your structure to hire people like me, and you need people like me. If you look at your little publication here on page 200 in the upcoming delightful cuts that are coming to VAPA, and I can't really speak to science and I can't speak to anything other than VAPA because that's all I do. As I look at how the position amounts change, if you don't find a way to make foundations support positions like mine, when you make the giant cut from, let me see if I even got that on the right line here, from $207,000 of classified hourly non-positions to $15,000, you're going to lose all of the opportunities that you have with people like me. Now, some of my positions are funded by the district. I'm sure that's all going to go away. But the people who are out there every day, the parents who are working hard and raising money and doing their fundraisers and selling the candy and the magazines and all the other stuff that they go through for free to benefit their children, if you don't come up with a way to make it a nice structured little tidy settlement that's going to work with your legal department, and you haven't even thought about your insurance issue.
Thanks a lot.
You're going to miss it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm not good at unprepared speeches, so I'm going to read a little off of my what I was going to say, but in light of what the conversation has been up here, I realized that some of this would be redundant. I do want to address the one gentleman who came up and spoke with you. Because of the nature of choice within this district, anything that parents can provide at any school is available to any child in this district, and therefore the issue of fairness is moot. I am a parent of students at Jerbeck Elementary. First, I'd like to say that I appreciate how difficult the budget decisions have been for you, for the students, and for all of us. As a member of both our parent-teacher board as well as a parent representative to the school site committee and site governance teams for several years now, I am familiar with both our school budget and our foundation budgets. This year, our school budget was cut so drastically that our parent foundation has written checks to the district to pay for instructional supplies, copying costs, and new duty supervision to the tune of $37,000. This year, our foundation expenses exceeded our revenues. We appreciate the new school formula that will lift the burden of these basic school costs from the parent foundation's shoulders. However, other financial shortfalls in our school budget still remain, such as funding the 0.5 FTE of a librarian, which was lost due to the most recent budget cuts after the promise of the new formula. Who knows what will else be needed by the fall? In this time of state and district educational funding crisis, I think you all agree that we do not restrict our ability of our parent foundations to support the schools and students, at least on a short-term basis. We all have the students' best interests at heart. And in light of the conversation that occurred up here, can the foundations fund employees directly rather than through the district or either by this hourly system, in some means being able to get the district out of the what's the word I'm looking for? The responsibility for employees when foundations can no longer afford to pay them. And one other note is this 3-year commitment has been a sticking point for us. We don't really understand, and we need our own direction on if we are funding on a per annual basis for an employee, if we're stuck with a 3-year commitment, because that makes it very difficult for us not knowing what our fundraising abilities are going to be in the future, certainly given this economy. Thank you.
Thank you. David Barron. Risa Barron, Elaine Sabetti, Camille Zamaro, and Allison Lee.
Hello, David Barron, and I live at 4870 39th Street, San Diego 92116. I have two children. My first child, my daughter, goes to Benchley Weinberger Elementary School, where they have a foundation, and we raise money, and we've raised money for the past 10 years at our foundation to pay for music and art teachers, to supplement the funds that the school doesn't have presently. We paid them as independent contractors, and the teachers and the parents work together to promote these enrichment opportunities. I also have a son at Bernie Elementary School right next door to you. And we have a very active PTA, and we're going to be attempting to form a foundation this summer to supplement things at Bernie. In fact, I attended the foundation workshop that the district put on a couple months ago right here in this room. So we would like to take the ability of what we have at Benchley Weinberger and bring it to Bernie and to create a foundation to help supplement some of the things that the school doesn't presently have. And we ask you not to curb our abilities to bring enrichment and enhancement to our students. Thank you.
Okay, Risa Barron. Okay, very good. Elaine Sabetti.
Okay, hi, I'm Elaine Sabetti. Excuse me for not being prepared, but that's part of the reason why I wanted to talk to you, because when I look at the board agenda item, it says board direction on foundation-funded teachers. And what I hear being discussed is foundation-funded staff. So what I'm wondering is if this isn't a violation of the Brown Act, because we certainly didn't know you were going to talk about classified staff at your schools being funded with foundation money, and if we did know, we could have been prepared to speak to it. So I just wanted you to know that we have a little bit of a problem with that, and I would like to be more prepared, but I have to say that the fact is that people do cut our positions and replace us with cheaper people and volunteers, just like they did with the Grant Foundation. Foundations are wonderful. Nobody wants to wage war with any foundation. We couldn't survive as a school district without the contributions that these parents make. But the parents in Paradise Hills don't pay $200 a student for their foundation like the parents at Jerebeck do. They don't have that kind of income to their foundations, and so there is some inequity. And then there is the inequity of when you have a librarian who's a certificated teacher and you cut the position and replace them with a library tech or a paraeducator, which is a much lower paid position, and then you cut that position and you replace them with a parent volunteer paid by foundation money, you're taking away somebody's livelihood, and probably from an employee who has served you well and who has been trained to do the job and to take care of business and to take care of your children and of your assets. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you. Camille Zamaro and Allison Lee.
Where's your petition?
Camille Zambro, President of the San Diego Education Association. My information is on file. I wasn't prepared to speak today either because SDA actually has no position on foundation-funded positions, teaching or otherwise. But as is typical in San Diego Unified, we found out about this agenda item when we saw it printed on your agenda. And when a parent from La Jolla Elementary had the forethought to call me and ask for SDEA's position directly because she had been told that we were opposed to foundations funding teaching positions, which is not true. So no call, no formal notice, no basic courtesy from anyone in San Diego Unified that our bargaining unit members were going to be discussed in open session of the board. What we do have is an understanding of the law and of the practice of hiring from categorical and other special funds in San Diego. And we recognize, and your attorney is correct, that it is allowable for the district to issue temporary contracts for categorically funded positions. But that's never been the practice in San Diego Unified, not for Title I, Foundation, or any others. And part of that is because we already have a significant number of temporary employees. If you saw the disposable teachers article that Emily Alpert wrote, there's already over 500 temporary teachers in San Diego Unified. We also know that there is a consistent message that's being sent by someone up there, or someone's, I'm not sure who, in your structure, that our union is the obstacle. We advocate for teachers. We advocate for good teaching and for a stable teaching force. And we and parents have a shared interest in keeping a stable workforce in our schools. We also have a shared interest in not cheapening the profession. So, a couple weeks ago, there was a giant VAPA rally where the message had unfortunately been sent out that if the teachers didn't take some huge concessions, which turns out weren't even necessary in this year's budget, that VAPA was going to be eliminated. That was not true. Before that, it was Plan A versus Plan B. And the reality is that parents and teachers have a shared interest, as I think our board does, in figuring out ways to work together. Now, we're trying to work through CTA on some legislation to try to adjust so that we can get back some of the penalty money on class size. Let's figure out ways to work together, but you got to knock this stuff off. You got to knock this stuff off. If it's our bargaining unit, talk to us. Don't talk about us. Thank you.
My name is Allison Lee, and I'm here representing Muirlands Middle School, where I am the foundation president, and formerly have been at Torrey Pines Elementary. And I guess the point of clarification is when we fund things, we are funding positions, not people. So we are providing the funds to our school administrators to fill those positions. And so it just kind of creates a very confusing situation when information like this gets out, and it certainly impacts our ability to raise funds for our school and to continue these programs and to support what the administration at our schools want to do when parents hear that now we're not going to be able to do what we've always been doing when we have, in fact, been playing inside the line. So I think a couple of people have already pointed out that, I wonder whether you're creating a problem and highlighting a problem that's not really a problem. And then getting people all exercised about things that really aren't a problem, that you do have workarounds besides the art teacher who mentioned the hourly situation and those of us who fund positions, not particular people.
Some don't fund positions. They actually funded an individual personnel.
But
so that's a mistake.
Well, I think you have policies in place. Our administrations at those two schools have never let us think that we could pay for an individual person and have control over that person.
You've got an enlightened administration.
Well, no. And thank you very much for your kind words about foundations and all the hard work they do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, board members. They do want some direction to the staff, and before we take up that, let me just make a comment about communication in the district. It is very important that as we go through the process and looking at our budget, that the communication that goes out to the schools and to the communities is adequate and doesn't cause people to be upset. I was recently questioned as to whether or not we was intentionally trying to get everyone in the district mad at us, because it seemed like something different went out every week that got someone else upset, a different group of people. And certainly that is not our intention. And I would say to superintendent and his staff that as we look at things that have to come to the board, that it is brought to the board before things go out and talk about a 3-year plan or how things should be done, and that way it doesn't cause people to have very hard feelings about the district and or the board. We are here to work together, and we do want to work together with both of our staff and with our community people. Okay, with that, board, what's your pleasure?
Okay,
John.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that the board directs staff to stipulate conditions for foundation support for personnel. And provide language as a start to agree with the affected unions involved that cover all contract provisions. And the reason for that is that, we got a mixed bag here. We got teachers, we got classified, but the whole issue is conditions for foundation support for personnel is lacking. And so we need, I think some of the people have, even the last lady, designated that someone at her school told her they were funding a position. But, the emails you and I have been getting have been about a given teacher or personnel, or we want our science teacher back. Well, if we were funding positions, that decision wouldn't be a who, it would be a position decision. But this whole thing is very mixed up in the district, and I think there's a way for us to come up with a policy or a series of policies that agree with our bargaining units. If the bargaining units want to totally support it, that's fine with me. If they want to oppose it, we can talk that, but we need to have some way of providing a language that makes it possible for these foundations to operate understanding the ground rules. Because there aren't any right now, no wonder we're in trouble.
Is there a second?
I'm sorry, could you just repeat the second part of your motion?
The board directs staff to stipulate conditions for foundation support, and for personnel, meaning classified and certificated. And they propose a language that would start an agreement process with the unions.
So begin bargaining.
Yeah. If it turns out it's not bargainable, then we don't have a problem. But I think it is. So therefore, I want to have preliminary language available for us to talk about, and that we might end up saying, well, we direct them to continue that negotiation. Okay, I'm sure we'll hear from the unions whether they're just willing to accept it or not. And I do believe it is a concept that the unions want to come forward and talk about. I mean, no matter what they say about how they feel, that when it finally affects them, I think they'll have a different, maybe, point of view.
And you're talking about both classified and certified?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's obvious that it maybe have surfaced around a teacher or a librarian or a science teacher, but we certainly have issues around classified personnel as well. If they create a job title that isn't on our personnel list, and yet that job title is doing exactly the same work as somebody we laid off, we're going to hear from them. So we need to know that. We need to have that cleared up already as a part of the preliminary discussion. So I'm speaking to my motion, but I mean, I don't want to get too specific. I just think we should.
Yeah, I'll second.
Thank you. All right, for discussion, yes.
Yeah. First of all, in this discussion, I've already said it, but I just want to reemphasize my appreciation and congratulations to the foundations for what they've done. And I know it's just a few people here compared to the hundreds of people that have been working on it. And I appreciate what the mother from Kumeyaay came and spoke about the benefits of the foundation at her school. And I do think that we do need to address the problem that there has been a serious communication problem here in terms of alarming foundations unnecessarily. A practice has been going on a long time, and all of a sudden everybody's up in arms about what's going to happen. And I don't think that that's just by accident. I think we've really not planned very well the communication. And so what I would suggest in terms of along the lines of Mr. DeBeck's motion is that we call for the establishment of a committee that would include staff, that would include foundation members, that would include bargaining units, all to sit down together and work on this. But in the meantime, let foundations know that we are not trying to disrupt the service for what's currently going on. But as we develop new policy over time, that this would come from this committee rather than just a legal opinion from staff or a contact with bargaining units. We need to have all the parties.
I accept all your comments as a part of the process.
That was too easy.
I mean, I don't really care. When we direct staff to do something, I'm hoping they'll go through some process which include input from the parties involved.
Okay. Well, if that's
so
clear
to you. So if you want to second my motion with those provisions you put on, I'm fine.
Ms. Nakamura, please.
Yeah, I want to thank Teresa Stever from Kumeyaay, because one of the other things that she brought up that I thought was interesting was that we already have a process where we have foundations, albeit not school foundations, that donate money to the school district in various capacities and have been doing that. We know from the whole VAPA issue that there are a number of organizations that donate money, and in the eyes of the law, a 501c3 is a 501c3. So these are separately incorporated organizations that do this. And I also just want to give a shout out or an acknowledgement too that this question of inequity, there are schools, that are schools that are in poverty that receive an extraordinary amount of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars at Paradise Hills and at many other schools, whereas it's really our schools that are in the middle class not the schools that can afford foundations, but the schools that cannot afford foundations, that are really, really suffering and that really don't have any resources. And even the schools with foundations certainly are not giving sums of money in the amounts that other schools are receiving from Title I and from other federally sponsored programs to help, with this inequity. So, I also want to express my gratitude and appreciation to foundations. But as someone who actually started a foundation herself, it feels like I'm thanking myself. So, it's I know why you do it. It's from the heart. It is to help your children's education. I know how hard you all work. But I'm wondering about this. If we're going to have a policy, or don't we already have a policy on place for accepting money from foundations in general, Mr. Brzee, that
I'm not sure that we have a specific one on foundations. I think we have one on the acceptance of donations generally, because there are code provisions on that.
Yeah,
but
so I think that's what I'm wondering. I mean, we must have had some policy, because we accept millions of dollars from organizations, and they're not all buying, paper for us. They pay for various things. So I'd like to make sure that gets folded in as well. And thank you for the amendment to include the foundations, as I think their voice definitely needs to be at the table, and how that's going to be, who's going to decide, because they're all separately incorporated. There isn't a consortium of foundations in San Diego Unified, although I've long thought that we should have one. So there isn't a single voice that would be represented. We'd have to pick representative. But with that, I agree that having the certainty of, of a policy, so that foundations know what they're doing and they can color in the lines, and that we've got an agreement with our labor groups, on how that should work is the appropriate thing to do. But, I've also said I really don't want to kill the golden goose here, because we rely not only on school foundations, but tremendously on the generosity of other organizations throughout this district. So I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. I think it is important that we have foundations that support our schools and that we all work together as a team. But I don't want anyone to think that the federal money for the Title I schools gives them even a half of a leg up out of poverty, because it is just that. And the way we use it spread around this district. But nevertheless, the thing that we do have to do here is to make sure that we have guidelines in place to ensure that people are able to help the district and it's done correctly, and also that we establish very clear communications and understanding with our staff, that as we encounter issues that should have policies that we don't have any policies for, that those are established in a way that does not incite people to turn against each other. Okay. If there are no comments, please vote.
We didn't have a second.
We did.
Richard did.
Richard did. I think it was a second. I implied it was.
No, Richard did a long time ago.
All right.
Passes 5-0. Thank you. The next item we're going to take up is item item AC, I think it is.
AO2.
It's just an announcement, isn't it? Administrative assignments, yeah. Reporting out.
Administrative announcements.
Oh, I'm sorry. CO1.
AO3.
I know this. Okay. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Jackson. Tonight, it's my pleasure to announce on a 5-0 vote that the board approved Tim Asfalzador as a Human Resource Officer, Mary Beth Gallagher as a Human Resource Officer, Robert Grano as a School Improvement Officer, Hadia Havaji as a Human Resource Officer, Susan Wybranik as a Human Resource Officer, Carol Berry as a Principal at Bird Rock Elementary, Kathy Burns, Principal at Gage Elementary, Evanora Cross as Principal of Holmes Elementary, Timothy Dale as Principal at Garfield Elementary, Lamont Jackson as Principal at Wagenheim Middle School, Ryan Kissel as Principal at Sequoia Elementary, Yolanda Lewis as Principal at Hancock Elementary, Kimberly Lopez as Principal at Hawthorne Elementary, Milton Martin as Principal at Oakview Elementary, Jackie McBabe as Principal at Sunview Elementary, Rita Powell as Principal of Jones Elementary, Monique Robinson as Principal at Grant K-8, Yacinda Robinson as Principal Field Elementary, Flavia Soria as Principal Kimbrough Elementary, and Eric Keisha as principal at Hague Elementary. On a vote of 4-1, Jean Beatty as Human Resource Officer, and as a vote of 3-2, Debbie Foster, Manager, Financial Planning. Thank you, Madam President. That concludes our report.
Board members will meet upstairs in about 5 minutes for
Move to
debrief.
adjourn.
Thank you. Thank you. You want some M&Ms?
What's that?
Want some M&Ms?
I had mine.